All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back at the Rainier Classic, the 4th annual Rainier Classic. Right now, we have the very special opportunity to watch the Special Olympics athletes, our adaptive division, compete for a deadlift for reps. Right now, we have some fantastic showings of athletes and in terms of abilities, and we will have a full-on adaptive division competing today. So we're really looking forward to watching the showcasing of these guys. We're going to do a quick weight adjustment out there so our athletes are able to get some reps on the board, some points on the board, and frankly just really enjoy themselves. So our adaptive division looks like right now we have 225 pounds for reps for our fantastic adaptive athlete who competes in the Special Olympics. This athlete trains and competes out of Dungeon Strength, the host gym of this competition. He's doing a fantastic job of getting some reps right now.
I believe that's Aaron. He's out there just killing it. And we have the adaptive athletes working on a deadlift for repetitions, and then we'll be seeing the pros with a maximum weight squat.
Absolutely.
We're going to be seeing some heavy squats today, I'll tell you what.
I'm both excited and terrified, truth be told. and the one saving grace for my nerves, my anxiety today for that max squat is watching the Special Olympics athletes, because frankly, no one is enjoying the competition more than them right now. They have been competing, frankly, all year out of Dungeon. They've done a multitude of shows between powerlifting and strongman. And they're really showcasing that anybody, whether it be individuals on the neurodivergent spectrum or otherwise, can compete, can participate, and have a great time within the strongman community.
Absolutely. We got Dante out there getting ready for his deadlift.
Right now, I think Dante is at 275 pounds, if I'm looking at that correctly, which is a really impressive weight. And Dante's going to do a really good job of hitting this bad boy.
Absolutely. Hit one repetition. Stood up, gathered himself, and we have our judge Saul Peterson out there, who is actually one of the primary coaches with these athletes, keeping it nice and strict, making sure that they display complete control at the top before he gives them a down call. He's giving some words of encouragement, telling them to breathe right now, making sure that everything's right, saying, "Hey, you got this. You got a couple more. Let's do this."
Really fantastic right at Dante. I believe this is Dante's 3rd strongman competition competing here. Fantastic final rep at Dante. We're getting the crowd going here.
All right, Saul says one more, and Dante says, "Yes, sir."
Great lift by Dante. Awesome
Excellent
performance out of our Dante Peoples with a great showing at 275 pounds.
That's fantastic.
This is the start of our pro day, our pro-am division competing. We were starting the day with our Special Olympic athletes. And again, it is a massive joy for Dungeon to feature these athletes, to sponsor these athletes, and to be a massive contributor to the neurodivergence community and their involvement and inclusion in this competition.
Absolutely. Looks like we have Joey coming up next for his deadlift for repetitions. And if I'm not mistaken, we got 315 on the bar now, a little weight
awesome.
jump.
For Joey Beltran, hitting 315 for reps. Let's go. Beltran, pardon me. And right now, his coach, Saul Peterson, is getting the bar perfectly lined up for him, so Joey's perfectly comfortable to hit this weight for reps. And this is a weight that most people want to strive for in the gym, so it's really awesome to see, regardless of class or ability, people hitting this for reps at the show.
Absolutely, and he's moving through this weight. He's not even bringing his hands off the bar. He's saying, "I got several of these." And he loves to lift heavy. I see him lifting all the time. I did mention it yesterday. Joey and I have actually competed on the same team at a team competition that we had at Dungeon Strength last year. And he's fierce, and he just loves to compete, loves to display his strength, and it's a joy to be around him. So
yeah, the heart of Joey is fantastic. I mean, I think this is his 7th rep at 315. He's getting one more. His coach wants him to get one more rep. Crowd getting behind him. I really love to see this. Can Joey do it?
Very nice.
Amazing performance out of Joey. Again, this is our adaptive Special Olympics team competing here. Love the fact that we could showcase these athletes at the biggest and most professional strongman show in the United States within the Pro-Am series.
Absolutely, and 2 of the coaches that are working with these athletes up front, the judge in the black shirt, Saul Peterson, and the loader and spotter, Nicole Cook.
Yep. Saul, one of the owners of Dungeon, always helping out in terms of coaching and putting on these shows. Now we have our boy Damon, who's going to come out here and put on a clinic with what looks like 365 pounds. That's so incredible.
We're getting some heavy weights.
Yeah. We're going to fix up this bar position here with Damon. He's going to take off his shoes so he's even more comfortable.
Yeah, making sure there's nothing squishy between him and the ground.
It looks like Damon's setting himself up. The clock has just started.
And notice that none of these athletes are using straps. They're going with the old mixed grip.
Yeah, the old mixed grip, which I'm sure you love being a grip specialist yourself. All these athletes have really strong grips. It's really impressive. Truth be told, I don't want to do that without straps, so that's really great to see these guys out here.
Absolutely.
Damon shaking, literally shaking it off. He's getting himself set. I love that ability. He knows how to compete. Damon's actually really, at this point, proficient at competing. I think Damon's going to go
Saul's asking the crowd if they want one more.
Here we go, Damon. Can he do it? And he does! Great work out of Damon.
Very nice.
Great work out of Damon.
A little celebration with Coach Saul and Judge. And celebration with Coach Nicole.
Again, Saul Peterson and Nicole Cook are the primary coaches out of one of the primary coaches out of Dungeon for the Special Olympics and an adaptive team. So it is a real joy to watch all these athletes. Damon with the one fist up, with the walk off.
We got a couple of the other coaches that work with the team, and Taylor Lee. I don't see. Oh, he's on the left-hand side of the screen, carrying the weight back to the tree right now. We also have Nate Lundstrom, who will work with these athletes quite frequently.
Yeah. Nate competed today in the 231 amateur division. So as of right now, we're cleaning up the floor. We're getting the competition floor ready for what is going to be, I believe, a first in any pro-am within the United States, a traditional barbell max squat, 3 attempts, powerlifting rules in terms of depth and attempts. This is, I believe, a first, and it's exciting. It's a newer event to be introducing to this pro circuit. You know, things will slow down a hair here, obviously, because each athlete will have 3 attempts to try to best each other. And it's going to be a brilliant display of power. You know, normally you'll see a deadlift in a show like this, which is great. We all love the deadlift variations. But at the end of the day, the squat is a massive component to the strength sports as a whole. So it's wonderful to see it featured here, and not even in the traditional strongman way, you know, to boxes or something like that, or a lever system. This is a true expression of one of the best accessories any strongman can do, in that a max squat.
Absolutely. We have some very credentialed judges here. And you may notice that we will not be displaying, at least to my knowledge, we will not be displaying the white-red light system. One of the reasons is we have white and red cards. Sometimes those the electronic systems, they can fail. They have an issue occasionally.
Yeah.
And so the referees on the left and the right and the center, they'll be holding up a red card, which means I did not think this lift was good. It did not meet the standard. Or they will be holding up a white card, which says that was a successful lift in my book. And what these athletes are going to need to do is get 2 of the 3 to be white, not red.
And for those watching who might not know the exact rules when it comes to the standards of a powerlifting style squat, ultimately what needs to happen is that the athletes must, 1, follow the commands of the judge, meaning when to squat, when to initiate the bar pick, when to squat. But more importantly, they need to get the middle of their hip in line with the knee crease, or at the knee at a minimum, or go below that. So the depth standard is going to be incredibly high today. We have on one side, we have a USPAL judge, powerlifting judge, so an accredited national level judge from the USAPL. And on the other side, we have an IPF, international accredited judge for depth, so in Vlad. So the judging is going to be very strict. It's something that a lot of strongmen and strong women might struggle with, because a lot of the times they're not used to squatting to that sort of depth. And then the main judge will be in the front of them. In this case, Erin Murray. Her job is not to judge depth. Her job is to judge whether the athlete listens to her commands. Right, so that's very different. So the only judges that will be determining the depth of the athlete will be the side judges, those accredited judges we mentioned.
Yeah. So what commands does the athlete have to listen to?
So we aren't going strict powerlifting rules, but essentially the front judge in this case will tell them squat, and then from there they can walk it out at their own pace, and they can squat at their own pace. And we're also going to let them rack at their own pace as well. We're not going to have a rack command today. right?
Oh.
So that'll be different. So that is usually something you'll see in a powerlifting meet. But today we're going to forego, as far as I'm aware, we're going to forego the rack command and let them rack at their own pace because, frankly, they probably want to get that thing off their back as soon as they can. And that's perfectly fine in this standard. But they will have to wait for the squat command at a minimum from our lead judge, and the side judges will determine the depth. So essentially just one command overall.
I'm going to double check that real quick.
Yeah, please.
Okay, I'll be right back.
That being said, right now we are going to wait and start our middleweight division's pro division, right? So right now we're starting a pro-am division for the women's 180-pound weight class. In that class, we have 4 athletes, and Alicia Martin, Nancy Johnson, Rachel Peterson, and then Nadia Stowers. Two commands. Oh, so Zach McCauley went confirmed. They are going to have a squat and a rack command. Okay, so we are going a bit more traditional. All right, so we're getting up ready here. Now, it's going to be hard for us to determine.
All right. You had me worried because I felt like I may have I was going to misinform some people. Yeah, so we have our first athlete up, Rachel Peterson. Looks like she is squatting. Is this a 20 or 25 kilo bar?
It's a 20 kilo bar. Well, the thing is, I don't really know. We need some way. If we could get a way to determine what weight is on the bar, please, somehow.
Okay, we
need to be able to see here.
Do the math. We'll do math. You're the math magician,
well,
man.
That might be a 25 kilo bar or 20 kilo bar. I don't know. I know it's not a women's bar.
I think for the women it may be a 20 kilo, and then for the men, we're going to get heavy enough that they're going to have to use a 25 maybe.
I'm fairly certain due to the length of that bar, it might actually be 25 kilos. The thing is, it also could be a 65-pound bar, so I don't, with love a way for us to determine what is going on with the bar right now. This will be important for describing the attempts for the athletes.
Okay. Well, I'm not seeing. I'm going to do the math as if it's 45.
Sure.
Yeah.
So then it'll be 125 kilos. Then, if that's the case, it'll be 275. Right now, this should be 140 kilos for Alicia Martin. So 308 pounds, based on the look of it.
Yep. Good call on that.
So she's getting a squat command as well. Let's see if she gets a rack command. Yeah, so that should be 140 kilos as I'm sitting right next to her coach. So she's going 308 pounds at a successful lift.
Yeah, so we can use that math magic from the math magician, Mr. Alec, over here to determine what the actual bar weight is.
I'll do it. Today, my skill shines. My skill shines today. It might get a little tricky with those heavyweight men, but we'll give it our all.
Okay, so
right now we're getting a weight adjustment and a height adjustment. Obviously, we have the varying heights for the athletes. We have Nancy Johnson coming on up. And based on what I'm seeing, it looks as if she might be going to lift 165 kilos. Oh, no, pardon me, that's a 170. She has change plates. So if it's 170 kilos on the bar right now, that will be 374 pounds for Nancy's first attempt.
Ooh, that's a heavy squat.
It's a heavy squat.
Tell you what. Very heavy squat. Again, we want to thank these spotters and loaders taking the time to come out and help with this competition. It could not be done without these people out here moving weights all day, every day. So huge shout out to our spotters and loaders. We have the spotters and loaders just double checking the weights real quick. And here comes Nancy Johnson.
Nancy Johnson.
Going to be her opener. First attempt for the day. Again, she's looking for 2 of 3 to be white cards and not red cards. That is a deep squat. Very good control. She buried that. She waited for the calls. That is 3 white lights, you could say. 3 white cards. That is a good lift.
Yeah, at what appears to be 175 kilos. That's 370. If it's 175, it's actually 386 pounds.
She buried that squat. That was
no,
deep.
275. I was right first time. Okay, so right now we have, let's see here. All right, so small change plates. That looks as if it's going to be 100. That's 178 kilos. 178, which would be roughly 380 pounds, roughly. It's just under
Just under 396.
So I believe that's it. So it looks like Nadia Stower is trying to just chip Nancy Johnson in attempts.
Yeah.
So let's see here.
So we'll see if Nadia can achieve this lift with the same ease that
Nancy
Johnson did.
So she is getting a squat and a rack command. So we are going full powerlifting rules here. Okay, full powerlifting rules.
Yep, 3 white lights on that one, 3 white guards. Looked very under control. Did not, I'm going to be honest, the last 2 athletes, it did not look as easy as I would have expected a first attempt to look.
I think those two are probably gunning for each other pretty heavily, and it's possible maybe they opened a little too heavy, and also with the first attempt to lift something, with something we have a finite amount of attempts, you're going to be a little nervous for that first time. There's going to be a little bit more nerves associated with that first lift because you just want to get on the board, you just want to establish points. So with that lift, essentially, Nancy and Nadia just put themselves in first and second. And I know strategically wise, this is an event where Nancy could potentially beat Nadia, right? So we're going to see a lot of gamesmanship right now between the coaches and the athletes and trying just to chip each other and push each other to do weights that maybe not necessarily prepared for.
Absolutely. It's going to be a little bit of a game of chicken between those two. Who's willing to go heavier and stake their claim early, and who's willing to know that their competitor can't do the weight? A lot of games going on. Each of these athletes are only going to get 3 attempts.
Right, and again, it's a very finite amount. And ultimately, in a show like this, where there's a lot on the line, one strategic error in picks, that's it. You could even lose the whole contest.
Absolutely, and I've been to many different powerlifting competitions, many different weightlifting competitions where I've seen athletes pick a little bit too heavy, even for openers. And so what can occur is if someone picks a weight that's too heavy, you actually just zero. You can't get any of the lifts to be successful. But so far, everybody was good on their first attempt. What do you think of these second attempts? Like, what would you advise an athlete to do for a second attempt? Is this like, just completely send it, or is this one that you can do easily, or is this a challenging repetition?
So I think because ultimately we have 4 athletes that they've already basically locked in their positions, except for Nancy and Nadia. The other 2 athletes are in a good position where, frankly, they probably should just focus on hitting a personal best, if possible, within the confines of this contest and their fatigue levels, right? So anywhere from a 2.5 kilo to even an 8.5 kilo jump is pretty smart from one attempt to the next, but ultimately just not bombing. Just getting good quality temps. From what I can tell here, it looks like Rachel is at 140 kilos, or 308 pounds is what that looks like, at least to me.
Yeah, and it looks like she got 2 whites. She got 2 whites from that one, so one of the side judges was not pleased with the depth.
Right.
But 2 white lights means a good lift. All right, next up is going to be Alicia Martin. Getting her mind right for this repetition, chalking the hands, making sure she's got plenty of grip on that bar. Pushing herself into position, taking a strong breath into the belly and taking it out. Going to wait for the squat command.
So right now, Coach, what did you have Alicia go to aim for?
She's got to push. This is either a tie or a slight break of her current PR. So, looks like a good lift. That should have been right around 330. That was right around 330 pounds. I don't know the exact weight.
That looks like about 150 kilos, so 330, I think is what Odin went from. So 140 to 150 kilo. That'd make about sense to me.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to, she'll be going up just a little bit. All right, we have Nancy Johnson taking out the bar, getting ready to squat. And Nancy Johnson coming out and squatting before Nadia informs us that Nancy's squatting a little bit less weight than Nadia's next attempt. It does look like that was a good rep. That's 3 white lights, so that is a successful lift. And the question is, can Nadia get 2 white lights on this next lift? Can she hit it? It did look like Nancy was very under control in that movement. It looked like that repetition was well within her wheelhouse. She does have room to add some weight and get a successful lift. But the question is, does Nadia have enough room to not just make this lift, but be able to beat the lift by Nancy in her 3rd attempt? Because I think Nancy's going to play it smart. Nancy's coming out a little bit earlier than Nadia, so she's trying to pay attention to what she is capable of, and Nadia's trying to game that and make sure that she can get just a little bit more, making sure she edges out her competition.
Right, so right now it looks like we're at 185 kilos. That is 300 and... it's just over 400 pounds, so it's 300, I believe it's 406 pounds. Great depth, great positions, fantastically stacked torso over her midline and her legs. She achieved that. That's a fantastic squat.
Yeah, very, very good squat.
Yeah.
I did not know Nadia was a good squatter.
Well, the thing is, I've seen Nadia push weights a lot heavier in the gym, but not to the standard that she's...
Okay.
But not to the standard that we just saw here, right? So the next attempt that we're going to see is 336 pounds. So that's 153 kilo roughly, right? So, and I believe that'll be Nancy Johnson coming out for that. So it looks like Nancy probably has conceded potentially beating Nadia on the squat, unless...
Well. So next up we actually have Rachel and...
Oh, pardon me.
Yeah, we'll have Rachel
right.
and Alicia. And I'm pretty sure the next attempt, 336, I'm pretty sure that will be Alicia's next attempt.
Yeah, I think so too. So Alicia's probably going for a smaller jump now.
Mm-hmm. I do know that this will be a PR for Alicia. An absolute lifetime PR. So
Would it? Okay, fantastic. For Alicia Martin, a national champion in the women's 160-pound division, a pro in the women's 180-pound division. Should be looking to set a lifetime PR here.
And we just have these athletes recovering, making sure that they're all set. All right. Judges are seated. Just waiting for the next athletes up. So Alicia is up next, and this is a lifetime PR for her, 336. The last repetition was a little bit tough, but this is only about a 6-pound jump. Technically a 5.5-pound jump, 2.5 kilos. I think this is well within her ability. Just got to make sure to listen to the commands. Breathe into the belly, strong bracing. See, she's gotten the squat command, going all the way down, pushing it, staying in position, staying tough, holding it. Wrap command, beautiful. Very well done. Very well done. Excellent. That is a lifetime PR for Alicia. Awesome work.
A real fantastic display of positions there for Alicia Martin in getting a lifetime PR in a contest for her, at this point, this is her 5th event, right?
4th event.
4th event, pardon me. Sorry.
Yep, that's okay. We've had a long morning.
Lifetime PR on a 4th event in a show. That's really fantastic out of Alicia Martin.
Absolutely. And so you may have noticed that Rachel Peterson was going before Alicia up until this point. We've actually increased the weight just a little bit here. And so if Rachel's able to complete this repetition, she will be securing 3rd place.
This would be 100. Well, actually, I think it's 150 kilos. I think it's just slightly less.
I don't know why we would have gone down, because the last one should have been 150
I believe
2.5.
I believe we're using a heat system, so not quite rising bar, so it would fluctuate.
I was unaware.
Yeah, powerlifting style. We're not doing a rising bar today. It's all a heat system, so the weight will go down and up today. Yeah.
Okay, I thought we were doing like a rising bar,
No,
but
not today.
through the same athlete order.
No, depending on the heat will switch. You can go lower or higher.
Okay.
And that order for a heat system like that is based on the openers. So then they'll organize, let's say, a couple of groupings, if you want. As the show goes on, as we see the men's 105 kilo class and the men's open class, we'll see that order swing heavily. You know, we'll have some guy maybe open at 700, go down to 660, then go to 730. It just depends on how these gentlemen have picked their opener. It's a powerlifting style heats. I personally much prefer the weightlifting style rising bar system. Makes it a little more easier to track, but the benefit of the heat system with powerlifting is it gives athletes more time to rest in between attempts.
Yeah, they were able to get a bit of rest right before that third attempt coming up, and we have Nancy Johnson
So I believe Nancy's
approaching the bar.
is incredibly difficult for us to tell what the weight is right now, but
We're just a little bit over 400 pounds currently.
I believe we're at 430. I believe.
She's got to stay in
Nancy's
position,
sticking with it in
grind
the
it
middle.
out.
She's fighting.
Wow.
Keeps her hips underneath her and
Holy
finishes
crap.
that lift.
That was
What an
gorgeous.
unbelievable
held
lift.
it, excellent composure as well. Notice that she held it and waited for the front judge, Erin Murray, to say rack. She got 3 white lights.
You know,
That was incredible.
that was a beautiful display of positions. You know, she was patient in the sticking point there. She didn't let her hips fall backwards. She stayed underneath and kept herself composed.
Yeah, it was very well done. Very well done. You know, it can be very challenging for a lot of athletes to maintain that posture, maintain that position. She got to a point where she almost dead stopped and then just grinded out that repetition, kept coming up. Very pretty squat. Superb work, 10 out of 10. We're going to take a look at what Nadia has coming up next. Okay. Okay, let's do this.
Thank you.
Yep. All right. Doing good. We're doing good.
Yeah, we just need to
Doing
get that
great.
information because when the other athletes come out, there'll be quite a few of them to track, and that's going to be nearly impossible.
Absolutely, yeah. And so it is, you know, we do have a much larger middleweight class coming up. We have a very strong heavyweight class coming up. We can expect to see in excess of 800 pounds squatted today. And actually, at least one of our athletes is going to be opening with over 800 pounds. Did you hear that?
No, I did not, and that sounds utterly incredible. If that's the case, then good luck to that gentleman and his leg power.
I'm quite impressed, and I'm very interested to see, you know, in a little bit deeper field, because in this middleweight women's class we have 4 athletes, and there can be some gamesmanship going on there. But with the middleweights and the heavyweights for men, we have more athletes, and so there can be more jockeying in position and more games to be played. And it'll be very interesting to see how that works out.
Yeah, it looks as though if this counter in front of us is correct, it looks like the athlete was opening at 200 kilos. It's hard to tell. I believe at 200 kilos, 440 pounds.
Oh, so it looks like it's 446 as facing that way. And so
446, pardon me.
Yep. And
Just
so,
over 200 kilos.
Yep. So it looks like
So this-
202.5 kilos
About
is likely
that.
what it is.
So
'cause
Nadia
probably-
going for a big swing here.
Yeah,
she already won the contest, I believe, with her second attempt. It's hard to tell. I don't have the scores in front of me, but this would be a big attempt for Nadia.
So this should be 202.5 kilos, which is 445.5 pounds. And
Okay, great depth, great
gotta stay in
position.
position. She
She's
gotta
staying
fight for
underneath.
it. Nope.
Oh, she opted to stop there. Maybe a smart move from Nadia.
And I'm not sure what her second attempt was, but the question is, was it more than Nancy's third
I
attempt?
unfortunately don't know, and I would like to have that information.
Well, we will be getting that information soon. We'll be
but
getting that soon.
That was
That's
a great
okay.
display of squatting from our middleweight pro-am division. We have a momentary break as our 105 men come out. There's a lot of them, so being able to track will be good. But expect to see these men squat well within the 500 and 600 pounds.
Awesome work on your PR. Very well done. Again, like these athletes are working on. They're working on bringing the best package that they can to this competition, and this is the 4th event of the weekend. So, you know, to hit a PR in your 4th event of a weekend is an incredible accomplishment. Now, we should be getting some updates on exactly what weights were performed on the spreadsheet here shortly.
Yep.
And when we get that, we'll get it to you. But we do have the middleweight men coming up. It looks like they're doing a little bit of a briefing with the athletes, making sure everybody understands, listen, you are going to need to hit complete depth in these squats. You're going to need to make sure that you wait for the squat command before you begin. You need to make sure you wait for the rack command before you put it back in the rack. And other than that, just lift heavy.
Yeah,
that's about it.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, I think one of the best, pointed advice or something that an athlete could do in a show that's featuring a max squat on the second day of competing, so their 4th total event, is honestly open lower. You know, you're going to want to really lock in that points to establish where you are in the overall pack, because a lot of folks are not used to the standards of a powerlifting squat who just compete in strongman, right? So there's going to be a lot of people who end up missing some attempts here, and the individual who probably starts a little lower and then slowly climbs, kind of like tortoise in the hare situation we've seen in many previous events, will end up doing well in the overall contest. So as of right now, again, we're having a bit of a brief. The gentlemen are setting up the bar for whomever is out for their first attempt, which we should know momentarily. Within this middleweight division, I'm more than likely, I think it's a fair guess to say we see quite a few squats in the 500-pound range, maybe a few in the 6. On the upper end of things. These gentlemen, generally speaking, the 105s are generally incredibly athletic. You know, they're usually a very athletic class, so usually have a little bit more of a dynamic ability in their squat. Sometimes you'll see a bit of a bounce-style squat or things like that, whereas, some individuals will be more of a staticky powerlifting style where they're going to lower themselves down with control. But we have a few weightlifters in this group, too. So those are people who are used to bouncing or using that stretch reflex out of the bottom of the squat to assist them when coming out of the hole.
Yeah.
Okay. Anyway.
All right. Yeah, and, one of the things that I think athletes are going to need to keep in mind is making sure that they are playing their game.
Right.
Making sure that they're not getting pulled too deep too early, making sure that they're not getting they're not loading more weight than they can handle. We will undoubtedly see a couple athletes hit maybe 1 of 3 repetitions. We might even see a couple people 0.
We might see a bomb out. We might see a bomb out as well.
And in that circumstance, it's just there's no reason for it. There's no reason for it because you could literally squat just 45 pounds.
Right.
You could literally squat the bar.
Something would have done anything.
Yeah, something will give you points.
Right.
Anything will give you points. That first, that first attempt, it should be something that you can perform any day of the week. Absolutely any day of the week. And then the second attempt is going to be something that's going to be closer to like a PR, like probably within 5%,
right,
plus or minus, depending on how the training cycle has gone, depending on how your body is. And then that last attempt is going to be truly an attempt at what you are capable of.
Right. And again, that goes right back to that strategic move, that strategic planning that we mentioned that is ever so important throughout really just the duration of the entire contest. So right now we're waiting to find out, see which gentlemen are coming up first.
Fantastic. So it looks like Darren is going to be up first.
Okay, it looks like Darren for his first attempt here will be squatting 210 kilos, which is 486 pounds. 462 pounds, pardon me, 462 pounds by Darren Revito, I keep on messing up that name. And then after Darren, assuming Darren has a successful attempt, we will have Derek Brooks opening at 230 kilos. 200. Okay. Okay, well,
I'll read the numbers. It's okay.
Okay.
I'll be right back, but I'll just be right back.
Yeah,
I'm going to block this off over here.
Yes, sir. So, again, we should have Darren Revito, 210 kilos, opening up this squat attempt here at the Rainier Classic. Again, this is a 4th event in a 2-day show in this professional division. They have 3 attempts to determine who, in fact, will be the strongest man. 3 attempts to move back who the strongest man is in the squat. Again, Darren Rovito at 210 kilos. That is 462 pounds. All right, so here Darren is. He's getting a squat command from Aaron Murray here.
All right.
Really beautiful. Wow. So Darren, I would say, picked an incredibly smart opener. At no point was he slowing down. His depth was beautiful. And with that, he probably could allow himself a slightly larger jump going into his second attempt. That was a beautiful display of positions by Darren.
I'll be right back. Sorry.
Oh, you're good, buddy. So with Darren's successful attempt there, he'll put in his second attempt, which we'll see soon enough. But the next athlete out will be Derek Brooks at 220 kilos. That is 486 pounds. With Derek Brooks. So we're going to change the load here. Derek is an original Dungeon Strength member, just recently moved, a new father, and a fantastic competitor. So we'll see how Derek's squat has been going in training thus far. So Derek needs to make sure. So right now, it looks like we're having a bit of a change of weight. There might be an adjustment needing for the weight. Potential misload. Okay, let's go and fix that. Well, right now, so a little bit of misload. You know, these things will happen in a squat height adjustment. But that's okay. You know, it's more important that these athletes get exactly what they asked for versus having to squat something different, right? So looking at that bar, I believe that is a 25 kilo bar. So with the collars, that should be, in fact, 220 kilos and not 215 like it normally would be on a 20 kilo bar. So here Derek goes. He's about to get his squat command from his head judge. Here we go. Beautiful attempt out of Derek. Let's see what the side judges say. And we have a no lift from Derek. Okay, so Derek did not meet the standard that the side judges determined to meet depth. So with that, it's a scratch. He'll either come back and take that lift again, or depending on how he's feeling, potentially increase that weight. The next athlete up will be Damien Capadoni. Damien is opening up his squat here at 227.5 kilos. That is just a shy over 500 pounds. So here we have Damien Capadoni in our men's pro-am division in the 105 kilo class. So his opener being 500 pounds. Derek had just missed 220 kilos due to depth. So he's gonna have to come into play now what he actually wants to do.
Yeah, so yeah, that's a tough one. You know, we got to make sure that we select those first lifts, secure a position, secure some points, especially in this kind of competition.
Right. And watching Derek's previous lift, Capadoni here with a successful 500 pounds, watching Derek's lift there that he just missed, frankly, I don't think it was an issue of strength whatsoever. He just simply didn't go low enough, and I think he has that ability in him, which I'm sure is a little bit even more frustrating, right? So
absolutely.
The next athlete up, we will have Jacob Ferry. Jacob Ferry will be opening at 230 kilos, which is 506 pounds. Pretty solid opening attempt here for Jacob. That puts him roughly in the middle of a pack in terms of openers. So I'm really excited to see where athletes like Jacob and a few others who are open quite high will end up. Okay. Oh, you're good. Don't worry. All right, and ladies and gentlemen, we have Jacob Ferry out here with 230 kilos. That's 506 pounds. And boy, did he smoke that. That was a fantastic display of control.
Gorgeous.
Out of Derek. Pardon me, Jacob Ferry. Fantastic work, Jacob.
Very nice. Next up, we have Melvin, one of our athletes over at Dungeon Strength RX, a top 10 guy from Worlds last year for the 105 kilo class. That's 231 pounds of body weight. That's a lot of steak.
Yeah, now I know this is an event that Melvin was a little bit concerned about. Melvin is a beautiful deadlifter, but the squat isn't necessarily his favorite event. So I'm really excited to see where Melvin stacks up against his peers in this system. I know Melvin mentioned to me that he wants to be the first Zambian American pro. So I know that's his goal this weekend.
I think he's got it in him. He's incredibly strong.
Wow.
That is impressive.
That was a beautiful lift by Melvin.
I did not realize that weight would be so easy for him.
Yeah,
I was expecting a little bit more struggle right there.
Yeah, brilliant display. Fantastic number choice from Melvin. I know his coach is Lucas Hatton, so really smart moves here. Our next athlete up will be Jesse Campbell with 235 kilos, so just 5 kilos above. It's 11 pounds, just heavier.
All right, Jesse Campbell, if I'm not mistaken, the only middleweight pro, current middleweight pro in this competition. One of the top guys.
Is that right? Are they all amateurs?
I believe so, actually.
All right, let's see how Jesse Campbell does here with 235 kilos.
Jesse can never be counted out. Wow, that is a very upright torso for a squat like this.
Yeah, what's really interesting about Jesse's squat in particular, it is so leg-based. And I know it sounds kind of silly when we're talking about a squat, but what we end up seeing with some of these athletes that are coming up later is that they will elicit more of a powerlifting style squat or a low bar squat, which is something that is usually a bit more hip and lower back dependent due to the torso angle. But Jesse, completely upright, sitting perfectly in his legs. That was a brilliant display of leg strength. Let's see how that carries him for the remainder of the contest.
Absolutely. And, looking at Jesse's movement profile with the very beautiful technical cleaning earlier in the weekend yesterday, right, and his very upright squat here, it seems like it's highly likely he has a heavy influence from weightlifting.
I would agree. It's more likely a weightlifter maybe in the past. Right now we have Nick Cannell coming on up with an opener of 235 kilos, so just above what Jacob just accomplished. Oh, the same weight as Jesse, pardon me. Brilliant squat out of Nick Cannell. I'd imagine.
Very nice squat. That's three whites. And it is a good lift.
All right. So right now we're seeing all but one athlete picking brilliant openers. Everyone's making them quite easy. It's exactly what you want to see in a competition like this. It would be a real shame if more folks kind of end up missing their weights, but it seems as though these gentlemen are picking wise weights. Up next, we'll have Dylan Dusher at 237.5 kilos, so just a hair above what Nick Cannell just did.
And the squat is really, it's a fun movement to see in this competition because the back squat is so seldom tested in strongman.
As far as I'm aware, it's never been tested in this exact way. I've never seen a powerlifting style squat in a strongman show. Has
there been a powerlifting style squat in the Arnold?
So they had a max squat with a Duffalo bar to boxes.
There's a Duffalo bar. There we go.
To boxes.
Okay, cool.
So pretty extremely different variables in that. You know, going to a box, the bar is very different as well. And also those athletes were allowed wraps. In this contest, we are only allowing belts and knee sleeves, no wraps of any kind. Right now, again, we have Dylan Dusher with 237.5 kilos. That's 522.5 pounds.
Looks like a very strong brace.
Wow.
Very comfortable movement from him.
Brilliant squat out of Dylan. Now, that looked like an athlete who most definitely has his attempts picked perfectly. I'm looking forward to see how Dylan goes forward. Up next, we have Ben Claridad, a former Team USA Olympic weightlifter, opening up at 245 kilos. For those that aren't used to kilo system, that's 539 pounds. I know for a fact that Ben is very experienced in the squat due to the nature of his past career as a weightlifter.
Wildly experienced.
And he's also competed in powerlifting as well. So I know he's perfectly competent in the low bar style squat today, which I think he'll actually utilize today.
I'll be interested to see him low bar squatting.
Yeah, I think Ben, he'll have his bar lower than you typically would see on a weightlifter.
Okay.
Just making a slight adjustment. I'm fairly confident that's what Ben will end up doing today.
Excellent. Yeah, knowing that he is a former Team USA member of the weightlifting team, I would have expected a higher bar position, but you're right, he's a bit lower in his position.
Yeah, I think Ben's going to rely on sitting into his...
Oh, so that's going to be a tough one. That is three reds, unfortunately.
So now, why don't you explain, why did he get 3 reds for that lift?
So as he was coming up, I was actually going to ask you, but as he was coming up, he had a little bit of a stumble. And maybe in the future we can get an instant replay function on this, but he had a little bit of a stumble, and that displays a lack of control. That displays a minor loss of control through the movement. And if you lose control of the movement, it is no lift. So since he stepped as he was coming up, before he got the rack command, it was no lift. And the side judges saw it, and the front judge saw it. So that was it was not a could he lift the weight? He lifted the weight.
Right.
It's just he had a small step
Right.
as he lost his balance just a little bit, and that disqualified the lift altogether.
Exactly. Right now we have Tyler Buxton with 250 kilos. That's 550 pounds for an opener. That's impressive. I have Tyler Buxton, and wow.
Look at those quads, bro.
I mean, that boy is strong.
He's strong.
Ben Claridette just looked on over at me like a jerk that he is for missing that lift because he knows he should have done better. But
I wouldn't be surprised if Ben elects to go up.
He did. He elected to go up
yeah.
already. We could see it on the scoreboard
Yep.
right in front of us. But Tyler Buxton, that was a brilliant display of power in that squat. That was really well done, Tyler.
Absolutely. And next up, we're going to have Mike O'Connor. We will be seeing a 265-kilo squat from him. That's 584 pounds.
Hey, look at you.
That is that is 6 of the plates that you would normally use at the gym.
Right, exactly.
6 plates. And these plates are a little bit different. You can see that they're color-coded. The red ones are actually 55-pound plates, which are 25 kilos. Blues are going to be 20 kilos, which are 44 pounds. Yellows are going to be 15 kilos, which is 33 pounds. Greens are going to be 10 kilos, which is 22 pounds. Whites are going to be 5 kilos, which is 11 pounds, and so on and so forth. There's a couple smaller chips. But what you need to know is this is the equivalent of squatting 6 plates. That's 6 wheels at your normal gym, and you just won't see that at a normal gym.
No, almost never, truth be told. And right now, we have Mike O'Connor coming on up, another athlete who is so impressive after day one. I'd really love to see a great standout performance out of Mike here. Let's see here.
Gorgeous
Beautiful depth.
Very
and
good control.
Not a single teeter of the torso. Stayed upright, kept his hips underneath him.
Rock steady. There was just the tiniest bit of shakiness as he was coming up, and I do wonder if that's just the body waking up from the opener.
Sure.
He probably took an attempt before he came out here, and since he's towards the back of the field, he had to wait through all those other athletes. So I wouldn't be surprised to see if his next attempt is actually a bit more smooth.
Right, and I bet you it would be based on the proficiency of that squat. And next, we have a gentleman in Garrett Payne opening at 280 kilos, 616 pounds for an opener. That's a bit of a statement. That's a bit of a statement.
Absolutely. That's a 15-kilo jump, 33 pounds heavier than his next closest competitor. So, Garrett is an incredible squatter. He's very good. Let's see if he's selected an appropriate weight or if he's gone a little bit too heavy, but I would not be surprised if he was completely capable of 700 or more today.
You know what? With a guy opening at this weight, 4th event in, I'd imagine he's extremely confident in this particular lift. So, yeah, I mean, if he smokes this, we well could see a 700-pound squat if he needs it.
All right, he's approaching the bar, getting ready. He's got to make sure he listens to his commands. And we've seen a couple people, this is a small technical thing. We've seen a couple people taking what's called a talon grip on the bar. You can see that he's wrapping 3 fingers around the bar, and his pinky is actually fallen off. Very, very good lift. Looked very
lift.
under control.
White lights.
Yep, 3 whites. It's a good lift for Garrett Payne at over 615 pounds. So he's going to make it hard to make up that room for the other athletes.
Yeah, Garrett came to play when he came to this event, and it really shows. Next on up, we have our heats resetting. So big athletes in the beginning are now coming back out. So to start us off for a second attempt, we have Derek Brooks, who opted to go up from his miss at 220 kilo. He's going up to 227.5 kilo, which is just 1 pound over 500 pounds. That's 501 pounds for his second attempt, despite his miss. Now, generally speaking, when an athlete elects to go up even after a miss, they're more than likely confident that that lift will happen, and it was maybe just a bit of a technical thing that they missed on that first attempt.
Absolutely.
That or they're just silly goose who's about to have a really interesting time.
Yeah, and fortunately the screen got moved for us so we could actually see the attempts that are coming up, and there were only 2 athletes that missed their first attempt. Both of those athletes went up, but both of those athletes were able to move the weight very effectively. So I'm not surprised to see that, but let's see how Derek handles this 502 pounds on his back. Strong brace,
Great
nice depth. Got to grind it out. He's got to push.
Oh, here we go,
teeter,
Derek.
let him grind it. Hold that bar.
Wow. Now that.
Wow.
Now listen, I'm super happy with Derek. He got the white lights, 2 out of 3.
Yep.
Great lifts. I'll be honest, I don't know if he's got much left.
I think that was a true max. I do not think if I were his coach, I would say that's it for this one. There's no reason to go up and risk an injury. That was an absolute grinder. He did a fantastic job negotiating, continuing the upward movement. I'm very impressed with the discipline that he displayed right there, because most of the time when somebody gets to that spot, they naturally want to kick the hips up and back, and when that occurs, it overloads the lower back. You can collapse the thoracic spine, and the weight pretty much just staples you right down.
And our next athlete up will be Darren Revito. Darren coming up with his second attempt at 230 kilos. That's 506 pounds for Darren.
Nice, taking it out, waits for the down call, smooth squat.
Truth be told, after watching his first and his second, he might have been able to open at that weight. Yeah, that was a fantastic lift out of Darren. He's going to go ask his coach some questions really quick, and my co-host, Zach McCarley. But the next athlete that will be up next will be Damien Capadoni. Damien is elicited to go 237.5 kilos, so just chipping Darren ever so slightly. 237.5 kilos is quite a bit of weight. That's 522 pounds. Fantastic display of power here. I'm very much looking forward to watching Damien throughout the remainder of this contest. Here he goes. He's walking out his squat. He'll get a squat command from Aaron Murray, his front judge. Let's see how Damien goes. Great display of power out of the hole. Consistency in the midsection. And overall, what appears to be a very good lift. Now you'll notice too, one of our judges closest to our head judge's right is quite literally kneeling and even laying on the floor to ensure that the depth is appropriate for each lifter. This is not a strongman standard depth. We're going for a very strict powerlifting style depth here. So, in this class right now, it seems these gentlemen have picked fantastic weights, really good options to ensure success. But something tells me in the open class might see some red lights. Now, up next, we have our boy Melvin at 250 kilos. That is 550 pounds. This would be a really big lift for Melvin. Let's see how Melvin goes with this weight here. He gets nice and set up. He looks for his head judge. Now he's giving the command. Let's see how Melvin does. Now, that was a good rep.
He's talking on the way up.
He is talking. Let's see. Does Melvin? He does. He gets 2 out of 3 white lights and was quite literally talking on the way up, like you mentioned. That looked confident. That looked competent lift. That was very good. Again, the judging is quite strict here. It's only 2 out of 3. So, these athletes need to be on their P's and Q's. Up next, we have Jesse Campbell at 250 kilos as well, so matching what Melvin just did. If he's successful, that's 550 pounds. In fact, we have another athlete thereafter as well, and Ben Clarida at 250 kilos. So there's a bit of a fight here in this midsection range of the weights.
And he's fighting for it. He's fighting for it. Nope, shakes his head no. I think he's got to take that again. That was very close.
What I would say, watching how Jesse squats, and what I'm assuming is a former weightlifting background, he actually needs to hit that hole harder. Mm-hmm. He needs to bounce out of that a little bit more confidently. I would say he most definitely has the ability for that squat, but getting past that midsection where the quads are working their hardest will do him some favors coming out of the hole with speed. So here we are, Ben Claridad coming up to 250 kilo, 550 pounds after a miss at 245, a technical miss. So I'm fully assuming that Ben will have the wherewithal to fix that correction and be a little more patient as he stands. So here we go, Ben Claridad out of Sacramento, California. Brilliant.
Very nice. Much better control on the foot.
Yeah. Truth be told, that could have been a second attempt for Ben. A little error there on his first, but brilliant display. Brilliant display of ability there. Now, Ben's probably going to look to put himself right around that 265 range, because that'll end up getting him some solid points. It'll be interesting to see what Ben puts himself for the third and final attempt. Right now, our next athlete out will be Jacob Ferry at 252.5 kilos. So he's trying to chip these gentlemen. Let's see how Jacob Ferry fares.
He moved that first attempt so fast. Yep, that's
Wow.
about what I would expect right
Wow.
there. Beautiful.
Jacob Ferry is a competent squatter. That man's got some wheels behind him.
Yeah, he's very comfortable with that 556 pounds on his back. It'll be interesting to see what weight he decides to take next, because that second one moved really well.
I bet you'll be in the 265, maybe even 270 range, because that was a beautiful squat. Our next athlete out will be Nick Cannell yet again, going from 235 to 255 kilos.
And for those of you at home, that's going to be 562 pounds.
So Nick Cannell, owner of Puget Sound Pizza, one of the primary sponsors of this contest, with 562 pounds on his back for his second attempt. Pardon me, his second attempt, yes.
All right, he's taking out the weight, waiting for the squat command. He's been given the squat command. Very deep squat. Got to fight for it now. He's got to wait for the rack command. Beautiful. That's got to be a good lift.
That was a great lift. His depth was perfect. His positions were really good. What's interesting about that squat is, I wouldn't say he has an excess of 10 kilos. Maybe 3, maybe 5.
Yep. Small jump at this point.
Depending on how he feels, he might even stop if he wants to save some energy for the next two events.
That's true, and I think it also depends on where the other athletes are at. At this point, you really, as an athlete that's working towards earning points in this contest, or as a coach, if you're helping to strategize with an athlete, you need to be paying attention to what the other athletes are doing and what the minimum amount of work that you can do to gain points is.
Yeah, because that squat alone put Nicholas in third place overall in all the athletes that have gone so far. Right now, we do have Derek Brooks with, Dylan Dusher at 257.5 kilos. Let's see how Dylan fares. Wow.
Very strong.
What's interesting about Dylan is that he actually has a pretty quick descent. You normally see that with weightlifters or track and field athletes, but he's also going barefoot. Why do you think he would go barefoot on an event like this?
It just depends on the athlete. He has a bit of a wider squat. I wouldn't say that his bar position is extremely low, but his grip is pretty wide, and he's probably just much more comfortable right there. I did see that his toes were turned out a bit, and so he's going to be pushing those knees out. Most of the time, lifting in a shoe or with a weightlifting shoe with the heels raised, you're typically going to have a little bit more of a narrow squat. His is so wide that he probably just finds it more comfortable and he's probably more capable of utilizing the glutes with a wider stance with flat shoes. Or with no shoes, I should say, in this circumstance.
Yeah, I would agree. And right now we have Tyler Buxton at 262.5 kilos.
He's got some strong legs, I'll tell you what.
Tyler. Now, you brought up something really interesting about shoes, no shoes, and that when the athletes are generally speaking in flats, meaning low shoes or no shoes, they're going to have a bit more glute recruitment at the bottom of the squat, which for some is optimal for coming out of the hole. You'll see some athletes here opting to wear weightlifting shoes or Olympic weightlifting shoes, and that will elicit a bit more of an upright torso angle and utilize more of the quad. So it really kind of comes down to where the athlete in their anatomy is stronger.
Absolutely. And it does come down to the athlete. When someone is wearing one of those weightlifting shoes, it does allow them to push their knee forward a bit more, so they go into a greater degree of dorsiflexion, which is going to utilize the quadriceps more. It's going to, if they have really strong legs, it's going to allow them to use those legs and maybe put a little bit less pressure on the glutes and the lower back. But it still requires a tremendous amount of control, and typically the balance is a little trickier in a more narrow squat. But again, it is athlete to athlete. I've seen athletes lose control in both of those styles of squatting. But right now we have Mike O'Connor at the bar with 277.5 kilos, that's 612 pounds.
Fantastic. Let's see how Mike does here. Now that might be a little
It's right on the
high.
line, I would say. Right on the line.
And
but
he gets
does
it. 3 white lights.
3
Fantastic.
whites, yep.
The judges are happy with that. And right now...
And these are tough judges as well.
I was going to say, right now we have incredibly strict judging.
Mm-hmm.
Again, we have an IPF international head judge on the right. And on the left, we have a USAPL head judge on the left. So we have a nationally accredited judge and an internationally accredited judge. And in the front, we have Aaron Murray giving the commands, who is just there to judge those commands.
Absolutely.
That was a really great squat out of Mike O'Connor.
He got exactly as deep as he needed to, came right back up. He's going to be assessing what kind of jump to make. And, off screen, you can't see it right now on screen, but We can see Mike O'Connor looking at the board, looking at people's attempts, making a decision, what kind of placement he can get. He's navigating, how do I earn the most points possible? Very wise move, and I'm not surprised to see that from him, being such an experienced and fierce competitor.
And the thing is, it's entirely possible that second attempt will lock him in for second in the overall, regardless of other people's thirds, depending what they put, and if they're successful, and he might not want to go any further. That being said, we do have Garrett Payne coming up next at 290 kilos. That is 638 pounds. It's a huge attempt out of Garrett. This is a massive squat. We're going to see open men in this range. So Garrett is really showing out on his squatting ability.
That is quite a bit of weight. So 640 pounds, squatting, coming back up, and a loss of control right there. So that's 3 reds.
So unfortunately, with that misstep, meaning he quite literally stepped back during the ascent of the squat, that demonstrates lack of control, Garrett will not be accredited that rep. That being said, that rep did look quite routine. I wouldn't be surprised at this point if Garrett just puts in any number, either being the same or slightly higher, in order to lock in his first place. So it looks like he's already locked in 290 kilos. That means Garrett is hedging his bets that no other competitor will beat 290 kilos, assuming he is successful.
Absolutely. And going towards the end of the heat, there's a huge advantage because he's looking at, he was able to look at the board, see that the next closest attempt will be Mike O'Connor at 282.5. And he's able to keep the same weight, which is going to be 290 kilos on his next attempt. It looks like right now we're about to see Darren approaching the bar. He's smoked his first and second attempts, and he's gone up to, by 15 kilos, up to 245 kilos. That's 540 pounds. And I happen to know that this is a lifetime PR for him.
Well, I tell you right now, Darren's performance so far has been brilliant.
He's got to fight for it.
He might have lost that rep. I think he was falling back, and Eugene, the back spotter, saved him from falling back entirely. I believe that's what happened, and it seems as though Darren might actually agree with that conclusion.
Yeah,
I do think Darren is good for that weight. I think he's lost a little balance from toe to heel.
I completely agree with you. Completely agree. And yeah, when that's what the spotter is there for. The spotters are there to keep the athletes safe. If they start to lose their balance, go back over the heel or come over the toe or just start to get stapled by the weight, the spotters are there to catch it and work with the athlete in returning the bar to the rack.
It is far better to save someone coming on up and stopping the call than to let them fall, right? So up next, we do have Damian Capadoni at 252.5 kilos. It's a big weight out of Damian. Oh, boy. So, okay. So what's interesting about that squat style, right, and Damian getting red lights here, is that when you plummet like that, you're missing out on an opportunity to build eccentric load within your glutes and your hips, and your hamstrings specifically. Now, unless you are a weightlifting style squatter, meaning more of an upright torso, you can't utilize the stretch reflex as well if you're low bar squatting and you're bent over in your descent. So if you're going to descent with that speed, it is better to be more upright than to have a traditional powerlifting squat. I would say Capadoni would benefit from slowing that eccentric, letting the body load, or in this case the hips and legs, and then try to come up as explosive as possible. Up next, we have Jesse Campbell at 255 kilos after a miss. So he went up 5 kilos.
This will be interesting because the last one was a bit tough. And yep.
Okay, so
it's about what I would have thought. The 250 was very close. If I were to have advised him, I would have said take the same weight.
I think I would agree with that. Just lock in those points. Because right now he'll be back fairly far now in terms of the overall points. He's so far sitting in 10th place, and a lot of folks still have to finish their third, so it is going to drop. But up next, we do have Benjamin Claridad at 260 kilos. This will be Ben's third and final attempt at 572 pounds, 260 kilos. Here we go. This will be a big lift for Ben. He'll need this to get ahead of the mid-pack.
573 pounds on his back. That is almost 6 plates at a normal gym.
Wow. What a brilliant display of power out of Ben. Truth be told, that could have been a second attempt.
And so he got 2 white lights. One of the judges were not quite satisfied. But again, these are very strict judging standards. We have highly qualified powerlifting judges here, and they're looking for the athletes to absolutely bury this weight.
Right. So we see now Melvin is looking to chip Ben with a 262.5. Interesting strategy. Let's see if this will pay off for Melvin.
This could be a fantastic finish for Melvin.
Yeah, this would be a brilliant squat for him. And if I had to guess, maybe a recent PR. So again, that's 262.5 kilos. That is 577.5 pounds.
He's got the bar. He's got the squat command.
Melvin taking a bit of a shallow breath. Good depth, good power in the middle. Wow.
He's got a control, gets the rack command. Fantastic.
What a brilliant squat out of Melvin.
That is some really good points for him.
Absolutely. Congratulations to Melvin on that successful third attempt. That was brilliant, buddy. Brilliant.
Fantastic.
Up on next, we have Jacob Ferry at 272.5 kilos. That is 601 pounds. Big attempt. Big lift here. That's also a 20-kilo jump from his last attempt.
That's a good jump, but his first jump was a 22.5 kilo jump, and this, as you said, this one is that about 20? It is a 20 kilo exactly, so that's 44-pound jump. I think he's very capable of this.
I think so too. I think he's shown incredible proficiency in position, so I'm really excited. If he makes this, he's securing himself solid points.
Yeah, and this is 601 pounds. He's got to fight for it. Yeah, that's really nice. And he picked that perfectly.
And what Jacob did really well there, and we'll notice from today and the rest of the session going forward, is that Jacob did a fantastic job of keeping his elbows tucked under the bar as he ascended from the bottom of the hole. What they'll ultimately end up doing, especially with athletes with a talon grip, as Zach previously talked about, is elicit more lat recruitment and keeping more stability across their back as they're trying to maintain that upright torso when they squat. So that was a really good utilization of skill and, frankly, good number picking from Jacob Ferry.
Yeah, very good number picking. With Dylan coming up next, I think we're going to see another athlete utilizing that talon grip, and we can get a good shot of that for the people watching at home.
Yeah, Dylan Dutcher at 275 kilos, 605 pounds. Big lift here for his third and final attempt. Just trying to chip Jacob Ferry.
So it looks like he's actually just taking a normal grip on the bar. He's able to pull. He's able to, activate his lats sufficiently without dropping that pinky off.
Great descent. Can he fight in the middle? He's fighting.
Excellent fight. He's got to keep that balance. Wow. Yeah. Whew.
Now that's just grit, right? Because truth be told, Jacob's hip shot out from underneath him.
Yep.
He had to refight to get him underneath himself in order to stay within his legs. That was a brilliant fight out of Dylan. Way to go, Dylan Dutcher, with a 275 kilo squat.
And it looks, oh man, there is a pretty tight grouping of several athletes in about a 10 to 15 kilo grouping. We just saw Dylan squat. He edged out Jacob, which was the previous lifter, by 2.5 kilos, which is 5.5 pounds. And the next athlete up is only making an 11-pound jump above that. So Tyler Buxton, very strong squatter today. What do you think about this?
This is 280 kilos, 616 pounds. Tyler's really impressing me, but, it shouldn't be shocking. He's a guy that's been on that pro circuit or near pro level for a long time, and here he goes fighting to keep his torso upright, and he does it. Great job out of Tyler Buxton. Another Pacific Northwest athlete.
Yeah. I enjoy watching him compete, and also, I know him and his wife have a not newborn but a young child at home, and it's fun to see him. It's fun to meet the athletes and get to know them and watch them grow as individuals, and him and his wife, and they just have so much fun with that kiddo, and I like him quite a bit.
Yeah, Tyler's a great guy, training out of Dungeon Fitness in the Pacific Northwest.
Yeah, and over in Bremerton, Washington, which is on the peninsula.
Up next, we have Mike O'Connor with his third and final attempt at 82.5 kilos at 621.5 pounds. Now, this will give him just an edge over Tyler Buxton, and ultimately would secure him in the top two, I believe, no matter what, if he's successful.
And he's really got to bring it, because that last attempt it looked challenging but doable, but we are looking at a 10 kilo increase, it's only a 5 kilo increase, so this is 11 pounds heavier. I think he's very capable of this.
I think so too. He's got to be patient, Stay in those positions. It looks like, based on the way he's prepping himself here, it might be a big attempt for him. So here we go, Mike O'Connor, 621.5 pounds. Getting nice and set. He has his down command. Can he do it?
Coming up.
Wow.
He's got to control it. Let's see what the judges say. He's got two
white
whites.
lights.
2 whites. One of them was a red. So, you know, I agree. It was right on that line, right? But the judges have the best angle on this, and it can be deceptive sometimes from the spot that we are at or the spot that the cameras are at. You don't always have the best position to judge perfectly if the athlete is hitting depth. The judges are going to be directly at the profile, the side of the athlete, so they can really see where that hip is in accordance with the knee and how deep the athlete is actually going.
Absolutely. And right now, for the final attempt of this session, is Garrett Payne at 638 pounds. If Garrett doesn't make this, Mike O'Connor just chipped him.
Yeah, and he will, and again, if he doesn't make this, his only successful attempt will have been his first at 180, which will tie him for second with Tyler Buxton. So he'll have to split points. And so he will be 1.5 points down from Mike O'Connor, which means Mike O'Connor is going to make some points, make some points up right here.
Absolutely. So this is an important lift for Garrett to lock in the event win.
And so it looks like we are seeing that. Nope.
Yep, talon grip. Yeah, for sure. Piggy's off.
That's interesting. His left hand looks to be in talon grip, but his right hand doesn't.
Oh, you are correct. Let's see here, 290.
He's got to control it up.
Brilliant
Yep, very routine.
You know, truth be told, he was probably getting ready for a 300-kilo squat today.
Yep.
But he did the smart thing, just secure the points, get the event win, and get on out.
He shakes his head, yep, and then goes back and gives a fist bump to Mike O'Connor. You know, it's fun to see these athletes and the camaraderie between them. The strongman community is largely like an extended family. Everybody that is here competing, it's not just a hobby, it's a passion, it's a lifestyle, and there's just fantastic camaraderie in the sport.
Absolutely, and that is the conclusion of our men's 105-kilo squat. That was a brilliant display. Frankly, what I'm really most impressed about that session in particular was that everyone, for the most part, picked incredibly wise numbers. You know, there wasn't something that was too brazen. They did a great job in their attempts. And frankly, I'm quite happy with that. That was really fun. That was a joy to watch.
Absolutely. A lot of really good lifts in there, a lot of wise weight selections. And, most of the athletes in that field went 3 for 3.
Right. Almost all of them, right? Which is really pretty rare to see, truth be told. You don't see that often in any weightlifting meet or any powerlifting meet. That was a really display of really good control by these athletes. Now,
yeah, I don't think many people left. Yeah, I don't think many people left much weight on the bar for that movement. Right now we got a little meeting in the center with the judges and with the loaders and spotters. Everybody's kind of getting situated for these heavyweight lifters. Or the heavyweight pro-am division, we're going to be seeing some very heavy squats. We have openers in excess of 700 pounds. I believe one of our athletes will be opening at 800 pounds. And that is a heavy squat by anyone's standard, any metric that you take. So especially in a strongman competition, though, this is an event that is not often tested. And it is an event that is, we're going to see who is a very well-balanced athlete and who has been doing their homework. Because as Alec mentioned earlier, this is a good accessory movement, but it's almost never tested in the sport of strongman. So it's exciting to see what these athletes are going to be capable of hitting today. So likely one of the changes we're going to see is we'll have one spotter behind the athlete, and we'll have 2 spotters per side. And if any of the athletes should lose their control over the weight, then all 5 of the spotters are going to come in, scoop up the weight, and help the athlete return the weight to the bar. And again, that's to keep the athlete safe. When handling these big weights, even though we're utilizing a very strong bar that doesn't have a whole lot of whip, that is specifically a squat bar, so it's a little bit heavier than one that you would see at a commercial gym. It is a specialty type of bar. And it has a lot less whip because most bars cannot handle typically can't handle much more than maybe 600 or 700 pounds. And you know, in the sport of powerlifting, you can expect to see sometimes 800, 900, even 1,000 pounds for raw lifters at the very top of the sport. But again, these are strongman competitors, and we're going to be seeing some very heavy weights today. So we're just getting situated. It looks like the judges are having a little conversation with the heavyweight athletes over there, and the spotters are having a quick conversation, making sure they know what their duty is to protect the athlete. We just want to send a huge thank you out to all of our sponsors today and the spotters and loaders working hard, not only all day today, but all day yesterday. They deserve a huge thank you. And I do want to highlight one of those spotters in particular, the center spotter that's walking away from the camera right now. That's Eugene. He is one of the few over 600 kilo benchers on the planet. That is 660 pounds. He's an incredible power lifter. And I've seen that guy incline bench press 405 for 20 repetitions before. It was very stunning. It was quite impressive. But we have some tremendously strong athletes here in the Pacific Northwest, not just strongmen, but powerlifting, Highland Games athletes. We have weightlifters. Everybody's just getting situated. All right, so looking at some of the openers, we're going to have Christopher Olive up first with 257.5 kilos. That's 568 pounds. Now, it looks like the grouping is going to be pretty close for many of these athletes. We're going to have athletes lifting in the openers anywhere between 567 pounds all the way up to the high 700s.
Yeah, it seems as though right now it's cut off on the screen, so we can't quite see it. But if my math is correct, I believe Mark Sanchez is opening at 800 pounds.
Wow, yeah, the last one that I can see is Cody Lindsay is going to be opening with 340 kilos. That's a lot of weight.
That's a lot of weight, baby.
Yeah, that's a lot of weight, baby.
Yeah, this is going to be fun.
All right.
Yeah, so right now we have our main loaders and spotters getting another rules briefing from Lucas Hatton, the head judge and runner of this contest. Essentially just letting them know the best and most optimal ways to save weights. God forbid a load is lost or a rep is failed.
All right.
Right. So right now, again, we're going over the rules. You see Lucas out there on the main stage, just basically politely explaining to these boys the most optimal way to spot a bar and to save it if they were to miss. So ultimately, you know, safety is paramount when it comes to a competition like this, especially featuring any max event, but especially max event where the athlete is underneath the apparatus. It's imperative that everybody's on the same page and standard of safety and guidelines according to the show. So we're going to see that today. We have our heavyweight boys out ready to go. I believe all warm-ups are done. And right now we have Christopher Olive opening up at 257.5 kilos for his first attempt. All right, Christopher Olive walking out that weight. Hitting a great first opener here. Great work out of Christopher Olive at 267.5. That's 567 pounds, 257 kilo. Very good. So right now, they're getting a weight change, a height change. You'll notice that bar going up and down for the remainder of the session because there's quite height variables amongst his open class men, anywhere ranging from, let's say, 5'10" to 6'5". You know, these are some incredibly large human beings, all going for some massive goals here. So our next athlete out will be, in fact, Kenny Nichols at 272.5 kilos. That is 600.7 pounds for Kenny Nichols. Let's see here. Kenny Nichols, 600.7 pounds. For those curious watching the stream at home, we are in fact using a 25-kilo barbell. It is a longer barbell to adjust for the size of these athletes, you know, the frame of them. As of right now, you saw there that Kenny did not get that rep. The judges either did not like his depth. The head judge gave him a good call, meaning the head judge determined that he listened to her commands, but the depth judges were not pleased. So a no rep for Kenny Nichols on his opening attempt. Next athlete out will be Nicholas Tarkuski. I believe I got that correct this time. At 622.8 pounds for Nicholas Tarkuski, which I believe I'm now saying appropriate. You corrected me earlier. Thank you, Nicholas. What about Tokarski? Pardon me. I just got corrected again by the lovely Noah Bond, who's running all of our cameras and streams here. Thank you, Noah. That is Kartuski. Kartoski. I did it wrong again. Whatever. Tarkuski. Thank you, Nicholas. You're great. Nicholas out here with 622.8 pounds. Tarkowski. Here we go. Great depth, great positions out of Nicholas. That's got to be a good lift, and it is. Fantastic rep out of Nicholas. And again, every rep counts. You know, we're going to see, something tells me we're going to see a lot more missing of depth amongst our open men. It is slightly harder for them to do, generally speaking, especially if your training doesn't consist of constant depth work. A lot of strongmen, generally speaking, never quite train the depth required for something like this in their normal training habits, so it can be something a bit difficult. Up next, we have our boy Sturgeon Anderson at 622 pounds, hitting the exact same weight as Nicholas. So again, 622.8 pounds for Sturgeon Anderson.
All right, the whole room has gone quiet.
Yeah, we have some big weights here. You know, the room is getting silent. People are focusing Sturgeon with what seems to be a potentially successful lift. Let's see. Yep, 2 white lights for Sturge, 1 red light for depth, but ultimately a successful attempt.
Yeah. So again, you know, for those of you just tuning in, the athletes are going to have 3 attempts at achieving the heaviest successful squat. And they're going to have 3 judges, 1 in the center, judging on if they're able to listen to the commands of squat, which is to begin the squat, and rack, which is to put the weight back and be able to move your feet. And once the squat command is given, you are only allowed to squat. You cannot move your feet. So if while coming up through the squat, you take a step to steady yourself, that disqualifies the lift. That is going to be no lift. So you have to display control the entire time. And the 2 side judges are going to be watching for depth. Both of those judges are highly experienced, and if I'm not mistaken, from the USAPL and
IPF.
And the IPF.
That's right. So our next athlete out will be Andy Nyberg. Andy Nyberg will be attempting a 633.8 pound squat. Fantastic opener for Andy. All right, Andy Nyberg, 633.8. For those tuning in, this is our men's pro-am division. These men are fighting for a qualifying spot at North America's Strongest Man up in Quebec, Canada later this year. The podium will be flown out, hotels covered, flights covered to compete in their first, what is more than likely their first international show for most of these fellas. But it's a massive opportunity to get your name out in the international scene, and that was a great rep by Andy Nyberg. Now we have the leader of the contest coming out a bit early in terms of what you would think his capabilities would be, in Andrew Clayton. Andrew Clayton is leading this contest by a pretty strong margin. He's going to open up at 661.4 pounds. Now, Andrew has suffered knee issues in the past, which might affect his performance today. So his goal is to minimize points loss as much as he possibly can in order to remain in the driver's seat of this contest.
Absolutely, and he's one of the best in the sport at
2 different weight classes.
Yeah, in 2 different weight classes, but also at making sure that he's able to game the points as well as is possible. So I'm sure that this weight selection is one that he should be able to handle. Yeah, it looked a little challenging, but it looks like that one's probably going to be good. 2 whites and 1 red. One of the side judges did not quite like the depth.
Okay, so a successful rep for Andrew Clayton at 661.4 pounds. Great opener for Andrew. He's probably going to want to watch and see what he does. Maybe pick a moderate number to go next, but it's great to be on the board. He's in a great position. Already beating half the field, right? So he put himself in a good spot.
Absolutely, and it looks like next up's going to be Jasper Haney, a very strong athlete out of the Pacific Northwest, currently in the Portland, Oregon area. You know, a former Dungeon Strength RX athlete.
Yep. The only athlete in the history of this Rainier Classic to finish the medley.
Yeah, that was an incredible performance yesterday.
So Jasper Haney coming out for 672.4 pounds.
I almost feel like this is too light for him. I've seen him squatting 700 for repetitions.
So maybe Jasper's feeling something today. You know, maybe he's deciding to go a little bit conservative. But ultimately speaking, it's a great number to open at. I do hope he's successful. We'll find out here in just a few moments.
Absolutely. It does look like the next person after him is 15 kilos heavier. So I think that this weight may have been selected strategically to allow for just a clean repetition and then some good growth in those numbers. Very easy squat. That's what I would expect from him.
Yeah, 3 white lights out of our judging staff. Great lift for Jasper. Up next will be Connor Gordon, my athlete, at 320 kilos. I believe that is 701 pounds. 705 maybe?
Yep, 705, correct. Very strong, very strong. So we're already up over 700, and we're only on the first attempts.
Yeah, right. It really is unbelievable. And it's, again, these openers, you have to be really smart and meticulous with what you pick. You cannot overshoot these openers because you will have a bad time thereafter in attempting something heavier just for the sake of points.
Absolutely. And, you know, to put this kind of weight in perspective, again, you know, these are kilo plates, so those reds are actually 55 pounds or 25 kilos each. And at a normal commercial gym, this would be the equivalent of 7 plates, right. 7 plates on the bar and then some.
So Connor, let's see here. Looks like, oh,
gorgeous
great
control,
speed.
Very smooth on the way up. 3 white lights. That looked very good for him.
Great attempt out of Connor Gordon.
Gives a little flex. I like that. That's a very nice squatting. Next up, we're going to have Joel Alexander. He's going to be taking 320 kilos. That's 705 pounds, the same weight as the previous athlete, Connor Gordon. We just have the loaders and spotters adjusting the height a bit. This is actually a specialty piece of equipment that these athletes are squatting out of. The squat rack can move it can move the uprights in, or it can move them out to get the athlete more comfortable with their grip, so the athlete can take a wider grip if the uprights are narrow, and the athlete can take a more narrow grip if the uprights are wide. But again, it's a specialty piece of equipment that you're going to see in different powerlifting competitions, and also at properly outfitted gyms like one of our sponsors today, Dungeon Strength RX in Auburn, Washington. So Joel is taking out this 705 pounds. What are we looking at here, Alec?
This is 320 kilos and a brilliant squat out of Joel. Joel does a great job of staying perfectly upright in his torso and really setting into his legs. The man is definitely a static monster. You know, he's proficient in the strength lifts. I know the first day was where he was the most nervous, you know, especially with the things like the medley and whatnot and the sandbag to shoulder. But that was a fantastic effort out of Joel.
Absolutely. It looked like he got 2 whites on that one red. One of the side judges didn't quite like it, but I'm not sure he could get any deeper.
He has very thick legs. They're very thick.
He's a thick boy.
Yeah, and the thing is with that is it does make it sometimes more challenging to determine the depth.
I completely agree.
I personally would say that was more than enough depth. But, you know, again, it's hard to determine. You know, at the end of the day, these judges are a lot closer than we are, so they might be seeing something we're just not quite.
Absolutely, and they're very qualified, very experienced. We have Zach Price taking out 325 kilos. That's 716 pounds.
Very fast.
Dropping it down and popping it up.
Very proficient. 3 white lights.
Yeah, very smooth, very, very... you know, I would expect him to go quite heavy today. Zach is a very strong athlete that's just been getting better and better year over year. And you know, his. I'm quite excited to see the rest of the day for him. I know he still has 2 more attempts here with the squat, but he's continuing to get better and better. And I recall seeing him in his first and second competition, and the way that he's grown and the way that he's stayed dedicated to the sport and to this, you know, to his passion of strongman. I think Zach has the capability to go very, very far in this like not just this competition, but in the sport. I think we could see him one day at World's Strongest Man.
Honestly, it's entirely possible. He does have the ability, he does have the athletic potential, and he does have the passion. You know, those 3 things put together are fantastic. Right now, we have Cody Lindsay out there with 749.5 pounds. And that looked like a very good opener to me. We'll see what the judges say.
Very nice. I'm seeing a little bit of hip shifting back and forth. You know, I wouldn't expect to see that out of most athletes, but he just looks like he is strong all around. He just looks like, you know, I don't know how else to say.
He's a sturdy boy.
Just very sturdy.
Yeah.
Like, and watching his performance yesterday, I was quite impressed. I had never heard of Cody Lindsay, but, you know, better remember the name because that's a strong guy.
He is, and I know Cody trains out of a very competitive gym as well in the middle of the country toward the south. He trains out of Southside Barbell, coached by Adam Dirks, training partners Evan Singleton. So there's a crew of strong guys in that pocket of the country. Right now we have Mark Sanchez coming up, getting ready to squat 782.6 pounds for an opener for his 4th event in a 2-day show. At 355 kilos.
Yeah, so that is 15 kilos more than Cody Lindsay. That's a sizable margin. You know, what would drive an athlete to open this heavy?
So the really only acceptable answer is that he's so far ahead of his peers that he just needs to lock in first comfortably and maybe set a personal best.
Oh,
and
my goodness.
The judging of that speed rep, he is that much better.
Wow.
That was...
You can see many of the other athletes either shaking their head in disbelief or just clapping and shrugging like, wow.
That was really insane. That was pure insanity, truth be told, from Mark Sanchez.
I've got goosebumps, bro.
You know, I think it's fair to say he's got strong legs.
Oh, man. He's just, I think he will be hitting whatever number he needs to hit. And he's, oh, my. Do you see his next attempt? You see Mark Sanchez's next attempt?
Mark Sanchez has 385 kilos.
It's over 800 pounds. That's a
for
66-pound jump.
So that's 847 pounds listed for a second, and something tells me he's not going to change that.
What a monster.
Okay. All right, Marky Mark. We're going to see what this boy could do.
He's, you know, I think we're going to, you know, given he's feeling good, he's able to control that weight, he hits the lift. I wouldn't be surprised if he just decides to shut it down after that. He's putting up a number that he doesn't think anyone else is going to take for a 3rd attempt, so he only has to do 2 squats. That's what I think is going on.
I think that would be the wise thing to do, you know, to save the energy for the whole series of the competition. And the reality is, you know, not to, you know, say these gentlemen aren't great at what they're doing, but it seems as though he's a bit of a league of his own right now. And right now we do have Christopher Olive with 600.7 pounds for his 2nd attempt. Let's see how Christopher does here.
Very, very steady. Taking a wide talon grip. Again, he's got 3 fingers on the bar. He's got that pinky tuck. That's helping to pull the elbows in and activate the lats, stabilizing the thoracic spine and getting a good brace, making sure that he can control the weight up and there's not a lot of collapse in the upper thoracic spine. So that's, again, a strategy, or I should say a technique that some athletes utilize to help lock in the lats and assist in the stabilization of the squat. Next up, we're going to have Kenny Nichols with 295 kilos, and we're already creeping up to the 300-kilo mark with everyone in the field.
Yeah, I mean, and to say that is the lower end is kind of incredible considering just how strong these openers have been thus far. Because 300 kilos for anybody is a very strong squat. But to say that's near the lower end of any heat, if you will, is really bananas. So this really just goes to show you just how strong this contest is. So Kenny Nichols is up here with 650 pounds. That is 295 kilos. However, Kenny did miss his opener. So we're going to see how this fares.
Yeah, and he has gone up. He's gone up 22.5
It's a big jump.
kilos. Yeah, that's a very interesting jump right there. That's about 49.5 pounds.
See here for Kenny. Great depth, great Okay,
So this is trouble.
this is
trouble.
That's unfortunate. The thing is, when it comes to a max lift like this in a contest, we cannot go down in weight.
Mm-hmm.
So
When
you're that close, when it's not close at all to being successful, the smarter thing might be to actually pull out and not attempt a third. I'm not saying that athlete is going to do that, but what I am saying is he might be better off for the remainder of the show if he does. And it's unfortunate because Kenny was looking good in other portions of this contest. I do hope he's feeling physically okay, but we'll find out what he elects to do going forward.
Yeah, and I completely agree with you. I would actually strongly advise that if I were to be the person advising the athlete.
Right.
I would say, you know what, that one is kind of rough.
Now, I'm going to get this
Shut
right
it
now
down.
because I've messed this name up all weekend. But the next athlete is Nicholas Tokarski
I think you got it right.
with 295 kilos, 650 pounds for Nicholas Tokarski. I always tend to mess up the Polish names. They're tricky. They're tricky. They're tricky.
They are tricky. Very, very tricky. So after this squat, we're going to give you guys a little rundown on the middleweight pro men current placing. But right now, again, we got Nicholas Tokarski up with 295 kilos at 650 pounds. He's got the weight on his back, ready to squat, taking
Here we go
a breath.
for Nicholas. Big lift. Great squats. Hold it. And he gets his rack
Good
command.
control.
Great
Very good control.
job.
Fantastic control right there. It does look like that is really close to his max, though. What do you think on that?
You know, I would say for Nicholas, I was really impressed that he maintained that midsection, through the middle portion of the squat on the ascent. But I would say maybe no greater than 5 kilos, truth be told, if he were to go up.
Yeah, I think he's very close. So a quick rundown on the overall placing of some of the divisions that we've seen in this afternoon session. I actually want to cover the middleweight women real quick. So in first place, we have Nadia Stowers with 14.5 points. In second place, we have Nancy Johnson with 12 points. In third place, we have Alicia Martin with 9.5 points. And then in fourth place, we have Rachel Peterson with 4 points.
Right now, we have Sturge Anderson out here on the second attempt at 650. Sorry to interrupt you, buddy.
No. I thank you for doing it. Sturgeon looks like it's a little heavy. It looked like he kind of lost his balance right there.
I was going to say, he might actually have the potential for that, but losing your balance, and you know this, as your weight might shift from toe to heel or heel to toe, it seems like he fell forward more than maybe necessarily is not strong enough for the lift.
Absolutely. And so now we got another weight change. Andy Nyberg coming up with 300 kilos at 661 pounds. You can see him in the back shaking some of that ammonia. What is so, we see this thing, the athletes there's in a bottle and they're opening it up and they're smelling it and they're like looking like somebody just punched them in the nasal cavity. What's going on with that stuff? What is it?
So, I mean, if anyone can explain the actual chemical breakdown of ammonia, it's you, and I might just let you do that as the actual chemist here.
But go for it. You go for it.
I'm not even going to pretend to. But I can tell you what it does. And ammonia being such a strong, pungent smell that quite frankly pierces all, let's call it sensory input, what it does is it essentially elicits a spike in the arousal level of the athletes, that flight or flight response, and gets them to be in a bit more of a mindset ready to do something ridiculous. So that is why athletes will utilize ammonia. Again, this is 661.4 pounds for Andy Nyberg on his third attempt. He missed his second, so this is big. He needs this. Here we go for Andy. Come on, Andy. Get it, buddy.
Nice and smooth repetition.
A brilliant correction in all metrics. Fantastic work for Andy Nyberg, because that was a weight that he had missed previously, and he just smoked that on his second.
Absolutely. Very good repetition by Andy Nyberg. Looks like he's walking a little gingerly, but it just could be that was a lot of weight to squat.
It was just heavy.
I mean, that's a lot of weight to squat as a standalone event. But again, this is the fourth event of the weekend for these athletes.
Right.
So they're already taxed. They've been asked to shoulder 400-pound sandbags.
Multiple
They've been asked
times.
to lift over 400 pounds from the ground to the shoulder and from the shoulder to overhead. They've been taxing their body several times at this point.
So right now we have Andrew Clayton, previous World Strongest Man winner 2 times in the 105 kilo division, up at 315 kilos for his second attempt. That is 661.4 pounds.
All right. So the weight on the
It's
screen is
actually
a little
693.
misleading.
That is 693 pounds for Andrew Clayton, not 661.
Yeah, and there we go. We got it.
And we got it
Perfect.
fixed now.
And so this is 315 kilos, 694 pounds, and it's a very experienced athlete.
He
But the
is.
last repetition did look a little tough.
So this will be huge for him. He needs these points to maintain his overall. Can he do it? Wow, way to stick
It's
in
going
that
to be interesting to see what the judges say. That's two reds from the side judges. Both
Two
judges
reds.
did not like what they saw.
And the thing is, with Andrew, due to previous potential injuries and just his energy systems and squat capabilities in reference to his peers, I don't know if Andrew wants to take a third. I don't know. I mean, he's an experienced gentleman. He'll obviously make that call himself. But that rep was difficult. You know, that was a difficult rep.
It was taxing, and he took it the whole way. You know, and that's it's one thing to go down and say, you know what, it's not good, and like kind of get some help from the spotters, but he squatted it up the entirety of the lift. And you know, the side judges, it wasn't a step, it wasn't a loss of balance. The spotters did not step in. He squatted it back up. The side judges just did not like the depth.
Right. And as of right now, we do have Jasper Haney coming on up for 705 pounds. It's 320 kilos. So a pretty good second attempt for Jasper. Now, if Jasper gets this, he's actually going to lock himself in a brilliant position with a lot of peers if they happen to miss their next attempts. So this is actually a critical rep for Jasper in his overall standings. And
Absolutely.
I think he'll make it based on his last one.
Yeah, and well, here we go with Jasper. Again, 705 pounds. That's over 7 plates with a conventional bar in a normal gym. That's more than 99% of people watching this.
So
have
white
seen in
lights.
person.
White lights. Brilliant.
Beautiful.
You're right. That's more than basically any human you'll ever meet. Brilliant display of control for Jasper on that 705.4 pounds. Next on up, we will have Joel Alexander opting to make a 15-kilo increase from his last lift at 335 kilos at 738 pounds.
You know, I think that's appropriate. He really moved that weight well.
I think so, too. His coach is Connor Gordon, who's opting to go 5 kilos heavier than him on the next attempt thereafter.
I see what he's doing. He's like, hey, you keep it light. Keep it light. No, I'm sure Connor's not doing that.
No, but this will be a huge lift for our boy Joel out of the Sweaty Pig in Salt Lake City, Utah. I hope to see him successful here. Great guy and even stronger strongman. He's one of those gentlemen that are so wide with their hand placement that they have to bring the towers in order for him to even fit on the bar. And if this was a standard length barbell, which it's not, it's longer, he would not be able to hold that.
All right, so it looks like he's setting his core. Squatting down, that's deep.
Wow.
No question there.
Okay, he still got it.
Yep.
He got the command to come in prior to that misstep. That could have been close.
Yeah, no, I agree. So it was excellent depth. That was 3 white lights. He got the rack command before he took a small little step back, and that's a good lift. Very good
Great lift
next,
out of Joel.
Yeah, next up we're going to have Zach Price with 335 kilos of 739 pounds.
Zach Price, 335 kilos, 738.5 pounds. Here we go. This is the big lift for Zach. He needs to maintain this point. I think he's capable of it. He tends to walk out of that rack quite fast. Here we go, Zach Price. Wow.
Steady squat.
And now Zach, unlike his peers, has a dynamic start, and he really buries these. He buries these squats with a very fast descent, which isn't normal for usually weight of this magnitude. You usually see a slower and controlled descent. Really,
Yeah, and it does seem with the larger athletes, they do tend to favor a bit slower descent.
yeah.
So it's kind of fun to see such a large human just dropping it and then just driving it straight
So
back
dynamic. All right, so now we have Connor Gordon at 749.5 pounds. He's increased by 20 kilos. As an athlete that I coach, I will be having heart palpitations for this attempt. But I do hope Connor is successful and, more importantly, safe here. This is big points for him. He needs this. Here we go. Connor Gordon, the owner of the Sweaty Pig out in Salt Lake City, Utah, representing his gym and his community.
And showing him how to do it. He's got that talon grip going with 3 fingers on, 1 pinky off, engaging those lats. helping to brace the thoracic spine
Go,
deep
Connor, go, Connor,
and
go,
just
Connor.
being able to come straight back up with it. Very controlled. His squat style is a little bit interesting. That's 3 whites. It's a good lift. It's 749.5 pounds.
Brilliant display.
Hey, what do you think of that? It almost looked like he paused in the bottom. What do you think of that?
He needs to make sure that he's good in depth and to make sure he's good in position. I actually, as he was going down, I noticed that he was a little off balance towards his heel, and I think that longer pause in the bottom was him adjusting, getting back to mid-foot pressure.
Very wise, very wise. And yeah, so his pause was an intentional one to make sure that he was able to control the weight back up appropriately. So, you know, small things, a couple things to pay attention to. Next up, we're going to have Cody Lindsay with 350 kilos. That's 771.6 pounds. And at this point, we have got, in a normal gym, this would be 8 plates on the bar for Cody Lindsay. Nice steady descent, strong squat back up. Let's see what the judges think. He's waited for the calls. He's got 1 red and 2 whites. That's going to be a good lift. We did know it was kind of right on the line, but it's you know, the judges have the best vantage point, and you can see Cody Lindsay headed over. He's a little off screen, but you can see him headed over and asking the judge, you know, hey, you know, what was going on with that red? I just want to make sure that I make the correct tweaks. I stay in position. I'm making sure that you view the lift to be good. You know, and that is something that you'll see somewhat frequently. The athletes headed over to the judge. If there's 1 red, headed over to the judge is saying like, hey, do I need to be deeper? Like, what's going on? What did you see? Because it's the athletes working with the judges. You know, everybody here wants to see heavy weights lifted, but the judges must maintain that high level of integrity and must let the athletes know what they see and keep it fair. Next up, we have Mark Sanchez with the heaviest squat that we've seen today, 385 kilos. That's 848.7 pounds. This is pretty close to 9 plates on a standard bar. It's getting a little cartoonish now, but he looks very steady with it. Strong brace, nice descent. Wow, that is very impressive. It looked the exact same. I would say he's probably a 1,000-pound squatter. Everybody in here is going wild right now, cheering. We got people standing up. That was an incredible squat from Mark Sanchez. I really wish we got to see a 3rd attempt from him. I do think that he has entered a 3rd attempt. He's taking 400 kilos.
Okay.
So Mark Sanchez just squatted 385 kilos, and he made it look just as easy as the 350 kilo.
I mean, I'll just say this confidently now. I think Mark has just won the squat, truth be told.
I do not mean to discount anyone else.
400 kilos on his 3rd attempt.
Yeah, and so, but you see, so these are some of the games that can be played, and I love to see it. Zach Price called out 350, which, let's see. So he called out 350, and there's going to be some jockeying around that number. But again, that last squat from Mark Sanchez still beats any of the numbers that have been even put in.
Absolutely. So right now we have Nicholas Tokarski with 661.4. Come on, Nicholas. 3rd and final attempt. He can do it. He can do it now. Come on, Nicholas. Beautiful positions.
No quit. No quit in that, man.
What a great job out of Nicholas.
That's 3 whites. That's a good lift.
3 for 3.
Fantastic
Brilliant performance. Brilliant performance. That's a guy that really knew what he's capable of. You know what I mean? Those picks were wise. All positions were great. Had a good fight in the 3rd, but that was brilliant.
Fantastic. Yeah, and I'm a little surprised to go back to Mark Sanchez because I can't let it go. I'm a bit surprised to see that he put 400 kilos on there when he has clearly locked up the win with his 385 that was just a smoke show.
Yeah, I think for Mark, ultimately, it seems as though, if I had to guess, that 400 kilos is not a weight that actually is challenging for him, and he might be doing this just to say that he's done it in a meet.
Perhaps, yeah, no, that's a good point. And I'm a little bit astonished that we're seeing a 400 kilo squat in a strongman competition.
With powerlifting rules and international judges on it.
Yeah.
It's to the standard of any powerlifting federation.
Man,
In sleeves, by the way, we're not allowing knee wraps in this contest. It is purely a raw squat to the definition, belts and knee sleeves only.
That's just absurd.
Okay, so
I don't think I can vocalize how insane that is.
Okay, so we do have Andrew Clayton. Now, Andrew Clayton actually needs to make this lift to ensure that he doesn't come in near last place.
So this is a very important lift, as you mentioned.
This is the same weight that he had just missed due to depth. So this is critical for Andrew to maintain his lead. He needs every point he could get. This is big. Former world strongest man 2 times in the 105 kilo division, OSG winner in the heavyweight division, Giants Life competitor, Andrew Clayton.
He's got the squat command, strong brace, coming down, fighting for the repetition. He's coming back up. Let's see what the side judges think.
Here we go. Let's see.
That's 3 whites. That is 3 whites. He's shaking his head, yes. He thanks the judges. He says, "Oh, that was tough." So he made those adjustments that he needed to make.
Absolutely. That was a brilliant display of gaming. You know, he trusted his body to be able to redo that attempt. He didn't allow his ego to push him up higher. He did exactly what he needed to do to ensure at least as of right now in the contest, 7th place in the event. It's going to change in a few reps here, more than likely, but he got some points on the board.
Absolutely. Very impressive. Very impressive. You know, that's the skill of competition. That's a great display of the skill of competition, being able to bring yourself back together in that moment when you know you need this and this is your last try. And he got what he needed. Next up, we have Andy Nyberg with 320 kilos at 705 pounds. He took the weight out. He's got the squat command. That's a nice deep squat. Shakes the head, nope.
So maybe Andy kind of maybe has a feeling that he knows when coming out of the hole, like, nah, it's going to happen or not. But, you know, good attempt for Andy Nyberg.
Yeah, and that was a 20-kilo jump, which is bigger than his first jump. His first jump was a 12.5-kilo jump. That one was a 20-kilo jump.
It looks like he's trying to get some points with that. Yeah. Maybe tie up with a bunch of guys.
Yeah. And, you know, he's trying to make up some points. I agree with your assessment. Looking at the numbers, he's definitely trying to tie some points up. All right, next up we have Jasper Haney with 327.5 kilos. That's 722 pounds.
It is, and what's interesting about that is it only jumps it actually doesn't jump any competitors in terms of points. He needed at least a 335 in order to steal some points. So that was an interesting option out of Jasper. Maybe this is just a personal goal.
Yeah, and again, maybe he's just focusing on him, which is not a bad strategy. If you squat the most you can squat on the day, then that's a successful day.
So here we go, Jasper at 722 pounds.
Strong squat. He has more in the tank. And there's, you know, that's a really good squat. He's always smiling. I love Jasper.
It's impossible to bring that man down in terms of joy and cheer, and he's truly having fun competing. So good for him, going 3 for 3 in the squat. That's brilliant. He's going to need every point he could get going his last 2 events, but that was a great performance out of Jasper.
Absolutely.
So great work. Again, I want to do a nice little reminder to all the folks listening on in that we are, in fact, supported by a series of sponsors, and some sponsors we want to really thank for making this show possible are Gym Daddy for providing us with great shirts, Puget Sound Pizza for providing us with pizza and other food, Cerberus for all the equipment they've been giving us, Higher Power and Strength for fantastic message and shirts as well, Jack Squatch Supplements, Maverick Sports and Spine PE by Dr. John, Dungeon Strength, and also EPH Hale. So here we go with Joel, 749.5 pounds. This is 340 kilos, well, a 5-kilo increase from his previous attempts. Interesting, because I feel like he could have gotten more.
I agree. I think he's going to comfortably squat this, and it may have been a strategic move for him to just make sure he separates himself just a little bit. That looked very controlled. You know, what do you think? Do you think that he should have gone a little heavier? Do you think that was a really good selection?
So it might be a personal best, number one, right? So I might have to take that into account, but also the thing is, if other people miss their next attempts and he made that third, he will actually steal a bunch of points because he'll jump over some guys and then tie a few. So it could have been a strategy play as well, assuming the next few guys don't make this weight, like Zach Price, for example.
Absolutely. And so, speaking of Zach Price, he's going to be our next athlete up. He's going to have 350 kilos on the bar. That's 771.6 pounds.
That's an incredible amount of weight.
That's a lot of weight.
That's a lot of weight.
We can see Saul Peterson assisting him, getting his belt on. He's got a little sniff of some ammonia.
He's getting hyped up by his peers. This is a big lift for Zach. He needs this. Here we go, Zach Price, 771, Pacific Northwest athlete.
That hands all the way out. He's got to fight for this repetition. He's got to stay with it. Steady. He's got the rack call. That was a deep squat. That's a good squat. That's 3 whites. Beautiful. Beautiful squat.
So right now, we have Connor Gordon getting ready to come out. And Connor is trying to chip Zach by 2.5 kilos to maintain his position. Connor needs this rep. Connor's getting himself psyched up over there, getting in the zone.
And so it looks like if Connor gets this repetition, it will secure him 3rd place in this event. He's currently sitting 4th behind Zach Price, but Connor, as you said, does have this 1 attempt left. He's made a 12.5 kilo jump.
Oh, here we go, Connor Gordon. Now this will match his best squat ever.
All right, a tie for a personal best.
He could do this. Connor Gordon of the Sweaty Pig.
You know, the last time he did this weight, was it after 3?
No, it was
3
not.
events?
It was a single lift in the gym. Here we go, Connor Gordon.
He's got this. I believe he can do it. He's got to come up, stay with it. He's got to stay with it. Incredible discipline right there. I think that's going to be good. And it's 2 whites. He's got the 2 whites. That is a good lift. Very well done.
Let's go. Fantastic effort by Connor Gordon, locking in himself in the top 3 in this event. Really wise number selections by him and definitely no one else. Way to go, Connor Gordon.
Very well done, Coach.
Yeah. All right, breathe a little bit now.
There you
Breathe.
go.
Goodness gracious.
That's fantastic. Next up, we're going to see Cody Lindsay with 355 kilos. That's 782.6 pounds.
Now he's trying to chip Connor here. It's a wise decision. Now Cody's squats have looked very competent this whole time, so he needs this rep to then put himself back in that top 3 position.
Yeah, and this is only 11 pounds heavier than his last attempt.
Top 2 position, I should say, because if he beats Connor here, he'll take 2nd. Assuming Mark Sanchez. Actually, no, Mark Sanchez will still win.
He'll
still win.
He's in a league of his own in this movement. It's incredible to see. So we have Cody taking the bar out, getting all set.
Here we go, Cody Lindsay, 782.6 pounds. He could do this. And a great rep. What a great rep out of Cody Lindsay. Takes himself the 2nd place position. Well earned.
He's got 3 whites on that one. Beautiful.
Good job, Cody Lindsay.
Beautiful. Very nice. So that locks him up into 2nd place for this event. And this one's just for the glory. Mark Sanchez coming out here with 400 kilos, 881.8 pounds. That is a large margin between our neck. That's 100 pounds more than the next closest person.
This is weight you see at IPF Worlds, at Nationals, for powerlifting, people who will only do that event. So to see this as the 4th event in a strongman show to powerlifting standards is unbelievable where this sport's going.
Yeah, it's absurd. I don't have the words for this because, again, he's already done an entire day of strongman competition yesterday.
The amount of athletes who have lifted 400 kilos raw, specifically raw, in the world, including powerlifting, is sub 50. Like, this is within a full competition. Never mind. You know what I mean? Within a strongman show, literally never. So this is literal history being made.
So you could say that this is the first 400 proper 400 kilo squat to be done in not just in a strongman competition, but deep into a competition on day 2 of competition.
Absolutely, this is unbelievable. Let's see, this is a sight to see. Let's see Mark Sanchez here, ladies and gentlemen, 400 kilos, 881.8.
He's absolutely capable of this. Just got to be nice and steady.
Here we go, Mark Sanchez.
He's smiling.
Here we go. Okay.
Oh,
Wow.
my goodness.
What
It looks
on
the same.
earth?
It just looks the same.
What on earth?
That's 3 whites. That's a good lift at 400 kilo. You know what? He's a 1,000-pound squatter, man.
He is. Any
There's
day
no
of the
question in my mind. He could squat 1,000.
That man can and probably will squat 1,000 pounds in sleeves. That is unbelievable, Mark
Wow.
Sanchez.
You know,
Okay.
and to your point, I think it needs to be said. In powerlifting, the squat is the first of the movements.
Right.
You are fresh. You're completely fresh. You're coming in. You just got done with a couple days of like getting perfectly dialed. You've had a week of rest, and you're gonna hit these 3 lifts, and this is the first time you're really being taxed.
Absolutely.
This is the 4th event in a strongman competition.
It's event 4 in a show that's featured multiple maxes. This is unbelievable. So that being said, guys, this is the conclusion of the first portion of our Pro-Am Day. Thank you so much for tuning into this competition. Be sure to come back for the next event that'll be coming up soon. This has been a brilliant display of power and strength in both our amateur and novices and now the Pro-Am divisions. Thank you so much for tuning in. I'm Alec Jose.
I'm Zach McCarley.
See you guys soon. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are back for the annual, this is the 4th annual Rainier Classic here in Tacoma, Washington. Right now, we are in the Pacific Northwest. We're at specifically the Tacoma Convention Center, and we have just started our Adaptive Athletes Division. Our Special Olympics team will now be competing in a log ladder. I believe these athletes will have 4 logs to do. They're going to have them go to that log well at the end now. Maybe they can do this for reps. Either way, we have Aaron, our boy Aaron, up first in lane number 1, competing in the Special Olympics division. Oh, let's go, Aaron, with a great press. This is fantastic. So now he's probably going to take his time, get some more reps to do. Oh, they're going to take him all the way down there. We're going to go to a heavier log now. His coach there, Saul Peterson, is guiding him throughout this contest in the Special Olympics division. Let's go, Aaron. Wow, Aaron with a Viper press. What a brilliant display of power for Aaron. They're going to have him go all the way back to the front. He's going back. He's going forward. He's going back. So Aaron is now going to press that lead log again. Let's go, Aaron. Let's see his technique. Get a nice clean position. He's got it to the front rack. Can Aaron press it? Little heavy. Little heavy. We're going to have him go back to that lighter one and hit some reps. We're going to have him go back and hit some lighter reps now for Aaron, our boy Aaron.
Excellent. Aaron's listening to his coaches, Saul Peterson and Nate Lundstrom. Very nice. Very nice finish to that event for Aaron.
Great job for our Special Olympics team member, Aaron. Fantastic work there. It looks like they're having to do a bit of an undulating style right now, whereas the other groups will be doing ascending style, but great work. Right now we have our athlete in Dante Peoples. Dante Peoples is out here right now for his log for reps.
All right, just getting some clarification. Coach Saul's giving him a little bit of a last adjustment, telling him where he's going to be going next.
Okay, Dante Peoples getting ready for his log press. Again, one of the main things about Dungeon Strength as a whole, the primary sponsor of this competition, is that they are a massive supporter of the Special Olympics sports, not only obviously in just things like strongman, but powerlifting and other sports as well. This gym fully supports, fully sponsors, and coaches and teaches these athletes how to be proficient in their own body, gain confidence, and now even compete at difficult shows like this. And it's a really, it's a massive joy to be a participant in and to watch.
Absolutely. Dante almost got a Viper.
Yeah, no, that's really cool. And he does here.
He's going for it
he
again.
He got another Viper. Let's go,
Excellent.
Dante.
Got the down call. You know, it's very wise is, you know, the current judge and coach for Dante, Saul Peterson, told him, take a breath, gather yourself up. You're absolutely capable of this. You can do this.
Saul's
Make sure you
getting
get
the
it
crowd
right.
rowdy. Come on, Dante.
Big
He can
press,
do this.
Big press.
He can do this. Maybe he'll take a second. We're going to go to the lighter one. Let's go, Dante. Let's get some reps of the lighter log there. He's not done yet.
All right, I have a feeling he's just going to bust this one out. I've seen him press this log plenty of times. Very easy for him.
Let's go,
Very
Dante.
nice.
Dante Peoples, one of our adaptive athletes competing for the Special Olympics organization and team.
Fantastic. Next up, we're going to see Joey. Joey's a really strong athlete.
Joey is genuinely strong.
Yeah, and he's always so happy, too.
I'll say this right now, Joey straight up will beat me in anything conditioning related. the guy's got a motor.
He's a workhorse.
Yeah. Yeah, Joey's fantastically strong, and I know Joey genuinely enjoys these events that these adaptive athletes have gotten the opportunity to compete in. I believe this is the 3rd or 4th Strongman show that Dungeon has featured the adaptive division, which is really special. This is something that all peoples could need and benefit from. Here we go. Let's go, Joey, on the heavier log.
Yep, Joey's to the lap. He cleans it up.
Now
He's got to stick with this press. He just got out in front of him a little bit.
Now, I know that log in particular weighs 85 pounds because I own it, so that should be 135 pounds on the bar for Joey, or the log, I should say.
He's got it cleaned up again, going to press it, got to hold it.
Yes, Joey, with 135 pounds. Let's go, Joey.
Very well done. Yep, Coach Saul's telling him, All right, you got that? Take a breath. Take a breath. Get yourself right. You can do it again.
Joey composing himself, getting ready. Crowd's getting behind this young man. Look at that face. He looks so happy right now.
He is, because he is. He's always positive. I love working with him. I love watching him compete. He's got the log to his lap, 135 pounds up to the shoulder.
Come on, buddy.
He's going to have to give a good drive and a press.
Okay, that's all right. Just a
that's
little
all
heavy
right?
in the day.
Yep. Coach Saul telling him he's got to finish up with this log over here.
See if he gets some reps in. Come on, Joey. Oh, yeah, easy money.
Very nice. Going for number 2 on this log right here.
Oh, Joey with the
There's
good
2
cycle.
right at the time.
With the good cycle. Well done, Joey.
Very well done. Very well done. Next up, we're going to see Damon. I've seen Damon lift some heavy weights.
Yeah, Damon is, he's also a large human. Like, I believe he's 6'3".
He's
Around
pretty,
that height. He's a large man. And he's very strong. In particular, his back, his ability to row and to pull is astronomical, frankly. And it's really fun to watch him lift.
So he's got the clean. He's got to stay with the press. He's just got to hold it a little longer.
Wow.
Down, got the down call.
Great press by
Take
Damon.
a breath. Yep.
Look at him.
He already knows. He already knows. He's taking a breath, getting himself right, going for the next one. Good lap position. Great clean. The clean looked easier on that second repetition.
Yeah, Joey's, pardon me, Damon might have found his groove. Okay, a little bit of a mispress there. He might want to take his time.
Yep, gonna shake it out. Coach Saul's saying, let's hit that other log. So shifting back to the 100-pound Titan log.
Here we go. Oh, yeah. Let's go, Joey. Pardon me, Joey. Damon.
2.
Getting reps here.
3 repetitions on this log for him. Now he's just putting on a show. Big drive.
Awesome.
Right at the buzzer. Beautiful.
Damon with this cheer.
I love that celebration. I love that celebration. That's like his signature move.
It is. Yeah, that's the Damon move.
He does that. He does that after many of his lifts. I've seen him in powerlifting competition. I've seen him in other strongman competitions, and it's just fun to see how much enjoyment he gets out of the sport.
All right. Looks like Damon's in a bit of an interview on the floor right now with Ryan Terry, one of the 3 owners of Dungeon Strength. Ryan is a massive supporter of the Special Olympics community. I know he has family members that are also within the Special Olympics community and sports. Ryan will always push forward inclusion of the deadlift and Special Olympic athletes.
Absolutely. I think that's unanimous from the owners of Dungeon. Really, Saul being one of the primary coaches of that team, and then Lucas working with them as well. It's been fantastic having them at Dungeon Strength RX, and we want to thank Dungeon Strength RX for really investing the resources in that team.
Because they all donate their time. It's not something that no one's getting charged here. It's something that they do for this community because they want to.
Absolutely. So moving into our next couple classes, we're going to do a quick recap of our current placing. With the middleweight women pro-am, we have Nadia Stowers in first place with 14.5 points. Nancy Johnson in second place with 12 points. That's 2.5 points behind. That's not a huge margin.
No, that gap can be closed.
It can be closed for sure. In third place, we have Alicia Martin with 9.5 points. And then in fourth place, we have Rachel Peterson with 4 points. So, a very competitive field. Moving on to the middleweight men. Sorry, is there anything you want to say about the middleweight
No,
women?
not at all. It's fantastic.
Okay, so the middleweight men, we have, got to bring it up right here real quick. In first place, we have Michael Connor with 40.5 points. And in second place, we have Dylan Dutcher with 39 points. So there's a 1.5 point gap between them in a field of 12 athletes. That is not a lot.
No, it can. Things will shift.
Yeah.
Things can and might shift.
Absolutely. It depends on how these athletes do with the pressing. We have seen a little bit of challenging position with Dylan, so it'll be interesting to see exactly how that goes. Mike O'Connor, a very strong presser. But in third place, we have Garrett Payne, who is also a really good log presser.
It's a fantastic presser. Anything that requires essentially working in a phone booth, being straight up and down, Garrett, squat, press, whatever, that guy could do it.
Yeah, so he's at 37 points, which is 2 points behind second place. And then in fourth place, we have Tyler Buxton, 36.5 points, a point and a half behind Garrett.
Ooh.
So we see this pretty consistent spacing, 1 to 2 points out in the top 4. And, it's pretty tight right there. Yeah. It's still anybody's game for the podium.
Absolutely. And what about our open men? How are they doing?
So open men, let's take a look at those current scores. In first place, we have Andrew Clayton with 40 points. And again, this is a field of 14
so he maintained
athletes.
His lead.
Yeah. So he's still in first place. In second place, we have...
I don't think our squat results are in quite yet, truth be told.
Okay. No, you're absolutely right. Let me take a look at that.
It will affect the scoring.
Absolutely, it will. No, you're right. Very good call. We do have Andrew Clayton still in first place with 45 points. And in second place, we have Jasper Haney with 42 points. So he's 3 points back from first in a field of 14. And it's a pretty deep field.
Yeah.
So that 3 points can be made up there. In third place, we have Cody Lindsay with 41 points, 1 point back from Jasper. And then in fourth place, we have Zach Price with 40 points, 1 point back from third. So those 4, the podium is not decided by any means yet. I could go on. The spacings is very tight in the top 6 to 7 placings for the heavyweight men pro-am. But for the middleweight women, right now we have Rachel Peterson up with this 170-pound log. The clean is up.
Her belt did come off. Right now, these ladies are competing in a log ladder of 4 total logs. 170, 190, 210, and 230 will be their weights. These are huge weights for middleweight women.
Absolutely. So Rachel's good with the first repetition. She's got the 190 cleaned.
Here we go, Rachel.
Goes to dip and drive, says shut it down, shaking the head a little bit. She might take another breath. Yep, fixing that belt up.
And Rachel is a real fixture in the Pacific Northwest, not only in the pro scene, but just as a general fantastic community member. She helps run a significant amount of shows. She helps volunteer at a significant amount of shows. And she's also the Strongman Corporation representative for this state.
Not to mention gym mom for Dungeon Strength RX.
And most definitely our gym mom.
Number 1 gym mom.
Number 1 gym mom.
All right, so she was credited with 1 log repetition with 170. 190 proved to be just a little bit too heavy. But next up, we're going to be seeing Alicia Martin.
Again, Alicia, is one of those athletes that we mentioned the other day, extremely dynamic, has a background in division sports, specifically track and field. Mm-hmm. And I'd imagine with her athleticism, she's going to be able to really go through these pretty efficiently, when she has to. Let's see here. She may even viper this one. I don't know. Let's see.
Deep split. Very deep split.
Split jerk technique out of Alicia Martin. Alicia?
Yep. Alicia Martin hitting that 170, taking a breath, looking at the judge, saying, okay, we're good.
And she's going to want this log. Depending what the split times were with Rachel, this is big points here.
She's got to get an effective dip, big drive. Knees are coming forward a little bit. Her hips are drifting forward as well. Yep, she's resetting.
Quite literally drilling what she wants to optimally do in that dip and drive there.
Yep.
For those on the stream, if your knees were to travel too far forward, it means your hips are traveling too far forward. It makes it very difficult to get that log overhead. So it looks like she's going to bow out. Great performance on that first log. Great job, Alicia.
Very well done from Alicia. Next up, we're going to have Nadia Stowers, a very, very strong presser.
Well, she is the best presser in the world for this weight class. By I would like to say a pretty substantial margin. She has pressed 300 pounds on a log before. So
you could say, I didn't mean to cut you off.
I was going to say it wasn't in a contest, but that is the heaviest log ever lifted by a woman within this category.
Yeah, and so she could very well make 230 look easy.
I will go and say she will viper every rep. I will say that right now. She will more than likely viper every rep. This is her event. She wears her belt nice and loose in the front there to assist with that pop in the viper. It's a very smart tactical move for any athlete that is looking to do that in contest.
Oh my goodness, that 170 just moves so well. 190 looks the same.
So again, folks, the weights that these athletes are lifting, set 170, 190. She's at 210 right now. Next will be 230.
Very smooth. Wow.
And you can see she takes her time with that setup, even though she is going to Viper, because she knows, one, she just squatted and that was hard, but two, positions matter. 1 inch off with a Viper press, and you're going to be walking around that stage.
Absolutely. You know, she's got the belt under, big Viper press, good repetition. She's going to be credited with a time on this log ladder.
Yeah.
You know, she made that look pretty easy.
Yeah, I would like to think that 230 log is still probably around 75%, 70% of her max ability,
That's
which is
insane.
something that you probably can Viper pretty easily any day of the week.
Yeah. Yeah, very impressive. Next up, we're going to be seeing Nancy Johnson. So she's got the number to beat. She's going to be the last athlete in this division competing, so she knows what she's got to do. She's got to hit 4 logs, and she's got to hit them quick.
Yeah. It's going to be exciting. I'm a huge fan of Nancy Johnson. I've been following her career for a while now, and I'm really looking forward to her to potentially blitz this. Opting to work with no hard belt, soft belt only, going for a traditional clean and push press. She knows at this point she just needs to finish, or frankly just get ahead of the second log to lock in second place. But I'm sure she'll want to challenge herself.
Yep, so that's good for second place. And there would be no reason to lift the third one if she wasn't going to go for the fourth.
Right. That was a
At
very...
least tactically, strategically. Lost
So-
it a little bit forward.
So you can see there, when she got to the front rack on that clean, her elbows were just a little too far behind her, behind the log, so she didn't have a proper front rack. Okay, it looks like she might be getting a little lightheaded.
Yeah, this is the 5th event of the weekend for these athletes.
Yeah. Let's see here. I think Nancy will get this. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right, opting to stop. You know, I'm sure that's something that Nancy, isn't probably particularly happy about, but ultimately, still locks in second place, still good for the day. You know, I have witnessed Nancy clean and press 195 pounds for 10 reps in a contest on a log. So this isn't something that's not within her ability. It's just, it goes to show you how difficult the series of events are preceding this. This isn't something that, even if you are a world champ, she's quite literally the world's strongest woman in the 73 kilo class. So even if you are a world's strongest woman, this isn't an easy show by any stretch of imagination.
Not even close. Isn't it? Yeah, it's very challenging. And, again, 5th event of the weekend, you do have to wonder what she would be capable of if it was the first event of the weekend.
It wouldn't shock me if she were to Viper the first 3 and get the last with a proper clean and press. A typical, she likes a power jerk. I know you're a big fan of that. But again, we're 5 events deep. She just maxed her squat as well. Like, her legs are tired. Everyone's tired right now.
Yeah.
Even Nadia, truth be told, granted, she finished that quite easily. Compared to what Nadia normally does, because usually the press is the first event of a show, she would have done that, I would say, maybe in 3/4 of the time. But you can tell even Nadia, she's starting to feel that fatigue, start to wear that fatigue a little bit as the show goes on.
Absolutely. And that does bring up another question. This is the second pressing event of the weekend. Do you think that the first pressing event may be contributing to some fatigue for some of these athletes?
I will say specifically for some, for those that are able to maintain a front rack with a barbell, they won't be as fatigued, I would say. But generally speaking, the individuals that are a bit locked up and they can't fight front rack, yes, there will be more fatigue because they had to use more actual just muscularity in order to maintain those positions.
Yeah, they're accruing a lot more time under tension on the deltoids and the triceps. I completely agree. I think that it's going to be a varying degree of fatigue from athlete to athlete depending on their ability to maintain and attain proper positions with that barbell in that first event.
Absolutely. And what we'll see now, we're seeing some weight changes out there. We're seeing the judges confirm the rules, the times, the placings. What's going to happen now, we are going to go to our men's 105 kilo, 231 division. And in that division, the weights that we will feature on this event, I'll tell you right now, within the pro-am category will be 250, 275, 300, and 325. That's a legit weight.
Mm-hmm.
Can you tell me in kilos? Can you do off the top of your head? What do you got?
What are the weights again? I got to know the weights.
250.
250 is 115 kilo.
114.5.
Oh, get out of here. I get a 2 kilo leeway.
All right, 2 kilo leeway.
Yeah, 2 to 3 kilos.
What do you got?
275?
Yep.
It's going to be 130.
125, it's close enough. 300.
300 flat?
300 flat.
It's going to be 137.
Nailed it. 225. 325, pardon me.
325 is going to be 147.5.
Nailed it. Let's go, dog. Let's go. Let's go. Things
I'm just
nerds enjoy.
You're rubbing the math magic off on me.
It's not like you were a weightlifter or anything. Yeah. Really great job. All right. So again, those weights are frankly substantial for a 105 kilo class. It's going to be really fun to watch, see how these gentlemen get through. And what's really cool is that we are featuring the Slater log, or a Slater log, I should say, for the last log here. Would you like to describe some of the difference between a Slater log and maybe a traditional metal log?
Yeah, so the Slater log is going to be a wooden log. It's going to be a log that is custom built from, I want to make sure that I get the company right. Is it from Slater Company?
Slater Co. That's right.
Slater Co.
Steve Slater, the owner.
Yeah, and so it's a wooden log that you actually have pins on the end and you can add weight to it. But most of these wooden logs are going to be a little bit more challenging for the athletes because they're a bit more rare. So the rest of the logs in the series are metal, and all of the weight of the actual log is at the circumference of the log. The inside is empty, and so when they clean the log up, it moves a little bit more on a dime. The clean can be a little bit easier, but with a Slater log, it is a wooden log all the way through. There's not as much empty space in the center, and so the inertia is a little bit greater. To get that clean started can be a little bit more taxing. Although I will say a lot of athletes do prefer to press on wooden logs because the center is a bit more narrow. It can sit more comfortably on the chest. I am also one of those athletes that prefers to press on a wooden log if it's in competition. But if I'm in training, I'm almost always pushing on metal logs because it's a little bit harder for me.
Right. And why is that? What difference does that narrow to wide front rack make for the athlete? Why would that affect some individuals?
Yeah, so, with a log that's going to be resting on the upper chest, the elbows are going to be up. And if it's a little bit more narrow, it's going to be able to sit on the chest more effectively, and you can get a more effective dip in drive with the log. Additionally, the added inertia is going to prevent the log from rolling forward as easily. But next up, we have Derek Brooks as the first middleweight man for our Pro-Am division. Picks up that 250 pretty easy, nice clean.
Here we go.
Hits a split jerk. He's good for rep number 1.
That's honestly, that's great because we might even see some people struggle with that weight. So good on Derek for getting a solid first rep in.
Absolutely. We are already 20 pounds over body weight.
Right, exactly. Here we go. 275 for Derek.
So clean the 275, went to give it a push, said, no, it's not right. Not quite right. This is 44 pounds over body weight.
Yeah. It's a legitimate weight. Now, Derek did just move across the country and had a child, so I know that man's been a little busy. So great effort and great time, and good on him for traveling out here to compete in the Rainier Classic.
Absolutely. Went out there, got a repetition, gave it a go with the 275. It proved to be a little bit too heavy. That's all right. Next up, we're going to have Darren. Darren is a pretty solid presser, but it's going to be interesting to see how this weekend's events have taxed him.
Right.
He picks up the 250, goes for the Viper, pretty smooth through, is a little forward. He jumped back with the feet, and he wound up getting behind the log, which is going to cause him to, is going to cause his pressing to be a little bit less effective. Much
Whoa, a Viper
better
press. A Viper
so a bit better with that 275, but still a little unstable. He's throwing his hips a little too hard forward, which is bringing the shoulders back and bringing the weight a little too diagonal instead of vertical. So, we're getting too much lateral movement.
What do you think about his pacing right now? Because he's going through this quite smoothly.
I think that was wise to get 2 relatively swift, and this one's going to be a bit more challenging for him. So I think it's smart to take a little bit of time.
That was a Viper attempt there. It's interesting to have the energy now for the push press.
Yeah.
Quick power jerk.
He should take a knee right here. It looks like he's a little lightheaded. He waves it off. He says, 275 is a really good number for him, and especially with that Viper in the series. He put up 2 repetitions pretty swiftly, and that's, that could stand up moderately well in most fields, but this field is quite deep, so it'll be interesting to see how well it does stand up.
Well, as of right now, it does put him in the lead for his 105 division. He did get those first 2 quite fast. After Darren, we will have Jesse Campbell. Jesse has an incredible ability to drive through his legs really competently. We talked about that on the clean and squat, so I'm looking forward to see what he can do here in the log.
Steady, clean. A bit of a narrow stance.
Okay. Pretty fast split jerk there.
Yep, a little bit of a high split on that one.
Yeah.
Head's kind of hanging back just a little bit. Again, I'm perhaps I'm being a little overly critical, but for those of you at home, we're looking. We're just looking to give a little bit higher quality feedback on this stream because these athletes, every single one of them is going to be lifting well.
Yeah, and
there's
the
just
thing
going to be a
is,
couple things that are.
No one here is bad. We're watching the pro division, right? So all of these athletes have proven incredible proficiency thus far in this contest, and nationally speaking as well. So any and all insight is going to be to the real technical prowess, technical know-how of these lifts. And right now, what Jesse's struggling with is catching the bar at its peak fixation, but allowing himself enough time to then get under for his split. So, he ends up stopping his performance at that 275 log. The first log there was done quite well, but ultimately not quite strong enough on the day for the 275.
Yeah, and that's a tough one too because he cleaned it several times, went and almost pressed it twice, and it just a little forward.
Yeah.
It's just a little too far forward. It doesn't. But if the log is out of position, it doesn't matter how strong you are. You're not going to be able to hold it there.
All right, so we have Damon Capadoni going for that 250. It was a little too fast on that dip and drive, but a great adjustment there.
He's got to square up his feet.
Right.
Very good and strict judging from Aaron Murray out there.
Yeah, for those watching who might not sure why she waited so long to give him the down command, it was because his feet were not parallel to each other. It's really important that you bring your feet back to center line, just like that, before you get the down command.
Very good. Good for 2 repetitions. Yeah. It seemed that was pretty close to the same time as Darren, so we're going to have to see because that'll be divided by the time to completion.
Damien is be a big lift for him. He has a bit of a lean back push press style, which when it works, boy, is it really effective.
Mm-hmm.
But the moment that log drifts just a hair too forward away from that center of mass, it's quite punishing.
Absolutely. It looks like he's not done. He's taken, nope, yeah.
Yeah, just ran out of time there.
I think he's well capable of that weight.
I think so too. He might be a little disappointed, but ultimately, those first 2 were quite fast. I'm sure he has a pretty good split time, so it is something to rest on. Up next, we do have Nick. Well, in theory, we have Nick Cannell, but it looks like Ben Claridad is actually. Oh, Nick Cannell's out in the field right now. Very good. Nick Cannell is a proficient split jerker. I'm curious if he'll carry that technique over to the log. Narrow stance on that clean, huh?
Little bit of loss of control right there. And a little bit of slippiness on the smooth finished concrete.
Yeah. Now Nick is lifting on rubber, so that'll give him some good traction, but it's going to be quite difficult to Nick to get that rep after that miss there. He's got to save his energy. He's got to compose himself. He might want to take his time. I know this is a weight that Nick's capable of, so I really hope he gets this. Nick, the owner of Puget Sound Pizza, one of the main sponsors of the show, really appreciate his assistance and help in this contest. He has 15 seconds now. Can Nick do this?
Get a solid. It's on the head. So this is one of those smaller. This is one of those smaller rules that may not be brought up very frequently. Right. But the log, for the safety of the athlete, the log is not allowed to touch the top of the head at any point. If it does, it must return back to the ground. Typically, perhaps some places would allow you to return to the rack, but almost everywhere that I've ever been in association with, you'll need to return the log directly to the ground.
Now, here we have Ben Claridad. Now, Ben, I know for a fact, is capable of all of these weights. However, his clean is not the most optimized for the log. So I expect maybe some struggle on the later cleans, but his press is brilliant. Okay, here Ben Claridad, probably going to split jerk here. Yep, brilliant split jerk.
Very nice, very swift. I would say that is probably the current leader.
Yeah, I think so too. Ben's getting fired up here. He wants this. He knows he needs to get those points back. Yeah, and that's what I was talking about with the clean technique where Ben tends to suffer. He treats the log a bit like a barbell. He tries to create separation and get under, and it's a very different technique from a barbell to a log.
He's almost got it.
So he muscled
this
it
will
here.
Be interesting. This will be interesting to see if he can finish this. Just a little too far forward.
I think he just lost. Yes, he has one more good attempt in him, I'm sure. It'd be amazing to see Ben get this. Come on, Ben. Ben Claridad of Sacramento. All right.
Very good effort. So far, we've only seen 2 logs pressed.
Yeah, I think Ben may have the fastest split thus far, but still, this just goes to show you, all of these weights I know for a fact, probably nearly all of these athletes can handle. Just the fatigue that they're now experiencing, especially after a max squat, which the reality is the max squat, interestingly enough, probably isn't going to fatigue their legs and in terms of muscularity as well. They still have energy stores and ATP and all that jazz, but more their arousal. Every single one of those athletes went for a really big squat, and it's going to be very difficult to get yourself re-hyped up for an event like this after just spiking yourself emotionally speaking after a max squat. That's oftentimes what they're actually feeling in terms of fatigue. And here we go with Melvin and his attempt.
Nice Viper. Nice and smooth. That was swift. If he can hit this one real quick, it will place him in first place.
I know Melvin.
At least so far. We have some big pressers to come up.
I know Melvin isn't
quick.
the most comfortable with his pressing, so it's really important for him to get those first 2 fast.
And so
Here we go.
he's taking on the 300-pound log. Nice, smooth, clean.
Come on, Melvin. He can do this.
He's got to stick with it. He's got to really drive
more
and
legs.
press. He's got to, and it's just drifting forward on him just a little bit. He's got to come up and back
That was
with
better.
it.
Oh, but that was, he's out of the gas now.
That is so taxing to keep it on the shoulders right there and give it 3 drives on the same clean.
Well, I know that his best log press ever is 140 kilos, and that's only 8 pounds shy. So, good for him for even attempting that in a ladder, no less. So, but his first 2 were pretty comfortably fast. That was pretty good. I'm sure he'll be happy with some of those split time that he got there. Coming up next, we will have our athlete, Jacob Ferry. Also a fantastic squatter. This log ladder.
Overall, he's quite strong. I've never seen him compete before, but it's clear that he's fully capable of hanging in this field.
Yeah, Jacob's very experienced. You can tell he moves well. He's composing himself often between events, and he's a joy to watch compete. Interesting split jerk technique there. It's quite shallow with the length in which he's striding with his split, but it seems to be working for him. Now he knows this is big points. He's going to take his time. He has his judge there.
Yep, taking a breath. That's very wise and a very good tactical move, because if you do this right, you only have to lift it once.
Yeah, and then he's already in first for the event.
Yep.
Lifting it once would be ideal. 300 pounds. Let's go, Jacob Ferry.
Clean is good. He's got to finish the press. Wow, that
No.
was very good.
So
If he had another minute, I think he could hit that 325. But
he's going to go for it. He is going to go. He said forget it. No, he doesn't have enough time. But you know what? He got a good clean. He got a good clean on that Slater log. Good for Jacob Ferry.
Very nice.
Fantastic work there. He could say now he cleaned the Slater. Great work. And that put him in the lead so far. He's the only athlete to hit the 300-pound log. So Jacob got himself some solid points thus far. Up next, we have Dylan Dutcher coming on up out here. Let's see how Dylan does. Dylan has incredibly strong legs. He's a joy to watch in the squat.
Yeah.
Now, Dylan is warning his judge, hey, he has really bad lockout. I shouldn't say really bad, but anatomically speaking, he cannot lock out similar to the other athletes. So he's going to have to hold it a hair longer than the standard just to maintain that standard that he's letting his judge know I only have a certain amount of degree of arm flexion.
Yeah. And again, it's actually much more challenging.
Yeah, it's way harder for these athletes because he doesn't have the extension that maybe some physically typical athletes would be able to utilize in this event.
Yeah, but his power is very impressive.
So what's interesting is he's utilizing a Viper. It might be for speed for the sake of the splits, but it also might be he knows his hips are a lot stronger than his pressing ability. So he might be utilizing that in order to maintain his position. Let's see if he Vipers here, and he does. He does go for a Viper. So he's going to have to hold that. His judge will make him wait. Okay. So that, I think, might be the lead now.
That is the lead for sure. So it looks like he's sitting in first at the moment.
Again, what a smart tactic for an athlete that knows his legs are a lot stronger than his upper body will allow him to express.
Absolutely. It'll be interesting to see if he goes for a dip and drive. Yep.
Okay.
So it looks like currently Dylan is sitting in first with Jacob Ferry in second. With this event, I should say.
Yep.
Followed by Benjamin in third and Melvin in fourth. Darren in fifth.
Up
We
next,
still
we'll
have some really strong pressers
We
coming.
do. We have Tyler Buxton up next, who's sitting in third in the contest overall. This should be a good event for Tyler. I'm excited to see him compete here. Here we go. Another Viper press.
Very nice. He looked a little uncomfortable overhead.
Let's see. Hopefully that was just a bit of a misgroove.
Yeah.
Yep.
Very smooth through 2. Yep, taking a breath. If he hits this one moderately swiftly, it'll put him in first.
Yeah. Let's see here. Probably opt for a power jerk or a push press. Okay.
Got to stay with it. Oh, and kind of came back.
Yeah, so his own body was being pushed away from the log that was originally over his hips while overhead. And when that happens, you then lose that that gravity position, or not gravity position, but that optimal position to then press from.
Yeah.
Push pressing.
Yeah, if you can't stay under the log, you're just not going to be able to hold it up.
So he needs this rep. Here we go. Tyler Buxton with a brilliant display
Nice.
of potential there. And he knows
Very
he got that right in the
nice.
nick of time. Now, he obviously didn't beat the other gentleman that just passed in Dylan, but he is locking up really big points.
Yeah, that'll be a top 3 performance so far in this division. We'll have to take a look at the scores once they come in, but very good getting through the 250, the 275, the 300-pound log. These are not light weights that we're dealing with.
No, it really isn't.
So Mike O'Connor on the field right now, positioning the logs just as he wants. I
you know
think
what?
he's coming out, and I think he's got a quick time on his mind.
Well, that's the thing. He's the only athlete to do that. So I think, to me, that would indicate he's very confident in his ability to get at least through those first 3.
Yeah, I see that, and I think 2 things. The first thing I think is he's got those variables dialed. He knows exactly what he wants to do. But the second thing I think is he knows there's some tough pressers left in this field, and he needs to put up a fast time. He's got to do a great job here.
Yeah, he's utilizing the Viper technique on that first rep. Probably going to push press now. Ooh, there we go. Great rep from Mike.
Yeah, having a little problem getting that head through.
Mike needs this to maintain his position. I think he's well capable, as long as he gets that dip and drive down.
Yep. Drive the bar strip. Plenty of pressing power just out front. Just that he's having problems getting that head through.
It drifted forward.
Yep.
At no point did it stop moving. So
Yep.
that's why his judge here did not give it to him.
Yeah.
They are making these men hold these logs, which I appreciate. It makes for even competition. Mike could do this. Oh, man. So that's going to be a big loss for Mike O'Connor. However, his splits on the first 2 were decent. He did get some points. It was so close. It was within fractions of a second to getting a down call.
And that's going to shake up the podium a little bit.
Yeah, I think so.
Because he was coming into this event, he was in first by 1.5 points on Dylan, who finished ahead of him.
He did.
And then Dylan was ahead of third by 2 additional points, but we've put several people between those athletes now, so that we're going to see those placings shifting.
Now we have Garrett Payne.
I expect him to put up a pretty swift time. He's quite a good log clean impresser.
Here we go. Wow, that was
Very smooth, very steady, great overhead position, rock solid, straight through the Viper. Little bit of a bobble back.
All right, so right now his splits are fantastic. If he gets this in a fast time, he's securing first, and he does. I think that's first place so far.
Yep, so that'll be first place so far, and he's actually the last one in the field, so he doesn't even need this repetition.
No, but I think he wants to be the only man to do it.
I think he does too.
So far, he's the fastest to get there, although it's getting up to him.
Yep, little bit of wobble right there. He's got to give a big drive and press it up. He's well capable of this.
Now, one thing that some of these oh, here we go. Garrett Payne pressing through.
Wow, what a fight. Oh.
No. Just drifted.
That's a tough one.
Yeah.
That's a real tough one.
It's difficult.
Wow, he's going for it again. I'm a bit surprised he's going for this one again, knowing that he's locked up.
Now.
Yeah, knowing that he's locked up first place. That was That was a harrowing effort.
It was very close. I think ultimately still took first, but you know what? Really good judging. A lot of judges would have succumbed to the pressure of that and wanting to give the athlete the rep, but he didn't maintain the right amount of control that he needed. But that was a really good attempt.
Yeah, there's still forward momentum overhead, and that was one of the deciding factors. From the camera angle, like on your screen at home, you may not have been able to tell, but we're standing a bit more at the profile of the athlete, so you can see the log still drifting. It's not rock solid, steady, directly above the athlete.
Right. All right, great performance out of our 105 kilo men. At this point now, we'll be starting our open men's division, all one lane for these athletes. This is going to be, I think, a really incredible display of pressing. You know, ultimately speaking, these weights that they'll be utilizing for this contest for these men will be 300 pounds, 325, 350, and 375. A really decent ladder weight for open men.
It's pretty heavy. Some pretty heavy logs.
It's actually just one log shy of the World's Strongest Man ladder weight that they utilized in 2020, and it's only 25 pounds less on the last log. So they went up to 400 pounds. These guys are going to 375. Again, a contest like this is prepping athletes for international debuts. You know, if you podium first through third, gets an invite to North America's Strongest Man for the open divisions at this contest. And that's a big deal. You know, it's going to allow them finally an entry to that portal to the international scene, which I don't have to tell you this, but it's such a hard way to break. It's so hard for specifically American open men to break into that circuit for
Absolutely.
a variable of reasons. But this is finally an opportunity of the guys on American soil a way to do that.
Absolutely, yeah. So we have the spotters and loaders swapping some weights out there. Huge shout out to all of our spotters and loaders. Working hard all weekend.
I just want to take a moment to mention that the circuit that they'll be competing in when these gentlemen qualify first and third is Circuit de Homeports. It is the Professional Strongman and Canadian League up in Canada. That's the company that is sponsoring this event and paying for hotels and flights for athletes that qualify from first to third.
Excellent.
So shout out to JF Garon, the owner of Circuit de Homeports, and thank you so much for choosing the Rainier Classic to be the portal to North America's Strongest Man for the Americans.
Yeah, huge shout out. All right.
So right now, we're getting some weights adjusted, playing with some of the toys here. They're going to add some weights, obviously, to these logs for these big boys here. And they're all looking ready. I'm seeing them all to my right here lining up. And frankly, they all look pretty fresh. So I'm excited to see this. Hopefully, these gentlemen didn't lose too much gas, too much steam going to the from the squat event into this.
Yeah, and let's take a look at the overall standings real quick. For the middleweight women pro-am, we have Nadia Stowers in first place with 18.5 points, and Nancy Johnson in second place with 15 points. Alicia Martin in third place with 11 points, and Rachel Peterson in fourth place with 5.5 points. For the middleweight men pro-am, we have all of the log ladder updated, and in first place, we currently have Dylan Dutcher with 50 points. In second place, Garrett Payne with 49 points, and in third place, Michael O'Connor with 48.5 points. The podium is separated by only a point and a half currently.
And
Going into the heavyweight men, we have Kenny Nichols, good with the first repetition. That's 300 pounds.
On to 325 for Kenny. That first rep looked pretty proficient. That clean there is very strong. Let's see how this dip and drive goes. Wow, a lot of power off his chest.
Very nice, very nice.
And again, these guys, they are getting judged by, you know, a World's Strongest Woman winner, and it's going to be very strict. A lot of these guys might not be used to that on the local scene, so they're going to have to really hold these weights. Bit of a harder clean for Kenny.
Now that's 350 pounds. That's a lot of weight.
It really is.
It's really a lot of weight to be bearing down on your upper chest. You can see him wave it off. He was good for 300, good for 325, good for the clean on 350, but it proved to be just a little bit too much on the press.
Yeah, and that's the thing. You know, a lot of these guys might opt to stop as opposed to just pushing through an event because ultimately there's still one more event to participate in that is, you know, particularly difficult. So Kenny might be thinking, you know what, I'm going to save it for the last one. Not push myself too hard here. But coming up next, we should have, let's see here, Christopher Olive, who runs an incredibly entertaining TikTok and Instagram page. Has quite a few followers within the strongman scene. Yeah, he's a really funny and entertaining guy, and frankly, a very good strongman. Real joy to have him here. Here we go, Christopher Olive.
All right, 300-pound log in the lap. Good for the clean. Nice smooth press. Good overhead position. Very stable.
Christopher Olive going for that 325. Here we go.
325 is good. Pretty swiftly.
Yeah, pretty bit of a lean back style until he locks out and gets his head through, but it's working well for him.
Okay, 350's coming up. Nice technical clean.
Yeah, I really like his approach to this. And wow, see that? Oh, here we go. She's got to wait. There he goes. And that was a great adjustment for him at the top there. Got his feet parallel and his head through. He's on to the 375, the big Slater. This is now, what's interesting about this log, because it's so long, the amount of centrifugal force that you're having to deal with is so much greater, I should say. And especially the potential lateral movement. A lot of these guys might not used to that with a log this long. So it's going to be a lot more difficult, I should say, to stabilize in the front rack.
Absolutely, yeah. And, you know, he that was an impressive 350-pound log.
Yeah.
You know?
That tells, I think some tells me that's going to be a really good points there for him.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it was nice and swift. Very good.
So now we have Sturge Anderson. Sturge is a local lifter in the Pacific Northwest, a real joy to watch compete, a very young man who's just getting better and better from year to year. Last year, he pressed 400 pounds on the log for max at the Rainier, so I'm really looking forward to watching Sturge compete here.
He just popped up that 300. Little...
Bit of a drift.
Tiny bit of drift early overhead, but he was so solid. It'll be interesting to see if he can stabilize heavier loads overhead. Yeah. Very nice. He fixed it. He fixed it immediately.
Great adjustment out of Sturge. He's doing well here. On to 350 pounds.
The 325 looked better than the 300, honestly.
Yeah, it really did. Maybe just nerves.
Yeah, 350 up on his shoulders.
Okay, he needs a little more leg drive right now for that pop.
Yeah, it's wanting to pull forward on him a little bit. His elbows are hanging a bit low. He waves it off, says, oh, not today.
Sturge might be now, again, this is a younger lifter in terms of training years within the sport of strongman. I think he's only 2 years in. So,
What?
Yeah, I think he's only 2 years deep. Yeah, he's very talented. But the thing is with Sturge, he's probably experiencing, this is a different level of fatigue that he's maybe not accustomed to
Oh, wow.
for a full show.
I had no idea. I didn't know he was that fresh to the sport.
He's no more than 3. I'll say that. I'm pretty certain it's 2.
Wow.
Yeah.
Very impressive.
Absolutely. Here we go. Up next, we have in this division, we have Andy Nyberg.
Very smooth 300-pound log from Andy Nyberg.
Yeah, great lift there.
We're taking 325 next. Smooth clean.
Now, interestingly enough,
press.
he dips into the bottom of his dip position quite violently. He's kind of relying on a bit of a, almost like a stretch reflex. I think that works up until a certain point, but with heavier logs, it tends to be, something that might throw you off. Right there.
I agree. You can see it contacting his shoulders and creating a little bit of, for those people that are familiar with weightlifting, the log is crashing on his shoulders. He's creating some crashing by dropping underneath a bit too aggressively. And it's causing it to come forward, causing the elbows to drop down and making it really difficult to get effective leg drive.
Right. He decides to stop there. Good on Andy. Great performance on those first 2 logs. Up next in this competition, we should have Nicholas Tokarski. Nailing it right now.
Yes. Well done.
Here we go, Nicholas. 300 pounds.
Smooth, technical, clean, strong press.
Lots of power with that leg.
Plenty of power.
Here we go, Nick. 325 next. I would say his clean looks ever so slightly more labored than his press. I'm curious to see how that will hold up with these heavier weights, but his pressing ability is really, really strong.
Yeah, the first log looked, I would agree, the clean looked harder than the press. Second log, it did seem like the press was a little bit labored. I'm curious if it was just a small misgroove or weight was slightly uneven on the foot.
That was a much better clean. Can he get it? Oh, he drifted forward on his dip there, just setting it forward. That might have been a big weight for him in general, right? So maybe something he was just kind of just going for, but that was a great performance in those first 2 logs.
Yeah, very good, very good. And next up, we're going to be seeing Andrew Clayton. I would expect a pretty swift series from Andrew as far up as he's going to go. I'm not sure how the 400 is going to, the 375 is going to fare for him, but he is a very strong presser.
He just put chalk by that 375, which tells me he's planning on hitting it.
Okay. Yeah, so, I would believe it.
The man is an incredible presser in multiple divisions, so I'm looking forward to this. I really am.
Yeah, he's had over 400. He's had over 450 pounds over his head on
Yes.
several occasions.
Yes.
So I would not be surprised if he finished this series.
All right, nice Viper.
Very
Great
smooth
lockout.
Viper, rock solid. No sway at the top.
Moving quick.
Perfect balance.
So he's opting for a
325.
fast 3
Yep.
to buy himself as much time as he needs for that 375.
Yep. Here's the 350. Going to give some good dip and drive.
Oh,
Very
wait.
nice with the 350s. Probably going to take a little bit of time. Chalk himself. Oh, he wants to
Okay.
go straight for it. He says,
He's looking to win.
yeah.
Okay, harder clean, but I think he can do this press.
Says, I'm not here to play. He's going to hold it.
Way
Very
to go.
good. Very, very
Way
good.
to go.
You know, and I like to see that he held the log a little bit longer than necessary. There was a small bobble at the top, and it had me a little bit concerned there for a second.
But he held
So
it.
I thought he had done all the work, and he was about
Yeah,
to lose
yeah.
it. And I was like, no.
Finished off with a nice little spank of the log there. He seems to enjoy doing that. But honestly, that was a brilliant display of pressing ability out of Andrew Clay. Really impressive performance. I'm happy to see him doing well.
Absolutely.
So up next, we will have our beloved Jasper Haney coming up next in this heat. Jasper's been working really hard on his dip and drive, his pressing ability with his coach Sam Shee there. I'm really looking forward to see some of the results that they've accrued in the gym. Good press for Jasper, 300 pounds. Opting to clean and press every single rep, as opposed to a Viper. He gets interestingly wide on his dip and drive.
Gotta hold that.
I'll be honest, I'm not sure how much that's actually benefiting him, but he gets wider than I would almost say is necessary once he starts to initiate the press. Check out his feet here, Zach.
I would say for his build, I think it could be effective. I think he might benefit from actually turning his toes out a little bit more and driving the knees outward.
I would
His
agree.
knees are kind of coming forward a little bit, which is going to put a lot more strain on the knee as he dips.
Let's see here, can Jasper get the 3 foot? Oh man, it seems as though he might be a little bit low on energy. Good for Jasper coming out here.
Yeah, very well done. I will agree though that it is on the wider end.
Yeah.
It's on the wider end of a stance once you have the log racked, but some people really benefit from a bit wider stance so they can drop the hips directly down and then drive them straight up and transfer a lot of that leg drive directly into the log.
Now, what's going to be really interesting here with Joel Alexander is that he will more than likely try to strict press all of these. He's one of those fellas that just has an unbelievable power in his back and triceps.
Yeah, we saw him go over 400 pounds yesterday, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
So Joel is a real big fan of the strict press look back, and then he brings his head through.
He says, legs are for the clean,
Yeah.
shoulders are for the press.
Right. That's
Just-
quite literally how he does it.
Wow.
I know one of his training partners is a fantastic athlete, Jordan Larson, out of Salt Lake City, Utah. Man has deadlifted 1,000 pounds, pressed 450 for a triple on log.
Holy cow.
So he trains with some really strong folks. A little bit of leg use there. Good for
And
Joel.
I think that was wise. He's on a good pace here. If he gets to it, he could very well win this event.
He could do
It's
it.
going to be really close, though.
Yeah, him and Andrew on similar pacings here. They'll come down to the clean on this log. Okay, here we go. Press time.
Wow.
He strict presses it.
Oh,
But he
no.
doesn't maintain the position. That would have been the event win.
That's a tough one.
Oh.
Yep, that's
man.
a tough one.
He'll be kicking himself for that. But you know what? It just comes down to experience. Comes down to having been there. But that was a great display of the first 3 logs out of Joel.
That's a tough one.
That's
You
rough.
hate to see it, but also you got to display control until you get a down call.
Yeah.
You have to,
Because even Andrew almost got that same.
Yeah.
Andrew almost missed because of that.
Andrew almost missed because of that. He came up, there was a small bobble forward. He repositioned his body, made sure that he steadied it and waited for the down call. Yeah, you got to do it. But you hate to see it.
Yeah,
I hate to see
He clearly has the ability, right? He
Yeah.
had it over his noggin, but as he was for those watching at home, as he's getting his head through, he then starts to move his feet, and at that point, he cannot receive a down call. Now, Zach Price, another athlete out of the Pacific Northwest, is a phenomenal presser. I fully anticipate him finishing this.
I fully anticipate him finishing, and I think Zach may be the primary reason why Andrew tried to move so swiftly,
Yeah.
because he does not want to get points between himself and other athletes.
Wow, great first 2 out of Zach Price. This is a really solid pace, too. Great 350 clean. Frankly, it looked rudimentary. It looked easy. Okay,
Good
he's stabilizing.
Save. Good save. Oh, my goodness.
That was a bit of a hybrid of a power jerk and a press, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, but the power, the strength that you have to save a 350 is insane.
Here we go, 375.
He's gonna give this a go. He's got to hold it.
And
Very
a
beautiful.
fantastic
Yep.
finish.
And
A
every single
fantastic
athlete
finish.
has really been asked to hold that log, you
Yeah.
know, and as it should be. But you got to say that was very, very fast for
Yeah,
this
it was.
series.
You know, I'm curious to see where time's out in terms of placing. That it could have been first, for all we know.
I think that one probably took first.
All right.
If I was a betting man,
Yeah. So now
that
we have
one would take first.
We have Connor Gordon out of the Sweaty Pig, the owner of Sweaty Pig. Now, Connor, he's going to go for a good pace on those first 3. He wants that last one. I know he wants that last one. And frankly, he needs it for his goals of the show. Here we go.
Very smooth. Log wants to creep forward on him overhead,
He needs to get
though.
his head through.
Yeah.
I would say Connor's
Good
going to need more
adjustment.
leg use here on these last 2.
Good adjustment with the head position, though.
I'm getting real nervous right now. My heart's going.
Your boy's doing good. He's doing pretty good. Yep, he's got to get a smooth dip, strong drive. Like you said, a lot of legs. That's a tough one.
He needs this.
Yep.
So it looks like Connor, he needs this to lock in some decent points because he's not going to get the last one now. He could do this.
Man, that's a tough one. That's a tough one. He's holding his pec.
Yeah, maybe a bit of a strain there in his pectoral. It's unfortunate, you know, and that's just how competition goes. You know, you'd be leading one event and going into the next, things to turn. But you know, good performance out of Connor in those first 2 logs at least. His split will be okay. I know it's not what he wanted, but good on him.
Absolutely. Well, we have our last heavyweight, second
more.
to last
Yep.
heavyweight athlete coming up in Cody Lindsay. Position himself next to the 300 log.
Here we go. Cody Lindsay really showing
Nice
fantastic
Viper.
ability in this contest so far.
And going through 2 real swift here is going to earn you a lot of points.
Yeah, it will, as it turns out. Okay, a little.
And
A
that's,
little bit of a misgroove.
yep. Straight to it.
Okay.
Straight back to it. Yep.
There
Very
he goes.
solid. He's
So
really
now
got to gather himself.
He needs this 350, otherwise he's going to lose on splits to quite a few athletes.
Absolutely,
And I believe
yeah.
Cody could do this.
I completely agree. I would have taken a little more time to recover.
Oh, no.
A little upset right there. That's all right.
You know, these again,
Still
you
got
know,
still got an event coming up.
so people don't understand what's on the line. You know, it's an international invite. These guys have trained so hard for this opportunity to go international, so I very much understand why Cody might be upset there.
Yeah, and looking how tight this field is right now through the top 4 coming into this event. How tight the field is through the top 4. You know, those positions are going to change. Every one of those athletes is going to be in a different spot now.
Yeah. Okay, so Mark Sanchez, the man with the absolutely incredible squat. I'd imagine he has a pretty great pressing ability as well if he utilizes his legs. So
Now, Mark coming into this event was sitting in 6th, 2 points behind 5th, and 5 points behind 4th, 6 points behind 3rd, which was Cody Lindsay. So,
Right.
I mean, it's a tight field.
it's real tight. You know, it's going to truly come down to the last event now for the majority of these guys. Here we go, Mark Sanchez.
Yeah, really, the top 7 are all still in the mix.
Yeah, I would agree. Okay, fast, clean, even easier press. Almost a little too fast, if you will. Got a little off balance over his feet.
Yeah, that's always a little funny to see. Is like, I have too much power.
Oh, okay.
That one's rough.
So Mark, he's rushing a little, right? So he needs to slow down, compose himself. He can do this. This athlete has the power. He has the leg strength. So
and that
now,
was very smooth.
much better. But he needs this now. He
He's gotta
absolutely needs
compose himself.
350.
I would take an
that
extra
split.
breath. I would take an extra breath right
that-
here and
yeah.
make sure you get it.
I would agree, but that split was behind even Connor, so he needs this rep.
Looks like he's suffering in that position out front. Yep.
Okay, so things have now totally flipped. Our points are now totally flipping in the open men's division. So we have two athletes finishing very well, solidly put themselves in the driver's seat, if you will, at this point. But that was a brilliant display of ability out of our open class men, our 105 class men, and our middleweight women. That was a wonderful display of log pressing ability.
Absolutely, and when we come back later, we're going to be able to share the points going on. So that's something to definitely look forward to. But this does wrap up the log. It wraps up the 5th event. What's the next event that we can expect to see?
The war. The war. And we'll tell you exactly what that is shortly. You have to tune back in just a few minutes, guys. We'll see you soon. Thank you so much for tuning into the Dungeon Strength 4th Annual Rainier Classic, and we'll see you soon.
Catch you soon.
Dante's got to bring it back. Dante! You have to start taking it. Just got to find the right position.
Come on, Dante.
You got it. You got the rider. All right, Coach, you're going to show him really quick. Come on, Dante.
Okay, we are out here starting our adaptive athletes competition. They are doing a Zercher pick, a Zercher run for distance with a 60-second time period. It's called the War because it is ultimately going to be an incredibly difficult event. Right now, we are watching our adaptive athletes competing in the Special Olympics. This team of athletes are frankly doing a fantastic job all weekend, and I've been incredibly impressed. So right now we have Dante Peoples out there and our boy Aaron going for as far as they can with this yoke in a Zercher style. Thank you so much for tuning back in for the adaptive class here at the 4th annual Rainier Classic. And I want to take a moment to thank our sponsors in this competition. You know, without our sponsors, we quite literally cannot have this competition. So I want to take a moment to thank Jim Daddy for providing us all with the shirts. I want to take a moment to thank Puget Sound Pizza, Cerberus, Higher Power Strength, Jack Squatch Supplements, Maverick Sports and Spine by Dr. John of Dungeon Strength, Dungeon RX themselves for making this event happen, and EPH Hay Bales for giving us an amazing truck and hay bale to curate and put all our sponsors near. My name is Alec Jose. I am a strength coach, and sometimes I coach at big meets. I'm here with my buddy in crime, Zach McCarley, former world strongest man in the 90 kilo division, and right now we are watching the Special Olympics adaptive athletes compete.
Excellent. And they're just ascending these weights. This is Joey up right now, doing a fantastic job. You see him moving pretty swift down the field. Doing good work. Just tossing 20 pounds on for Damon.
Damon really hustling right now, competing hard.
Excellent grit on that one. Really getting all the way over the line. Just leaving no question. Taking his time. He knows he needs to breathe just a little bit and get ready for the slightly heavier yoke back. You know, one of the particularly challenging things about this implement is that it rocks forward and backward and side to side in your arms and can really drain a lot of your energy.
And it's really important to note, too, every stride, every length these athletes go down, they're adding weight to this. You know, it's getting harder and harder as they're going. So as their fatigue levels are increasing, the difficulty of the event is also increasing.
That's just cruel.
It's not nice.
It's cruel and unusual punishment, but we love it. We call it sport.
We call it sport. We can thank Lucas Hatton for coming up with this dynamic event, if you will.
Yeah, that's fantastic.
Yeah, it's a great variation of a traditional yoke run like we saw earlier today. But obviously, in this particular case, we are increasing weight every time. All right. Get a bit of some athlete changing here. Looks like we're going to change up some weights. As of right now, I believe that concludes our adaptive athlete division, a team of athletes who compete in the Special Olympics that are sponsored by Dungeon Strength. You know, allowing non-neurotypical individuals to compete in sport is paramount to the primary message of Dungeon Strength, and full inclusion and opportunity for all. So, again, thank Dungeon Strength, thank Ryan Terry, thank Saul Peterson, thank Lucas Hatton for allowing more space for the sport to grow as a whole.
Absolutely. All right, and it looks like we have our adaptive athletes along with some of their coaches taking a bow on the field.
A fantastic show of effort, power, and more importantly, character out of our adaptive athletes.
That's fantastic.
Love seeing it. Again, what a beautiful display out of these guys. Here we go.
Again, our athletes up there from left to right are Aaron, Dante, Joey, and Damon.
Absolutely love.
With their Coach Saul in the black between Aaron and Dante, and Coach Taylor Lee on the left in the sweatshirt.
Great performance out of these athletes. Really inspiring.
And absolutely fantastic watching them compete this entire weekend. All right, so now we move into the Pro-Am division.
This thing's about to get real spicy, brother.
I like it.
And
I like it a
we'll
lot.
get an updated sheet in a few moments here that give us the names, but we can still talk about the athletes that are in the Pro-Am division for middleweight
Absolutely.
women. You want to pull up some of those scores for us going into the last event, sir?
Absolutely.
And while you pull up the scores, I'll just say the athletes' names that are competing. Rachel Peterson, Alicia Martin, Nadia Stowers, and Nancy Johnson.
Excellent. And so it looks like we do have updated score sheets. And for the women's middleweight Pro-Am division, first, we currently have Nadia Stowers with 18.5. And second, we have Nancy Johnson with 15 points. Third, Alicia Martin with 11 points. And fourth, Rachel Peterson with 5.5 points.
Great. And that is after 5 grueling events over a 2-day weekend.
With one more left. Absolutely. It looks like
And
they're
be a little
getting
specific
ready.
on one of our sponsors. Pardon me before I interrupt you. It's EPH Hayyard in Graham, Washington. I've been saying EPH Bale. So thank you so much, EPH Hayyard out in Graham, Washington, for allowing us to have this ridiculously sized Mack truck and hay to hang up all of our banners on. Thanks again, guys.
Good catch on that. And where were they located one more time?
In Graham, Washington.
Graham, Washington. Go check them out. All right, so we got some yoke heights getting adjusted for these middleweight Pro-Am athletes. Quickly looking at the middleweight Pro-Am athletes in the men's division. In first place, we have Dylan Dutcher with 50 points. In second place, we have Garrett Payne with 49 points. In third place, we have Mike O'Connor with 48.5 points. That's the top 3, and they're separated by 1.5 points.
Now,
that is very close.
It's so brutal. And now what's really interesting about this event in particular, they're going to have to go in a round system. So essentially what's going to happen is they're going to sprint down and back as fast as they can with that first series of weights. The top 10 athletes that remain after that first round will then go to another round where we'll reduce from, like, let's say 16 or so down to 10. We'll then increase the load, sprint again, down and back, and then we're going to reduce yet again. And we'll do that 4 total times, so we're finally down to our last 2 to 3 pairings. So it is a brutal way to end this show, but ultimately the only way for you to secure that first through third position if you're on the edge with those points.
Absolutely. And speaking of securing the podium position, because the entire podium will be getting pro cards.
The entire podium not only gets pro cards, for other divisions they get invites to international shows like North America's Strongest Man. So yeah, there's a lot on the line here. It's quite a bit on the line.
So we can talk a little bit more about those middleweight men, but it does look like the middleweight women are getting ready to lift here. In lane 1, we have Nadia Stowers. In lane 2, we have Nancy Johnson. In lane 3, we have Alicia Martin. In lane 4, we have Rachel Peterson.
And in this first heat, we'll have 365 pounds loaded on that yoke. In round 2, we'll go to 415 pounds for only 50 feet. And then in lane 3, we'll go to 455 for only 50 feet. However, this first round will be 100 feet.
All right. So the weight on the yoke is 365 pounds. Nice and swift start. And Alicia and Rachel are out into the lead with this movement.
Wow, Alicia sprinting hard and fast. Is it okay? It's just 50. Okay, so they're not. So we're going off pace here. We're not going to go full 100 for them. But Alicia, I think, won that handedly.
Yeah, that was very good.
Okay, so we're going to see now. We might listen. This event could change points hard.
Very well done.
Rachel, very happy about the fact that she didn't pee on the floor. So good for her. Pelvic control is really important for general health. And I'm really proud of Rachel, really just for her whole competition as a whole and being the greatest gym mom anyone could ever ask for.
Absolutely. And, you know, this is a tough event. You know, it is it's hard to carry 365 pounds in any which way, but in front of the body is even more challenging.
Absolutely. And you have to run with it as fast as you can. So now we are going to go up to 415 pounds for middleweight women. We're giving them a little bit of a break. You know, might be a couple of minutes here, but it looks as though Nadia... It looks like Nadia might have come in last.
It did look like Nadia took last in that one, but she does have a sufficiently large margin. Like, she has a sufficient lead.
How many points difference between her and Nancy?
Oh, my goodness.
How many points?
It is 3.5 points.
If Nancy wins this event...
it just won't be quite enough.
Will be half a point back? Is that what it is?
If she won this event, she would be behind by half a point. So technically, Nadia just had to get a point. If she would have
that's
zeroed,
right.
it would have been.
That's
If
right.
Nadia would have
Man.
not completed the minimum work requirement, but maybe that was a strategy by Nadia.
It might have
Maybe.
been. However, Nancy isn't secure in second. She has to battle Alicia.
It's a 4-point difference. So right now the
Oh, I
only
see what
difference
you
can
mean.
be 2 points, and so
Yeah, you're right.
First,
Forgive me.
no, it's
Yeah.
okay. The first 2 placings are locked up right now, and these ladies are just going to battle this out in the war. This is 415 pounds on the yoke. These women are going to be carrying it in the crooks of their arms. I do happen to know that Alicia's really wanting to show out on this one.
I mean,
she
this
wants
is-
to finish this.
This is a perfect
Fast.
event for someone who's more athletic and maybe not as strong as her peers statically to show out, really display some of that power and speed. So it looks like they're giving these athletes a little bit of time here to recoup. I love the idea of this event, this round system, and then increasing weight each time. It's a really great way to test not only the mental grit of the athletes, but really just the technical prowess, because your technique is probably going to slightly change, ever so slightly, from weight to weight. Certain weights you can probably just stay a little bit more upright and just run as fast as you can. Other weights you're probably going to have to lean back a little bit more, which lean more into the glutes and the lower back. So it's a great way to test these athletes in a multitude of ways.
Absolutely. And it looks like one of the lane judges, Saul Peterson, is saying we're about ready. All the women are getting ready. Here we go for this 415-pound carry. Alicia looks like she's repositioning.
All right.
Okay.
Rachel looks pretty ready here.
Yeah,
Looks
I'm
like we're
not
all about
sure
to go.
exactly what the holdup was right there, but that's okay. All the athletes are into position.
Here we go, 415-pound race.
Nice and swift start.
Alicia up fast.
Alicia out to the lead. She's got to keep going. She's got to stay up. Alicia with first.
Wow.
Nancy with second. Rachel's very close behind.
So we will have a two-way battle between Nancy Johnson and Alicia Martin. Alicia just getting just ahead of the current world's strongest woman in the 73-kilo class. And again, this is why pro-ams at this level of this production value are so important. It gives opportunities for athletes who you may not know of, moments to shine against literally the best.
Absolutely. And it looked like Nancy turned. It looks like she shifted gears in that heat. It looked like she was faster. It's heavier.
Yeah.
But it looked like she was faster than the heat prior.
And
So I
honestly-
wonder if that was an intentional change that she made in the first heat to not go too quick.
It could be, maybe conserving a little bit. Maybe she knew at the end of the day she's going to be a little faster than maybe someone like Nadia in an event like this. But what I love about this in particular is getting to see Alicia and Nancy compete, ultimately because, yes, they're all competing in the 180-pound division, the 82-kilo division. But both of these athletes are really 73-kilo athletes. So we're getting to see a potential next up-and-coming star here. And this is really fun to watch. So right now what we're doing is we're getting some rags to clean the floor. We need to ensure that the chalk and residue from other athletes are cleaned up. That way no one's slipping in water or even pee at this point in the competition or sweat. So everything's fair and even, right? So getting the chalk up, getting the liquids off the floor, it's really important everything stays fair and even. Right now on stage we see kind of Nancy Johnson just pacing in position there, getting her mindset ready. Just really just being the savage that she is. At the end of the day, she is the current world's strongest woman. She's well earned that title and really exemplifies the qualities and of a true world champion. Alicia is over there next to her coach, Zach McCarley. Maybe a little bit of mind strategy here. Zach giving her a little bit of help. There's some people checking the floor, checking the dryness, a little bit of race. Why not? Please don't get hurt. With Saul Peterson and his client Laura. Looks like we might give the athletes a few moments to get ready for this 455-pound sprint with this Zercher carry. 30 seconds. Here we go. We're going to get ready. Have a little bit more time, maybe about 15 seconds or so. final race of the women's pro-am division.
All right.
Middleweight pro-am.
4:55 on the bar.
Here we go.
Nice
Okay,
and steady.
a little bit more of an even sprint now. This is gonna come down. Here we go.
Up, nice
Alicia
and
just staying
steady.
ahead. Nancy with a bit of a
Very
drop
nice.
there. Nancy's opting to stop, and Alicia with an event win against the world's strongest woman in her own category. Unbelievable performance.
And spectacular sportsmanship right there. You know, it's a unique sport when you are competing against your biggest fans.
Right. Yeah, quite literally.
The people that are cheering the hardest are the people that you are competing directly against, and that's one of the reasons that we love the sport. You know, you have to love the sport, and when you share a passion with people, it's hard not to get along.
You know, absolutely. You know, at the end of the day, there's going to be almost a consistent common ground in that. And frankly, with athletes like Nancy and Alicia, and all of the athletes competed, Nadia and Rachel included, the best qualities about these athletes that they are the same people on the platform as they are when they're off. You know, they're all kind individuals and truly are here just to test themselves. You know, obviously through expression of competing against others, but they are true great human beings, and I'm a big fan of all of them, frankly. So that was a fantastic ending of our women's 180-pound division, the 82-kilo class. You know, Alicia Martin ending the contest with an event win. She had 2 event wins in this contest. 2
well
out of
done.
6. She won 2 events. It's fantastic against literally the strongest woman in the world in her own division, down at 73. And now competing up for funsies. So congratulations to Nadia Sowers, who ultimately took first place in the show, Nancy Johnson, who ultimately took second place, and Miss Martin, Alicia Martin, taking third place.
Absolutely. And so, you know, looking at these middleweight pro-am men, there is a pretty tight pack in the top 4. The podium is not decided yet.
No.
You know, in first place, again, we have Dylan Dutcher with 50 points. In second place, we have Garrett Payne with 49 points. In third place, we have Mike O'Connor with 48.5 points. And then in fourth place, we have Tyler Buxton, the Pacific Northwest's own.
Yeah, our boy.
With 45.5 points. You know, Tyler is 3 points behind the podium, but the podium is separated by only 1.5 points. So he's only 4.5 points away from first.
This is so critical because the thing is, this is another event where massive things could shift. It is not a predetermined event based on anything, because this is frankly a very there's so many variables here, right? It's so many skill sets. You know, a lot of folks wouldn't think the world's strongest woman might lose this event to another athlete, right? You know, an amateur athlete. So here we are,
Absolutely.
just kicking some butt and getting to see some excellent displays of power and strength.
All right. So, you know, talking about these athletes a little bit. You know, the top 4 are separated by only 4.5 points, and you know, there's 12 athletes in this field, so we could see people moving from all the way from fourth to first. But that podium is most likely where those athletes are aiming to be, because the pro cards are going to be handed out on the podium. Every one of the athletes that takes top 3 is going to be getting a pro card, and every one of those top 4 athletes is technically an amateur, so all of them are going to be wanting to get on that podium. Now, the first weight that we're going to see with the 231 Pro-Am men is going to be 505. The next round, the second round, is going to be 595 pounds, and then the third round is going to be 635 pounds. And that's going to be carried in the crook of the arm, just like we saw with the middleweight women. And it's going to be a race. So people are going to be getting eliminated each round. Now, I'm interested to hear what Alec thinks about this. We have 4 very capable athletes, all within striking distance of the podium, and they have 1 event left. Out of these 4 athletes, do you feel like you have a podium pick?
Ooh, okay. Well, let me take a gander here. You know, truth be told, watching the athleticism out of most of these gentlemen, I really think what we'll end up seeing is a dogfight between Garrett Payne. I really think Jesse Campbell will do pretty good here. Pardon me, Dylan Dutcher will do real well here. And it's tight, but I think Mike O'Connor. You know, these guys are really strong in their upper backs, and they have really strong legs. I think it's going to carry them through on this. But again, but also not for nothing, I can see Jacob Ferry who's been incredibly athletic
Very
and
athletic.
impressive this whole meet,
Yeah, no, I completely agree.
disturb the points, right? You know, it's a really hard pick right now, specifically with this 105 kilo men's division, 231 pound weight class.
Yeah, we have a lot of very athletic guys in this class. I'm also curious to see if anybody decides to go with no shoes.
Could do. You know, I don't think it would be a bad thing either. The one thing it might be, I could see it being more useful maybe as it gets heavier. On those first run, maybe first 2 runs, you're going to be hitting the ground so fast with those strides, it might actually hurt your heels. I could see it being potentially detrimental, but who knows? These guys might just deal with that for the sake of the competition. But to quickly explain, we're going to get 2 men only per heat advancing to the next round, right? So right now we have 3 heats, 4 men in each heat, except for one where there's 3. Only 2 per heat will advance, and then it'll go down from there, so on and so forth. So this is important. Here we go. Dylan Dutcher, Jacob Ferry, Jesse Campbell, and Tyler Buxton. Here we go.
This is a tough heat.
Tyler Buxton and Tyler looking rocky. Jacob Ferry drops. Dylan Dutcher comes on through. So I think
Dylan,
based on that, it was Dylan and Tyler.
Yep, Dylan and Tyler will advance, and Jesse and Jacob are going to be judged on time for that weight.
Well, ultimately,
So
it
they're
doesn't quite
placing.
matter. Well, ultimately, it doesn't matter because they're now eliminated.
Yeah,
so
but
they're going
the-
to share points.
Oh, I thought it was a timing for the.
Oh, they will. They will check the split on that. You're right.
They'll be in a lower bracket.
They'll be in a lower bracket and check the splits. You are correct.
Yep,
You are
yep.
correct. But Jacob, it just goes to show you, he was in the lead. 1 slip. That's all it takes.
Yeah, and he was off the line so fast.
I know.
He timed it perfect, and seeing him coming off the line, I was like, he's gonna take this. And then, as you said, about halfway, the weight got a little bit in front of him. It got a little too unruly, and it came down, dropped, and that's all she wrote.
Yeah. It just goes to show you this can't afford one mistake. You have to go as fast as you possibly can, and yet balance between chaotic focus, if you will.
Absolutely. So the next grouping that we're going to see is lane 1 with Garrett Payne, lane 2 with Ben Clarity, Claridad, thank you. Lane 3 with Darren, and then lane 4 with Damien.
All right. Aiden, feel like saying that last name, Rovito?
Rovito.
One I've been messing up all weekend.
Rovito.
And Damien Capadoni. Ben Claridad, you know, so long as his knee holds up, because I know he had a bit of a knee issue, the dude's athletic. I could see him doing well. Hopefully, Ben advances here, but let's see.
Yeah, this is going to be a tough one. Just depends on who comes ready to move, who's quick off the line, and who can hang on as well. Because it's not enough to have a good start. You have to be swift and controlled through the entirety of the movement. Again, we have 505 pounds on these yokes. They're to be carried in front of the body.
Yeah, 505 for this first round. Next round will be 595. Here we go.
All right.
Here we go. Here we go.
Nice and smooth.
Garrett Payne
out of
moving
these
quick.
athletes.
Garrett Payne and Capadoni taking first and second in the heat.
Yep,
Wow.
yep. So Garrett and Capadoni, that's actually surprising.
You know what? Again,
I
you
didn't
cannot assume anything from anybody. Capadoni, I wouldn't have guessed would have been that fast.
I didn't see him taking that second spot.
No, but
I
he's
did
in.
see Garrett taking the first one though.
I did,
Yeah,
I
yeah.
think with Garrett's leg power and strength, I predicted pretty good strides out of him. But good for Capadoni for coming on through. Ben Claridad and Darren Rovito out.
Yeah, and so they will be judged on time. That was a swift overall heat. I do think third and fourth place from that heat were a bit more swift than the first heat.
Yes. So what we'll end up having in our final heat, well, pardon me. Yes, so in round two, heat 1 will more than likely end up being Dylan Dutcher and Tyler Buxton. And then round 2, heat 2, should be Mike O'Connor, Garrett Payne, and Damien Capadoni.
Yeah,
I know
and we have one more,
right.
and we got one more heat in this
Pardon me,
week.
sorry about that.
No, it's all good. So we, this is a unique. We break ground here at Rainier Classic, and we got some events that are a lot different than other places. Again, this is a kind of a elimination round style event. Looks like the athletes are getting ready. In lane 1, we have Mike O'Connor. In lane 2, we have Melvin. In lane 3, we have Nobody.
Brooks.
In lane 4, we have Derek Brooks.
Here we go. Okay, Derek off fast.
Oh, and a drop, and that's gonna...
Derek and Mike O'Connor.
I don't know how they're gonna judge that one, actually. I'm not sure how they're gonna judge that.
He dropped. He's out. So we will have Mike O'Connor.
So Mike O'Connor carried it the whole way for sure, but it looks like Melvin may advance.
Because he got further than Derek on the drop.
Yep. It looks like Melvin may advance. If you drop, you're done. If you drop, you're done in this event. You know, you have to display control. And I'm not sure because they're taking a distance. So I'm not sure if Melvin will be advancing or not, exactly how they're going to be accruing, how they're going to be doing that one. But that being said, we're definitely going to be seeing a couple athletes coming up here. We're going to be seeing Tyler Buxton and Dylan Dutcher. We're going to be seeing Garrett Payne and Damian Capadoni. And then we're going to be seeing Mike O'Connor and possibly Melvin as well. Do you want to take a swing at pronouncing Melvin's last name?
Let's take a look here. The
I just
Zambian
gotta,
last name.
I just got to ask him.
Mwimba.
Mwimba.
That's my guess.
Mwimba.
Mwimba.
Okay.
All right, so-
I'm gonna ask him.
So potentially, we might have Mike O'Connor and Melvin. But for sure, in round 2, heat 1, we will have Dylan Dutcher, Tyler Buxton, Garrett Payne, and Damian Capadoni.
Absolutely. And we got the spotters and loaders tossing additional weight on here.
So right now, so right now we're adjusting the weight. We are now going up to 595 pounds for this exact same style event, 50 feet down for the next round. So this will be round 2, heat 1 coming up down soon. So yeah, we'll have Tyler Buxton, Dylan Dutcher, Garrett Payne, and Damian Capadoni. We nailed it.
All right, so it'll be interesting to see how this is done. I would have thought that if they were advancing both Melvin and Mike O'Connor, that they would have done 2 heats of 3
Oh, I see what you mean.
and eliminated 1.
Yeah, that's a choice. That's a choice. I think that would have been a little bit more
Entertaining.
for fans. Yeah,
Yeah.
but okay, maybe they're 2 heats of 3 athletes are doing.
Yeah, and it would have advanced 4 total
So
if
now
they
I
advanced 2 from each of
I
them.
just heard them they're doing 2 heats of 3.
They're doing 2? Okay, cool.
Yeah, so they are making that adjustment.
Excellent. So they are doing 2 heats of 3. It does sound like Melvin is going to advance then, and so our athletes advancing into this round with a 595-pound yoke Zercher carrier are going to be Tyler Buxton, Dylan Dutcher, Garrett Payne, Melvin Mwimba, Mike O'Connor, and
Capadoni.
Damian Capadoni.
Yep, so in this first heat, we'll have Tyler Buxton, Dylan Dutcher, Garrett Payne. Ooh, this would be an interesting one. I think Dylan Dutcher takes the win.
So these guys are close enough that let's look at these points one more time. You know, we have Mike O'Connor, who has advanced in the top 4. We have Dylan Dutcher, who has advanced in the top 4. We have Tyler Buxton, who has advanced in the top 4. And we have, did I say Garrett Payne?
Yep.
Garrett Payne, Mike O'Connor, Dylan Dutcher, and Tyler Buxton. All 4 of them have advanced into this group of 6. So really, if Tyler wants to make that podium, he has to do really well here. And he kind of needs, I wish we had those names back up on the screen.
We'll have Dylan Dutcher, Garrett Payne, and
All right.
Tyler Buxton.
Yeah, so he needs to knock one of these guys off, and preferably, really, if he wants to go after the closest guy, he would want to knock off Garrett Payne.
Yeah.
But even more so, he would want Mike O'Connor to be eliminated in the next heat.
Yeah, I think so. And again, because there's so many variables to this event, you know, someone who's incredibly fast, as Tyler, for example, 1 drop, it's over,
Yeah.
right? So
Yeah.
it's not guaranteed just because you're inept at this event.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and, you know, this is 90 pounds heavier than the previous heat. That makes the last one light in comparison.
It does. And the thing is, we're going to see different athletes do better as the weight increases. Because, for example, let's say you're just fast enough to beat out some of the incredibly fast guys. as the weight gets heavier, you might have a greater back strength to support the heavier load, and then those fast guys are suddenly slowing down. So it changes the type of athletes. As the event goes on, the type of athlete that will do better changes.
Absolutely.
So again, right now we're giving these athletes ample amount of time to rest because something like this is quite frankly pretty brutal. And then it gives them a little bit of time to strategize how they might want to pace their energy. You know, it's only fair that individuals that went sooner, gets equal amount of rest to the individuals that went before them. Because otherwise, if we were to go right into the next event, the individuals that then go after are having a lot less total time of rest.
Absolutely.
All right, so it looks like we're all lining up out here. Probably heading out soon enough. Right now is a perfect time to thank our sponsors yet again in Gym Daddy, in Cerberus Athletics, and Dungeon Strength, and Dr. John with Maverick Sports and Spine. Also, Higher Power Strength, Jack Squat Supplements, and Eat PH out of Graham, Washington. Thank you so much, all of you, for making this happen. We greatly appreciate your support, your effort in including your utilities, your supplies, and even your monetary value to this competition. Quite literally is not possible without you.
Absolutely. So this is a little bit interesting. It looks like we only have 2 athletes out on the field, and Tyler Buxton is lined up in Dylan Dutcher's lane. Dylan Dutcher is lined up in Garrett Payne's lane.
Okay, so it looks like the gentlemen have opted to create heats of 2.
Interesting. So I see what they're doing. 2. So they're going to do 3 heats of 2 potentially.
Yep.
And so in lane 2 we have Tyler Buxton. In lane 3 we have Dylan Dutcher. He's got to control this. That's a
Tyler
drop.
drops,
Yep.
and Dylan Dutcher steals the event. Wow.
And that is a tough one. That's a tough one.
Oh, Tyler. Dylan Dutcher.
Great camaraderie right there.
Amazing
Fantastic
performance out of
camaraderie.
Dylan. He has been fighting so hard this whole contest, and not for nothing, an athlete with the upper body extremities limitations that he has in a 2-press event show to still be in the hunt. Utterly incredible.
Yeah, and not just in the hunt, but he's currently in the lead. if he wins this event, he will win the show.
Dylan Dutcher, you animal.
Yeah, if he wins the event, he wins the show. If Garrett Payne does not advance, all Dylan has to do is finish within 1 place of Mike O'Connor, and he wins.
Wow.
Because Tyler is already eliminated now.
Right.
So it depends on this next heat. This next heat is, it's going to be quite important, because if we have a heat with the 2nd and 3rd place guys in Garrett Payne and Mike O'Connor, one of them will be knocked off. And if Garrett is the one that is knocked off, then Dylan only has to finish top 2.
Utterly incredible. Utterly incredible. Again, this just goes to show you how events like this can completely mix things around. You know, obviously it's working in the favor of Dylan as he came into this in the lead anyway, but he could have easily not have. Here we go. The athletes on screen look like Garrett Payne and
in lane 2.
Capadoni.
Yep, and Capadoni in lane 3.
Capadoni taking the lead. Capadoni finishes before Garrett Payne. Oh my goodness.
Oh my goodness.
My goodness. Again, this goes to show you the points will swing.
Yeah, so Damian Capadoni advances. He will be in that last heat with the 635 pounds, and Garrett Payne is out.
Whoa, I would not have guessed that.
I would not have guessed that either. But here we are. Here we are. All right, let's take a look at the score sheet again. So we are going to have Mike O'Connor and Melvin Mwimba. I have to hear him say it.
Yeah, I'm sure he'd say it way better than me. But Mike O'Connor, Melvin Mwimba of Zambia.
Yeah, it's fun training around Melvin. He's another one of those guys that is always smiling. Every time he's playing music, I'm always like, "You're one of my favorite DJs, bro."
Oh,
because he's always playing like really happy music, and
he's
just
infectiously
vibing.
happy. Infectiously happy.
And I think that's a perfect term. It is because it's not obnoxious by any means, but it is infectious.
Here we go. Mike O'Connor and Melvin.
Mike O'Connor in lane 2, Melvin in lane 3. Mike O'Connor has to advance.
Melvin with the
if
drop.
he wants to secure a podium position.
And he does.
And there it is. Mike O'Connor has secured a podium position. And Dylan Dutcher, who is a 1.5 ahead of Mike O'Connor, is going to... let me do the math real quick. The screen just went blank. That's a bummer.
So while my partner in crime here does the math, I'll tell you the next weight for this series for the Pro-Am middleweight men will be 635 pounds. That is unbelievable.
Fantastic. So Mike O'Connor is a 1.5 behind Dylan Dutcher. Both of them are in the final along with Capadoni. If we have Mike O'Connor finishing first, Capadoni finishing second, and Dylan finishing third, then Mike O'Connor will take the show.
Wow, so he needs Dylan Dutcher to finish in last in the final grouping.
Yep.
In order
if he wants to take first.
If he wants to take first, which of course I'm sure he does.
I think he does.
He's certainly been working for it.
Yep. So Mike O'Connor's right in the middle is what it's going to look like. It looks like we're going to have Garrett Payne in lane 1, Mike O'Connor in lane 2, and Damian Capadoni in lane 3. We're probably going to give these guys a little bit more time to recover. And in the meantime, let's talk a little bit about the current placing in the heavyweight men that are coming up, because that's going to be a fun one to watch, too. These guys are getting super heavy with these weights.
It stresses me out.
And it's going to be...
It stresses me out.
I'm going to be feeling your heart palpitations sitting next to you. But it's, you know, that's going to be a really taxing event on a lot of these guys in the heavyweight open pro-am. You know, right now we have Andrew Clayton still sitting in first place with 62 points, but in second place we have Zach Price with 56. That's a decent margin right there. It is a field of 14, so it's not unconquerable, we'll say, but Andrew is fast.
He's solidly in first, and truth be told,
He's
I'd
gonna
be
be
very
hard.
confident in an event like this with Andrew. I think Andrew, I want, knock on wood, I don't want to jinx the man, but I think he's locked his way to Canada.
Yeah, I think he's solidly.
But
he's got a good lead. But
it does mean we have a dogfight from fourth to sixth for third place.
Yeah,
am I correct in
absolutely.
that analysis?
So let me take a look at these points. I'm going to read them off real quick. In first place, we have Andrew Clayton with 62. Zach Price in second with 56. In third place, we have Jasper Haney with 52. Sorry, I meant to say 62 with Andrew Clayton. Jasper with 52 in third place. In fourth place, we have Cody Lindsay with 49, so he's only 3 points back from the podium. In fifth place, we have Joel Alexander with 48.5 points, so he's only 3.5 points back from podium. And then in sixth place, we have Connor Gordon with 48 points, so he's not many points away. I think you're correct in that assessment. The top 6 in this division have a shot at making podium, and the only person that's really untouchable right now on the podium is Andrew Clayton.
I would agree. Barring something extreme happening, he's pretty locked in.
Yeah, he's pretty locked in, which means he's going to get he's almost locked up that spot to the North American Championships.
Yeah, he really has, and well earned as well. Coming back up from 105, he won the world title 2 years ago at 105. He's coming back up to go international again. The thing is with Andrew Clayton, you just can't get rid of the guy. He's just going to be in your face.
You could say don't call it a comeback.
Don't call it a comeback. I think he's a big fan of that. Let me tell you something right now. If and when he wins the show, we are going to see some speeches, if I had to guess. So here we go. Last heat, Mike O'Connor, Damian Capadoni, Garrett Payne. This is for the prize of a pro card. First place, 635 pounds on the yoke. These boys are lined up. They have 15 seconds. This is the one.
And so it should be said that Garrett Payne and Mike O'Connor have locked up podium positions at this point.
Yes.
But they're fighting for first, and it depends on where Damian finishes, because Mike O'Connor in lane 1 has to finish first. If Damian takes second, then we are going to see Mike surpassing Garrett, and Garrett is leading the charge.
Here we go.
Garrett finishes first, Mike O'Connor second, and Damian comes in third. Dylan has won the show.
Dylan is now the winner of the Pro-Am division in the Rainier Classic 105 class. Mike O'Connor taking second.
Very well done, and massive respect. As you said earlier, to be able to win the show with 2 presses and having the anatomical disadvantage of the elbows is very impressive. I'm very impressed with Dylan. He's done quite a good job. So looking forward into the next couple heats, we're going to have a weight change. The loaders and spotters are going to be swapping some of these things around. And do we have our heats for the heavyweight men?
Yes, we do right here.
So I'll read them off real quick. In heat 1, we're going to have the Andrew Clayton in lane 1. In lane 2, we're going to have Joel Alexander, sorry. In lane 3, we're going to have Sturgeon Anderson. In lane 4, we're going to have Cody Lindsay. So that's going to be our first heat of athletes. It's going to be coming up here very shortly. Do we have the weights for that?
Yes, we do. I'll tell you the weights right now for our men's pro-am division. For round 1, 545. Round 2, 635. Round 3, 725.
I like that. That's nice.
Exciting. 725.
That's a good normal. That's a good normal yoke weight.
Right. It's going to humble some people today.
That's a good normal yoke weight, carrying it on your back, but these guys have to carry it in the crooks of their arms.
This is where we find out who truly wants to get to Canada. Again, I'm most excited for that third position spot. It seems as though first and second are pretty comfortable, but goodness gracious, we're gonna have a dog fight.
I do agree. I wouldn't expect Zach I would not expect Zach to lose out on the podium, but it is technically possible. Now with Andrew,
he's pretty far ahead.
He's got a good margin on third place, and I think that we can comfortably say that he's just about locked it up. But anything can happen.
It is sport at the end of the day.
Yeah, he is. You know, he has a good lead, but mathematically he could lose the podium. But he's such a gamer. He is such a gamer. He's gonna he comes. You know, he comes to compete.
Yeah, I've never seen Andrew not have that mentality of I'm here to win. You know, for better or for worse, that man always puts out. And yeah, it's gonna be a real joy. I remember talking to a few guys in the back, and just before this event started, to those gentlemen who are in the fight for that third position, I told them all, like, hey, it's not over. Don't you dare hang your head low because maybe you're not in the spot you want to be at. There is a genuine fight for these men.
Absolutely. So it looks like we've actually had a little bit of a change up to the heats right here. We're swapping to 4 heats of 3. And in lane 1, we're going to have Andrew Clayton in the first heat. In lane 2, we're going to have Joel Alexander. In lane 3, we're going to have Sturgeon Anderson.
Yes. Now, what's interesting about Joel, he's a larger man. He's definitely a bit of a static god, if you will. But
static god.
I have watched Joel run, in a traditional sense, a 900-pound yoke in 6 seconds, 50 feet.
So he's got quick feet.
He has incredibly fast feet. He could be a sleeper in this event.
You know, that's pretty quick.
Yeah, it's unbelievably fast.
Yeah,
so the thing is, no one is safe right now. Mark Sanchez obviously has the strongest legs here. He could also be have a great showing here. And he's also one of those guys fighting for that third spot.
Absolutely. So it does look like the top 2 of each of these heats will advance into the second round. And then we'll have 2 heats of 4. And then the top 2 of each of those heats will advance, and we'll have 1 heat of 4 athletes. And again, each of these athletes are going to be getting a heavier and heavier carry as the rounds go on.
Yeah, starting at 545, then 635, then 725. So this should be a real sprint. This is a pretty lightweight for these guys.
All right, so the athletes are taking their position. We do see a little bit different technique from a couple of the different athletes. Sturgeon's taking a wide stance, but we see the other
split stance.
Yep, we see Clayton in a split stance, real swift. He's got to make sure that he's nice and stable. Andrew with the first, and it looks like Joel. That's very close.
I don't know.
I almost feel like that can't be left up to the timers. We really need to see like a replay for that one, because that was very close.
A replay would be incredibly useful, but I don't know if Sturge.
That was very close, and we did have a judge at the line.
Yeah, for every athlete.
Yep, we had a judge at the line. I know somebody was watching that.
Who took second? Yeah. Okay, so Joel advanced there, and it's Andrew Clayton and Joel heading off into the next round.
So Sturgeon did take third on that one.
Sturgeon took third.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Man, that was very close.
That was narrow. That was a narrow margin.
Yeah, Andrew, as we would have expected, honestly, he finished a good maybe yoke length ahead.
You know what it was, I believe? Andrew started in a split stance, and that gives him quite the advantage on that start line.
I agree. I think for Sturgeon, he had his feet so wide that it took him a second to get some forward momentum, and that could have cost him the difference. Like, that could have been the difference right there. I definitely think the foot position is very important in the start of a short event like this, but it also depends on the weight. I don't think that would work with the 700-pound yoke.
It won't.
Yeah, you have to change, you have to adapt, and you have to have
go.
these the mastery of movement.
Here we go. Zach Price, Connor Gordon, and Andy Nyberg. This is going to be hard. This is going to be an interesting one here.
So Zach and Connor out in the lead. Connor drops, and wow, that could have been a little changeup right there. Zach definitely securing first place in that heat, so he will advance. But then Connor and Andy.
Yeah, it looks like Connor dropped just before the line, and he had that second place locked.
Yep, that's a tough one. So, yep,
so Andy Nyberg gets it.
Connor dropped a little early. You know, this is the 6th event of the weekend. You know, what do you think these guys are feeling like getting ready to carry this yoke?
To answer your question, they're feeling like utter hell. That's really unfortunate for Connor because that's an event that's strong for him. He's going to be incredibly disappointed in that. But ultimately, you know, he showed out well. Last year, in preparation for this contest, he had a literal heart attack, so he couldn't even compete. And he's come a long way in the year to be top 5 in a show like this.
Absolutely, and I know that feeling. I know what he must be feeling right now. That's a difficult one. That's one that can kind of eat you, but you win or you learn.
Yeah, exactly. You win or you learn. You know, he's one of those guys that's right on the precipice of being a pro, right on that international quality. And you know what? If anything fuels fire for him, it's that drop right there. Because that, for him, shouldn't have happened. And it's what needs to happen for him to progress. So,
absolutely.
So it's a good learning opportunity for all athletes. And here we go in our next round of gentlemen. We have Jasper Haney, Mark Sanchez, and Nicholas Tokarski.
Oh, no.
Almost.
The hours are racking up on us.
I know. Here we go.
All right, and they're off. Jasper to a quick lead. He's got to maintain his stability here.
Oh, no.
Jasper with a quick carry. Wow. So that's a tough one. Again,
okay, so,
second and third were so close.
So Jasper absolutely made it. However, Mark Sanchez dropped really early. Tokarski dropped later. So I believe Tokarski will advance.
So I'm not sure. So I'm not entirely sure which one of them is going to get that one. Did you happen to hear what it was?
Nicholas has been eliminated, but Sanchez also dropped. So
I think with this one,
that's slightly confusing, but we'll find out momentarily. One moment.
Yeah, you take care of that. We'll get some clarification going on, and I will handle the next heat. So in the next heat, this is the 4th heat of our heavyweight pro-am. We have Cody Lindsay in lane 1, Christopher Olive in lane 2, and Kenny Nichols in lane 3. And I would expect to see a battle here. We have Cody Lindsay really fighting for the ability to push his standing up. He is in the mix for this pro card. He's currently sitting in 4th place, so he has to advance.
So they're allowed one drop, it seems, but it's still slightly unclear out of that heat in particular. We'll find out as it goes.
So it looks like Cody Lindsay will advance, and then
Kenny
we
Nichols.
have Kenny Nichols advancing as well. Christopher Olive is out, and Cody Lindsay really needed that because he's sitting in 4th place right now, and he's sitting in 4th place by 3 points behind Jasper Haney, who is also advancing. And then in 2nd place, we have Zach Price, who is advancing, and Andrew Clayton, who is advancing. So really, Cody needs to show up in this next heat. It is still possible for him to make the podium, but all 4 of those top guys are still in the mix. So it is possible. 5th and 6th place guys are... So 5th place is Joel Anderson currently. He will be advancing. 6th place will be locked up by Connor Gordon, most likely. Okay, so now the real question seems to be, can Connor Lindsay put enough points between him and Jasper to edge out Jasper for the podium?
It is possible.
Yeah, and Joel Alexander is only half a point behind Connor Lindsay.
This
so
is anyone's race still.
Yeah, it really is anyone's race for that podium.
Wow, that was a dynamic, not only display of the sport, but just it just goes to show you how consistency's king. It doesn't matter if you're a lot stronger,
Yep.
or a lot faster, or a lot more malleable, flexible, whatever. If you're not consistent enough, you're out. Like, for example, I'm not going to harp on him too much because I love him and he's my athlete, but Connor, well, truth be told, has the ability to still be in, right? And it just goes to show you, like, it's not enough to be stronger and faster. You have to be consistent in the actual task.
Yep. And you got to be consistent through fatigue. You have to be consistent in different circumstances because, again, this is the 6th event, but it's the 6th event for every one of these athletes.
Right. Everyone's feeling this.
Yeah, everybody is feeling those 5 events prior to this.
And who knows? Maybe there'll be a tie for the podium, and we'll get to something cool.
Oh, man, I hope it is.
That'd be so neat.
That would be nice. We're not seeing any ties yet. I'm kind
No.
of bummed.
If there's no ties, we'll go ahead and let you. We just let them know now. So the tiebreaker event for this contest is a sandbag-weighted plank for tie. Because, hey, why not? So we're extraordinarily excited to maybe have to see that. Lucas is a mean man, and I'm looking forward to it.
I do have to say, when I heard what the tiebreaker was, I was very skeptical.
Sure.
But saw a lot of testing with the event. We tried to game it several different ways, and there's no real way to game that.
No.
You know, it's with as heavy as they wanted to go, you can't really cheat it. So in the next heat, we have round 2, heat 1, lane 1, Andy Nyberg, lane 2, Zach Price, lane 3, Andrew Clayton, lane 4, Joel Anderson.
And only top 2 will advance.
Yep. Andrew Clayton off to a solid, steady start and secures his
Wow.
advanced spot.
And Andy Nyberg.
Yep, Andy Nyberg. And Joel coming in 4th
And Clayton
behind Zach
knows
Price.
he won the show. Andrew at this point has won the show.
Yep, and it looks like we got to get somebody on him. He's a little lightheaded. Yep.
So Andy Nyberg throwing off these points.
Absolutely. So, there's still a bit of a fight for the podium, though.
And who was in that lane 3 there?
Lane 3 was it Joel or was he in lane 4?
It was.
Lane 3 was Andrew Clayton. Lane 4 was
Price.
Joel.
Wow, so Zach Price is out.
Yep, Zach Price is
Whoa.
out. And I don't think that's going to shift the podium too much because he still finished ahead of Joel. It is possible, though, for Cody to edge out. Sorry, this is closing on me. It's still possible for Cody to slip into the podium, though. It depends on Jasper on this heat.
Right.
This is the heat that he has to really do well. There's only 3 points separating
Let's get
3rd
these-
and 4th place.
We get these names changed up here, so we make sure we reflect the actual heat.
Yeah, so it looks like in lane
get a
1, we're
name
going to have
change.
Mark Sanchez. In lane 2, we're going to have Jasper Haney. In lane 3, we're going to have Cody Lindsay. And in
We need
lane
to get a name
4,
change on screen, please.
we're
Name
going to have
change.
Kenny Nichols.
We need a name change on screen.
So Jasper in lane 2 is coming out hot. Cody in lane 3.
And Jasper does it.
Jasper does it. Cody does it. And Jasper looks to have locked up the podium with that.
I believe he
Jasper,
did.
so the way that it's going to look is Jasper and Cody advance. Mark Sanchez and
Cody and
Kenny
Jasper.
Nichols did a great job in that one. That's a heavy front carry.
Yeah, so right now we still have Cody and Jasper. Mathematically speaking,
Still possible.
If
we
Cody-
could get a tie,
we
actually.
could get a tie. If Jasper were to win,
If Jasper were to take 4th and Cody were to take 1st,
right,
then we would see a tie for 3rd place.
which could happen because I don't know if Andrew even wants to.
Well, if Andrew doesn't decide to move the yoke swiftly and put himself between 1st and 4th,
Yeah.
then it is possible that Cody would take 1st and Jasper would take 4th. But if Andrew decides to not do this last heat or just move it into the field for some reason, then there would only be 2 points separating those two, and there would be insufficient points for Jasper to get kicked off the podium. So right now, Andrew Clayton is actually in a unique position where he could determine who gets a pro card. And I guess it's a little interesting, though, because Jasper's already a pro.
Jasper already has his pro, but
Yeah,
Cody, I know Cody. Not only does he want that pro card, he wants to go to Canada, and he's still in this.
Yeah, and that's one of the bigger things at this competition for these guys, I think, is the actual qualifying spots and the ability to get paid to go get flown out, get put up, and compete in a different country.
This is big.
Yeah.
This is really big for these guys, because I know it's been a really long time for Andrew to have competed internationally, and he's already got that locked in. I know for Cody Lindsay will be his first opportunity, right? So this and Jasper, I think, also will be his first opportunity. So this is a huge, huge opportunity on the line here.
Absolutely. So realistically, Andrew Clayton has locked up first.
Yes, absolutely. He's in
And
first.
we'll have to look at the math to see if Zach is hanging on to second.
Right.
But there does look to be a fight between Cody and Jasper currently. So in lane 1, we're going to have Andrew Clayton. In lane 2, we're going to have Andy Nyberg. In lane 3, we're going to have Cody Lindsay. And in lane 4, we're going to have Jasper Haney. And again, if Cody were to win this heat and Jasper were to come in fourth in this heat, then Cody and Jasper would actually tie, and we'd see a tiebreaker.
And what's amazing about this, who would have thought Andy Nyberg coming to this event just kicking ass? Like,
Who?
you know, Andy Nyberg.
Who?
Andy.
Who?
Nyberg.
Who?
Exactly. Andy having really the performance of the whole show.
Remember
so far.
the name,
Yeah.
fool.
Yeah, if there's a searcher in your show, don't sign up if Andy's in there. Just don't.
Yeah, so it does look like lane 1 is getting swapped around. Andrew Clayton may have decided to drop out, and if that is the case, he's already locked up first place, number 1. And then number 2, Cody Lindsay will not have enough people to potentially put between him and Jasper, and that will lock Jasper into the podium and lock Cody likely out of the podium.
Yeah.
Now, the question is, could Cody... I don't think Cody can mathematically make up enough points on Zach.
No, he can't. Not at this point. But
we're going to see. That's not confirmed.
wow, what a performance out of Cody Lindsay. A guy that I remember watching take, I think, like 20-something place at Amateur Nationals 2 years ago. And just to come out here and to put on a show like this.
So he's been grinding.
He has. And no matter what happens with Cody Lindsay in his final placing here, I hope he is absolutely proud of his performance, because he has so developed as an athlete so much in the last 18 months or so.
Absolutely. We have athletes coming from all different places. Cody is from Nashville, is that right?
I believe he trains out of Nashville with the Southside crew.
Yep,
Adam
Nashville,
Dirks
Tennessee, yeah.
And Evan Singleton.
And to talk a little bit on the side, Evan Singleton's doing pretty good this weekend at World's Strongest Man,
Well, he
is
just
he
finished
not?
in third. Show's over.
Oh, show's over? I
Took
was
third
unaware of
place.
this. Oh, spoiler alert.
Spoiler alert.
Spoiler alert.
First place, Tom Stoltman.
Oh,
Second place,
no.
Hooper.
What? And what
Third
was the
place.
point margin? Oh, my gosh.
That I couldn't tell you off memory, but Tom Stoltman won, Hooper in second, Evan
Oh, my
Singleton in third.
goodness. We didn't even give the people a spoiler
I
alert. though.
did.
You just don't even care.
I don't.
You
Not
don't
when we have a
care.
heat like this directly in front of us. Here we go. Andrew Clayton has decided to come on out. This does give Cody Lindsay a chance.
Yeah, it
He has,
does
he
give
has
him
a
a
swinger's
chance.
chance.
So he's got to move.
So Cody needs to win the heat. Is that correct?
Cody needs to win the heat,
Cody
and
needs
if
to win.
Jasper takes fourth, those two are tied for the podium.
Here we go.
Unless Zach slipped down enough, but I don't think he will have slipped down enough to get out of the podium.
No, Zach is locked in, I believe. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen.
Jasper's off to a good start. Cody's right behind him. Jasper's got to hang on. Jasper finishes first, Cody second, and Andrew Clayton third. Andrew has locked up his first place position. Jasper has secured a podium spot, and Cody finishes close behind Jasper.
An unbelievable display of power and strength out of these athletes. That, you know, Cody Lindsay gave it his all. Jasper wanted to make sure he gets to Canada, and Andrew Clayton, my goodness, this man.
I'm so happy to see Jasper on the podium personally, and I'm quite biased.
Yeah, you know, truth be told,
Jasper's a friend of mine.
Yeah, and the thing is, truth be told, going into this show, I did not think Andrew Clayton would be able to perform as well with these sort of loads in comparison to his peers that are just larger than he is. However, you can never count that man out for anything, anywhere, at any time. Congratulations to Andrew Clayton in first. We believe Zach Price took second. And we believe, Jasper locking in third place on that unbelievable performance there by winning that final heat.
Absolutely.
So good.
And do we want to talk about placings through these different divisions?
Yeah, let's hit the placings real quick.
Okay, let's talk about the placings a little bit. Do we want to recap it?
Yep.
Let's
Quick little
recap
recap.
from this session.
Yep.
And so we have our pro-am middleweight women, and I got to refresh our scoreboard real quick. Our pro-am middleweight women. In first, we have Nadia Stowers with 19.5 points.
Yep.
In second, we have Nancy Johnson with 17 points. In third, we have Alicia Martin 2 points behind with 15 points. And then in fourth place, we have Rachel Peterson with 8.5 points. A very tough field.
Yeah, I mean, literal world's strongest women, yes.
Yeah, it's just very impressive. So, moving on to, is there anything else you want to talk about with the middleweight women before we move on to the middleweight men?
Yeah, what's really fascinating about this middleweight division is that we got to see opportunities. Again, I'm going to harp on this. Athletes who a lot of folks might not know. When you see an athlete like Nancy Johnson and Alicia Martin, they really are both actually 72 kilo athletes, or 73 kilo athletes, truth be told. And to see them compete against each other, and Alicia, to hold her own and beat her in 2 events is outstanding. So obviously Nancy came away with the higher ranking, but I love shows like this because it illuminates there's talent out there that we just don't know of yet who are ready to compete with the literal best. So that's something that I love. And I don't think it's a stretch of the imagination for anyone to say that, yeah, I think we all knew Nadia was more than likely going to win this contest. She is a 2-time world strongest woman in the class above and has an unbelievable ability to compete also in the open class internationally, has podiumed recently internationally. So massive congratulations to athletes like Alicia and all of them for really demonstrating their abilities.
Absolutely. Very impressive showing from the middleweight women. Moving on to the pro-am middleweight men, we have the scores in.
Did Dylan Dutcher do it?
Dylan Dutcher did do it. Dylan Dutcher is the Rainier Classic champion this year, 2024, with 62 points. In second, we have Mike O'Connor with 59.5 points. And in third, we have...
Who is it? Who is it?
We have Tyler Buxton.
Tyler Buxton getting the pro card.
53.5 points. He
Finally.
gets his pro card.
Man has been fighting for years.
Yeah, Garrett Payne with 49 points in fourth. And let's look at this real quick because it looks like there could be a score sheet issue. You see this right here?
Yeah, okay. So let's hold off on that third position thus far, but we're very confident in Dylan Dutcher and Mike O'Connor taking second.
Because if I'm not mistaken, Garrett placed ahead of Tyler.
So maybe
we'll
find out.
Yeah, we'll have
a little
to
premature
come back to that one.
celebration.
First two places are locked up. Dylan did a fantastic job. Very impressive showing. Won that last heat outright.
Yeah.
And did a fantastic job all weekend. Finished with a 2.5 point margin over Mike O'Connor, who is also a fantastic athlete. Both of them will be getting their pro cards. In third place, we're going to be looking at that, confirming those scores real quick. But what we do know is Dylan Dutcher and Mike O'Connor are headed home with pro cards.
Absolutely.
Fantastic. I hope to see him at ASM this year.
Yes, you do?
Yeah.
Oh, you're going to do it?
I'm probably going to do it.
You going to do it?
Yeah,
Oh,
I
you
think
going to
I
do
will.
it? Oh, no.
Let's party.
Hide your kids, hide your wives.
Okay, so let's talk a little bit about the Pro-Am Open Men. And it looks like we still have a couple scores coming in,
so we might have to hold off on
that.
But let's talk about Andrew Clayton in first place, who more than likely absolutely solidly locked that in. Again, that guy, you can never count him out. It doesn't matter if he's coming back from injury. It doesn't matter if he's changing weight class. Andrew Clayton is so hard to beat. That's it, just fact of the matter. It's so hard to beat that guy. He's a wily veteran with a lot of tricks and tools up his sleeve to do quite well.
Absolutely, and it looks like we just updated the score sheet, so we do have an official podium
for
the Pro-Am Open Men, and we know who will be headed to the North American Championships.
Let's hear it, buddy. Let's hear it. I'm excited.
No peeking.
I'm not looking.
No peeking.
I'm looking.
Do you know who?
Through my pen.
Tell me the podium. Tell me your guess.
I'm going to say Andrew Clayton, Zachary Price, and Jasper Haney.
In that order?
In that order.
You would be wrong.
Oh, we have a flop. We have a flip. A flipping of the flop.
Oh, no. What's going to happen?
Oh, my goodness.
So in first place, we have Andrew Klayton.
Okay.
We knew that,
yeah,
right?
We knew that.
That's 74 points for him. And in second place, we have a Jasper Haney, Mr. Jasper Haney with 66 points.
That son of a bitch knows how to compete.
So now the question is, who takes third?
Oh, it's Zach Price. It must be. Oh, no.
It is.
It's Zach Price. Zach Price. Well, where did Cody Lindsay?
63, with 63 points. So Zach Price with 63 points, 3 points behind Jasper Haney. And in fourth place, we do have Cody Lindsay. And this one is going to hurt. This one's going to hurt because Cody Lindsay finished 1 point behind podium.
Man. I'll tell you something right now. Nothing makes someone more of a monster than to lose by a margin like that.
Dude, I know.
Nothing makes someone more disciplined. He could take this two different ways. He could be discouraged. He could pull back a little bit, or he could become the most undeniable non-pro in this country this year, because that is going to hurt.
Yeah, that's
And I
gonna
hope
hurt.
to see the latter, because I genuinely believe in Cody Lindsay. I know he is pro quality. He just happened to just fall short of men who are better than him on the day. That's all that is. And there's
110%.
no disgrace in losing to a veteran like Andrew Clayton. The man's
Absolutely.
a monster.
Absolutely. And, you know, to speak to that a little bit, you know, I did get to chat with Cody Lindsay last night after day one, and that boy is hungry.
Yeah.
Should say that man. Sorry, don't beat me up, bro. Don't come at me, bro.
Yeah.
Cody is hungry.
Yeah.
And he's training with very knowledgeable training partners, guys that are at the top of the sport. He's got good people in his corner.
I would
and
not
he's
be
hungry.
surprised if he comes back next year and wins this whole thing outright, because
I wouldn't be surprised either.
that will make a competitor out of you.
No, absolutely. And I know.
Yeah, you would
'cause
know.
That's happened to me before.
Yeah.
So, oh man. And I feel for him, because in a very similar turn of events, I had lost out on a pro card one year at Nationals by 2 points in a field of like 40 people.
Right.
Just killed me.
I wonder, did we get our final placing on those 105s?
Yeah, let's take a look at that. So the Pro-Am middleweight men.
Looks like we did.
Let's take a look at this. And yes, so we have the adjusted scores, and there is a correction. So in first, we still have Dylan Dutcher.
Yep.
62 points. In second, we have Michael Connor with 59.5 points.
Okay, 59.5.
And then in third place, we have a Mr. Garrett Payne.
Congratulations to Garrett Payne for getting that pro card. That is fantastic. And how many
deserved.
points
Well
behind was Mr. Buxton?
Tyler Buxton
fourth
was at
place.
53.5 points in fourth place. So he's
you know,
looking
quite a few.
Yeah, it's looks like 3.5 points.
Yeah.
You know, in this kind of field, that's a tough one. It's going to be a little tough one to take, because there's 12 athletes, and so that's, you know, if there was another event, or if a little bit of an adjustment on one of the events could occur, maybe, you know, he's probably going to be going through the score sheet and breaking it down.
Yeah,
We're going to be looking at the 3 seconds difference that would have gave him those points on the log,
And also,
or many of the different spots where he could have made those points up.
as far as I'm aware, that entire podium were amateurs.
That is
That
correct.
entire podium. So congratulations to all 3 new pro card holders in
Absolutely.
the Strongman Corporation system.
Absolutely. And then, you know, speaking on that, with the heavyweight men, I'm not sure, was Andrew Clayton a heavyweight
He's
pro?
a pro.
coming into this?
He is a heavyweight pro.
Yeah, so he's a heavyweight pro. He's a lightweight pro.
Yep.
He does it all. The Renaissance man of strength
He really
himself.
is. He really is.
but in you know, Jasper Haney came in second. He was already a pro as well.
And so was Zach Price.
I think Zach Price was home.
Nope, he won the Rainier last year. He was a pro now.
Oh, he is a pro
Yeah,
already.
he's a
Okay.
pro. He already podiumed the Rainier.
Well, you got to beat the pros to be a pro.
Got to beat the pros. Who came with? But Cody Lindsay is an amateur, so he wins an additional $300 for getting the highest ranking amateur position in the contest for the open men. And in first place, Dylan Dutcher, also is an amateur, gets an additional $300. It's the RP11 sponsorship.
Excellent.
Yeah. So actually, they're getting more than $300, because I was able. I won't say who it was. They asked me not to mention, but someone matched my donations, so they're getting more than $300 each. I think we're all going to walk away about $500.
Wow,
So
that's
good for them.
fantastic.
Yeah.
That's fantastic.
So all that being said, before we sign off here, I want to do a massive thank you yet again to our sponsor of this whole competition, in Jim Daddy, for giving us all these very professional shirts and clothing. A massive thank you to Puget Sound Pizza for always being one of the primary sponsors for the Rainier Classic. Cerberus for giving us an incredible amount of equipment that made this competition possible. Thank you so much to Cerberus. Higher Power Strength for their awesome shirts and great message as a whole. They've always been a great sponsor since last year, at least, of the Rainier Classic. I want to thank Jack Squash for jumping on this year and providing the athletes with fantastic supplements and tools to make them, you know, ready for per event in each state. It's really important to supplement yourself. Maverick Sport and Spine by Dr. John of Dungeon Strength. Thank you so much, Dr. John, for keeping everyone safe and healthy this weekend, helping them, advise them with potential injury prevention, and for those that were injured, giving them very accurate and precise knowledge on how to heal that up fast.
And
Thank
he's
you.
actually see him working back
He's working
there.
right now.
Yeah, I see him working on an athlete right now. So, you know, for him, the work's not over. I mean, he's really all about it. He's a fantastic guy, and actually a competitor himself in the sport.
Yeah, he's competed at the Rainier, I believe, twice now. So I want to thank also Dungeon Strength for being the primary sponsor of this competition as well. Without Dungeon, literally none of this is possible. All the way up from the novice divisions, the adapted divisions, the amateur divisions, and the pro divisions. Thank you, Dungeon, for making your vision so clear and so poignant within this community in advancing the sport in a multitude of ways. I also want to take a big thank you to EPH Hay out in Graham, Washington, for giving us this amazing truck to hang our banners on. It's always been a fixture of the competition of itself to have this massive truck with the hay bales. And without EPH, really couldn't have got started. So thank you so much to all of our sponsors. We literally can't do this without you. Is there anything you want to say before we sign off, Zach?
Man, well, thank you for being with us through this competition. If you have not seen the other sessions for day 1 or day 2, those are on the Dungeon Strength YouTube channel on YouTube. So you can go and look at those. Those will be archived.
Yeah.
So you can go back and watch them, even if it's not live. You can still go back and watch them. And if you missed the previous years, you can also go back and watch those.
Yeah.
So if you are a fan of strongman and strongman competitions, seeing the competitions unfold, watching some of this strategy, those are going to be available for you. And so you can do that, and that is at the expense of Dungeon Strength RX in Auburn, Washington. So again, a huge shout out to Dungeon Strength.
Yeah, and before I sign off, I wanted to thank the spotters, loaders, the production team, Noah Bond over here for making all of this possible. We quite literally cannot have a production as high quality without people like Noah and Braden. This is a stream between transitions and overlays. This is a real labor of love. It is not easy. They had to listen to me complain all day about score sheets and all types of things. We genuinely love these people. And, this production was on par with some of the best shows in the world. So thank you so much to that team and everyone from top to bottom over at Dungeon. My name is Alec Jose.
I'm Zach McCarley.
Thank you for watching.
it was one of my favorite memories from that. So Aaron, come on up here and accept your award for showing a lot of grit, a lot of strength. Great job, man. For Dante, I think one of my favorite pieces from Dante today is just once again his grit on deadlift. He did not give up on that last rep. He wanted to make sure you guys gave you a show. So with that being said, David's also receiving an award. Thank you, Dante. And David Rasher, what can I say about David? David's got a beautiful personality, beautiful soul. He works hard, and he wants to put on a show for everybody. Every moment is a good favor for me and David. So congratulations to David. And then finally to Joey, the Beast Beltran. Every single event giving his all. Together they make Team Dungeon Beasts. Thank you guys for making the trip. We appreciate your effort. Thanks for putting on an amazing show for this crowd. Great job. Okay, we got one more minute here, and then we'll start with the awards for the athletes. All right, we're all set for novice lightweight women. She competed on her own, but she gave you a show nonetheless. So she deserves an award for showing up to the Rainier Classic. I give you Melissa Wong Wood. Great job. Where's she at? Found her. All right. Amazing picture. All right, for our novice heavyweight women, we have Sayla Bonk receiving her award for also showing up. First show ever, by the way. What a way to do it at the Rainier. And for our 140-pound women, so just FYI, if there were 3 athletes or less, excuse me. We're still going to call out the athletes, but I just want to make sure we were clear. If there were 5 athletes or less in the division, we only made a first place flag for them because we were unsure what the athletes were out of the show. But nonetheless, we're going to call up all the athletes from our weight class. I want to make sure I'm reading this right here. All right, we finally got it. Sorry, guys. In third place, we got Michelle Killian. Where's she at? Maybe she left. No, there she is. In second place, Vivian Liao. And in first place, Shelby Duncan. Huge victory. Congratulations, ladies. We had a tough fight in the 160-pound amateur women. In third place, we've got Amanda Letty. Co-owner of Gym Daddy, also a sponsor of the Rainier Classic. Thanks for their support. And coming in second by 0.5 points, Tasha the Wolf Whalen. And we've got a place in for Tasha. She had to go to work because she works hard. She works hard to play hard as well. And in first place with a great performance, Jenny Draper. Congratulations, ladies. Amazing performance. And the only woman to show up in the 180-pound class for women who absolutely deserves first place. We love her to death at Dungeon. Annalise Coleman. And we had an amazing competition as well with our Masters women. In third place, Michelle the Machine Pena. Michelle has a lot of respect in our community, always looking out for lifters, always being there for them when they need her. If Rachel is the gym mom, Michelle is her sister. I don't know, that's all I got. Sorry, I'm from Arkansas. Anyways. All right, second place. We got Caroline Friedenfeld. That was a close race for first and second right here. And in first place, Shauna Russell. Congratulations, ladies. In the novice lightweight, I can also say, handing out the awards for the ladies was Pro Strong Woman Rachel Beanston. Make sure we give her a hand. She gave a great show today. I'll show you some love. I love Rachel. And handing out the awards for the men is America's Strongest Man, Lucas Hamm. He hates me right now. All right, so for novice lightweight men, coming in third, and he knows, man, I've asked him 4 times last name. I'm sorry, brother. I'm really trying. Aloha Pa'akonia, coming in third. Is he here? In second place, hold on 1 second. Apologies, I need to get brought up to speed. So actually, Konya was actually in second place. In third place was Joseph Valentine. They were separated by 0.5 points, and we wanted to make sure we had the points right. Sorry about that, brother. And in first place, our very own Jamison Bird. Jamison, is this your first contest? Do we know? No, he's done something before. It is his first. No? What were we going to say? Is his first? It is his first. Okay, thank you. Congratulations, guys. All right, let's hope I don't keep messing up these awards. All right, for novice heavyweight men, coming in second, Adam Ludlow. Is he here? You made him? Okay. And coming in first, oh man, I got it wrong. Come on, Ryan. I'm really sorry. All right, William Velasquez was actually in second, with Adam Ludlow coming in first. I forgot to scroll over on my screen. I apologize. William, are you here? There he is. William, is this your first show? Is this your first show? I'm talking to William. Yeah. Is this his first show? Okay, now I got the answer. All right. There you go, buddy. Lucas, you want to step in and me first? Good job. All right, 175. This man's going to nationals. William's like, I want to stay up here, man. For 175 amateur. We got Scott Sherman. Going to Nats.
Ryan Terry, you need the mic. Or do you want me to announce? Because people can hear me.
I was just going to get told no one could hear me. All right. Get out of here, Rachel. Second place, we have Kevin McCanton. And in first place, we have Greg Tucker. Great work, Tucker. Someone says they love you, Tucker. Someone says they love you, Greg. All right, for 231 amateur men. In third place, we have Nate Lundstrom. Great job, baby. Second place, we have Pablo Ivanusa. Pablo here. And in first place, we got CJ Packer. Great job, gentlemen. All right, our 265 men. This was a crazy battle. But in third place, we have Zach Hash. In second place, we've got Nathan Hennick. Great work from Nathan. Very impressed with the improvements that he's made. Definitely earns this shot to go to nationals this year. And in first place, we have Tanner Jacobson. Great job, man. And for open men, the big boys. In third place, Axel McCrum. This is Axel's first show. He came out giving his coach Lucas a hug. And in second place, Sam Sheether. And in first place, Jordan Reimers. Amazing effort. Lucas is going to sit in for Jordan and hide his face. Good job, guys. All right, and for Masters Men, coming in third, we have Richard Kamaku. In second place, we have Ryan Morgan. And in first place, we have Eric Shetty. Really enjoyed watching these guys go head-to-head. Anyone know if Eric's here? All right, Lucas, hide your face again. Good job, guys. All right, we're on to our proam. In third place, we have Alicia Martin. Walking away with $500. In second place, Nancy Johnson. Taking home $1,000. And in first place, two-time world's strongest woman, Nadia Stowers. She came back and competed in the original year of the Rainier Classic, and now she's coming back to win it this year. Great job, ladies. All right, for pro and middleweight men, I'm happy to announce, in the first time in this show's history, we will be crowning 3 new professional strongmen in one weight class. In third place, we've got Garrett Payne. Congratulations, Garrett. You earned it. And in second place, finally, sorry, Mike, I didn't Michael O'Connor. We are huge fans of Michael O'Connor here. He's a good guy, and he has been so good. In my opinion, he's been a pro for a long time, but he gets it officially here today. He's a pro in my home. And in first place, we got Dylan Dutcher. And they're all wearing sunglasses. That fluorescent is harsh, man. Great job, guys. And now we're on to the biggest. Pro-Am Open Men. All pros have come and podium this year. And these 3 men will be getting invites to North America's Strongest in Quebec, Canada to compete alongside Lucas Hatton for a chance at $25,000. Their flights paid, their lodgings paid as well. It's an amazing prize. In third place, Zach Price. And this is our surprise to the athletes. They're going to North America's Strongest, which is in Canada. And so they get a bottle of maple syrup alongside their order. In second place, it's a surprise to you, it's a surprise to me, Jasper Haney. Jasper's been a long time with the market here in the Pacific Northwest, got his pro card here at the Rainier Classic, and is now getting a chance to go compete at North America's Strongest. And in first place, Andrew Clayton. Signed up for the show here a month ago in Canyon County. He gets to take his maple syrup and enjoy it. I give you your 3 men going to Quebec, Canada to compete at the North American Strongest in the podium for the Rainier Classic Open Men. Congratulations, gentlemen. I think Andrew wanted to say a couple words here before we go ahead and conclude.
Check, check. All right, so hopefully I don't say anything inappropriate that will get bleeped on the stream. But I just want to say thanks to the team hosting the show. I hosted my first show last weekend. It takes a lot of work. I saw a lot of help from other competitors. It's awesome to come out here and be able to compete indoors and everything, so that means a lot. I came all the way from Florida, and they made sure I was taken care of, hotel and everything. So I think we just need to take a moment and just, obviously give a round of applause to all the people loading, spotting. That stuff's the real hard work, so. I've been competing for about 15 years, so it's always nice to come out and compete with new people. I really like this group of guys. It was a good camaraderie and really pushed me. I mean, watching them do more impressive lifts than me in training, I knew I was going to be pushed. So if it wasn't for them, I don't think I would have done as well today. So again, really hats off to them. I want to thank my team that came out. They just supported me and handled me really well. This this is a pretty emotional moment because it's the first time I came back since being injured in 2019. It's been like a hell of a year too. So I just want to thank God for allowing me to come back, because you don't always get to come back and be able to do what you love to do. And last thing before I start crying, I know there's some prize money involved, but I want you to write the check out. There's a contest in July. It's America's Strongest Team, so I want all the money to go to them. When I started this sport at 16, there wasn't a lot out there for people, all the teenagers, and I want to make sure the sport stays a good sport, and I really want to support the teenagers, so all the prize money goes to them, and hopefully you guys support their show. I believe it's July 16th or something. So yeah, and again, big thanks to Ryan and his team.
All right, once again, we're sorry about the audio. We're going to get better at it, I promise. We just moved to this venue. Thank you once again for attending the show. Hope you guys enjoyed it.